Chapter 2009. After listening to Zhang Gaoxian's words, Yang Kai nodded and said, "This request is reasonable, so I agree, but, aren't you afraid I won't keep my word?" Zhang Gaoxian smiled bitterly, "So what if I'm afraid? I don't have long to live, and if I don't have a suitable person to entrust it to, the Dao source fruit will only exist in this 5-colored treasure pagoda. My Zhang family won't be able to obtain any benefits from it, so I can only take a gamble. Unfortunately, I don't have a soul contract with me, otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything." "Then do you want me to make an oath?" Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Gaoxian glanced at him and said lightly, "Forget it, oaths, haha, I really have no other choice, and seeing that this friend's temperament is not bad, I decided to do this. In addition, after this friend leaves, would like to ask this friend to oversee my Zhang family for 10 years. 10 years? Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Friend really knows how to ask for an exorbitant price. Is 10 years too much?" Zhang Gaoxian looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "You should know that what I gave you is a Dao source fruit. An ordinary cultivator would never be able to obtain one even if they spent their entire life trying. With it, your chances of breaking through to the Dao source realm will increase by at least 40% to 50%. As long as this friend's aptitude is not too bad, breaking through is absolutely a foregone conclusion." Yang Kai said lightly, "To be honest, even without a Dao source fruit, I can still break through, so this thing isn't very attractive to me." Friend's tone is quite big. Zhang Gaoxian was a little shocked this time as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, trying to see if he was being deliberately mystifying. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. After a while, he sighed and said, "It seems that your aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Even a Dao source fruit can't tempt you. Since that's the case, forget about 10 years, 3 years. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Gaoxian's expression changed as he said discontentedly, "Then what do you want? It's only 3 years. For a third-order origin king cultivator like you and me, 3 years isn't a long time at all. This condition is more than enough." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It's not a matter of 10 years or 3 years. I just don't want to be bound by time. Even if it was a year, I couldn't say for sure how long I would stay in Maplewood City. If something happened and I had to leave Maplewood City, wouldn't that break the agreement and create a heart demon for the rest of my life? I won't do such a loss-making business." This. Zhang Gaoxian was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. It seems that this Zhang was not mistaken. Friends should be people who keep their promises. If Yang Kai bargained with him, it meant that he really wanted to make this deal and would keep his promise. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just agreed and ignored it afterwards. The inner demon that Yang Kai mentioned. This also increased Zhang Gaoxian's confidence in him. If one wasn't a man of his word, it was impossible for him to have an inner demon because of breaking a promise. "How about this? I can promise you that while I'm in Maplewood City, I'll help your Zhang family to the best of my ability. If your Zhang family makes any excessive demands, I won't agree. Also, they only have 3 chances to make a request of me." Yang Kai deliberated for a moment before saying, 3 times. Zhang Gaoxian fell into contemplation for a long time before raising his head and saying, "Good. We'll do as you say. 3 times is 3 times. However, I need you to send a message to the Zhang family." "That's not a problem," Yang Kai nodded. The two of them reached an agreement, and Yang Kai waited quietly to the side. Zhang Gaoxian took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. Obviously, he had left behind some last words. After a while, everything was in order and Zhang Gaoxian handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. After watching him solemnly put it away, Zhang Gaoxian let out a long breath and said, "I'll leave everything to friend." The location of the Dao source fruit? Yang Kai asked. Zhang Gaoxian smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Do you see that hill over there? The Dao source fruit is over there. As for its specific location, at this point, Zhang Gaoxian suddenly fell silent, but his lips still moved slightly as he sent a divine sense message. Yang Kai quickly understood. Friend, take this Zhang space ring back to the Zhang family. I have no use for it. Zhang Gaoxian slowly took off the space ring from his hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the opposite hill and found the place where Zhang Gaoxian had hidden the Dao source fruit according to his instructions. He's really careful, Yang Kai muttered to himself. The patriarch of the Zhang family had not only hidden the Dao source fruit somewhere else, but also placed a spirit array around it. This spirit array could only be opened safely with his own blood essence. If one tried to break it with brute force, the spirit array would destroy the Dao source fruit. In other words, if someone really wanted to harm Zhang Gaoxian and even force him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dao source fruit, without his cooperation and taking out his blood essence, it would be impossible to succeed. The final result would only be to try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhang Gaoxian was seriously injured, so after taking out a drop of his blood essence, his situation became even worse. Yang Kai estimated that he would be lucky to live for another day, but after half a day, he would die. Using the method Zhang Gaoxian had taught him to break the seal, Yang Kai poured his blood essence into the seal. A moment later, the seal disappeared and a delicate wooden box appeared in its place. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the wooden box over, slowly opening it. Immediately, a golden fruit about the size of an apricot appeared before his eyes. The fragrance that entered his nose seemed to contain some kind of magical power that allowed the cultivator to more clearly feel the surrounding world principles. The Dao source fruit was originally used to refine Dao source pills to assist the cultivator in breaking through to the Dao source realm, so it was not surprising that it had such an effect. However, Yang Kai found that this Dao source fruit was a little dry, as if many years had passed since it was picked and there were signs of its medicinal properties fading. Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, secretly cursing this top sect in the Southern Territory. Previously, when the cultivator in Maplewood City heard that Heavenly Martial Holy Land had thrown 3 Dao source fruits into the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he almost went crazy. But now that he had actually obtained one, Yang Kai discovered that this Dao source fruit was definitely a defective product from Heavenly Martial Holy Land's treasury. Thinking about it, if it was really a high-quality Dao source fruit, Heavenly Martial Holy Land would not have been willing to take it out. However, even if it was a defective product, it was still a Dao source fruit, so there was absolutely no problem using it to refine Dao source pills. It was just that the number of pills produced would be slightly lower. Carefully putting away the Dao source fruit, Yang Kai leapt up and quickly disappeared into the void. 2 days later, under the guidance of the heaven-escaping bat, Yang Kai arrived at a desolate valley. After arriving here, the little beast seemed to be in an extremely good mood. With a slight flicker, it drilled into the ground and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, soon arriving behind a small slope. Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense to investigate carefully, but before he could find any clues, Mo Xiaoqi's voice rang in his ear, "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he followed the voice to determine Mo Xiaoqi's position, but when he looked around, he could not see her figure at all. She seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to completely hide her whereabouts. When he was in Clear Jade Mountain, Yang Kai had discovered that Mo Xiaoqi's concealment secret technique was extraordinary, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated her methods. Yang Kai did not know what she was doing acting so mysteriously. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he used his nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and walked forward step by step. After a while, Yang Kai walked to the front of the slope and looked around carefully before discovering some traces, causing him to laugh and ask, "Xiaoqi, why are you hiding here?" "Sure." Mo Xiaoqi raised her index finger to her lips and motioned for Yang Kai to look ahead. Yang Kai was puzzled and quickly squatted down quietly, following the direction Mo Xiaoqi was pointing to, and glancing over. What he saw shocked Yang Kai greatly. Because about 10 kilometers in front of them, there were many cultivators gathered. Roughly counting, there were several dozen of them sitting cross-legged on the ground in groups of 3 or 5, each of them using their own methods to pour their strength into a central position. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. I don't know, it seems they have found some kind of barrier and want to work together to break it, Mo Xiaoqi replied softly. Oh? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. If there's a barrier, doesn't that mean there's a treasure? Why aren't you joining in the fun? Mo Xiaoqi frowned and shook her head. I don't think it's right. What's inside that barrier might not be a treasure. If it's not a treasure, what is it? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know, so I'm just watching from here, Mo Xiaoqi replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless, but he was also very curious about what kind of barrier it was that required so many origin kings to work together to break it. Generally speaking, the more powerful a barrier was, the more extraordinary the treasure hidden inside it would be. A barrier that required several dozen origin kings to work together to break would at least contain a Dao Source-grade treasure, perhaps even an Emperor-grade treasure. It was no wonder that so many people were able to work together peacefully. What do you think is wrong? Yang Kai thought for a while and asked. They were more than 10 kilometers away, and there were so many cultivators there, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense rashly, lest he expose his whereabouts. I can't say, the closer I got to that place, the more panicked I felt, like there was some kind of danger, Mo Xiaoqi replied seriously. Are you sure? Yang Kai's face changed. Generally speaking, cultivators had their own telepathy. This kind of feeling was hard to explain, but once it appeared, it meant that something was really happening to the cultivator. Mo Xiaoqi had an extraordinary background, and since she had such a feeling, it meant that the barrier over there was likely to be something dangerous sealed inside. I'm still panicking, Mo Xiaoqi patted her chest with her small hand. Besides, Xiaofu also has this feeling. Chapter 2010. Of course, Yang Kai knew that the little bat she mentioned was the heaven-escaping bat that had lured him all the way here. This little thing was born with keen senses, and it was thanks to it that Yang Kai was able to avoid many barriers and traps along the way. Since both man and beast had this feeling, it should not be wrong. At that moment, Yang Kai no longer made a sound and instead, together with Mo Xiaoqi, hid in the distance and secretly observed. With this glance, Yang Kai discovered something interesting. He and Mo Xiaoqi were not the only two cultivators who were hiding and watching. There were also some who had used some kind of secret technique to conceal their figures and auras, hiding in the void or hiding in some unknown place. All of them focused their attention on the scene ahead. Over there, the dozens of origin kings seemed to have been cracking the barrier for a long time, and each of them had consumed a lot of their strength. They all took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, refining them to restore themselves while continuing to crack the barrier. As the power of these dozens of cultivators poured into the barrier, a fluorescent, flame-like symbol gradually appeared in the center of their gathering. A scorching power surged out from that direction. Raging cross-flame seal? Mo Xiaoqi suddenly exclaimed in a low voice after seeing this scene. Do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Mo Xiaoqi nodded lightly. I've read about it in ancient books, but it's a very ancient sealing technique that basically no one knows how to use now. The principle of this seal is very simple, but it requires a great deal of strength to accomplish. I really don't know what's sealed beneath it. We'll know in a while, Yang Kai added. 10 kilometers ahead, when the raging cross-flame seal appeared, the dozens of cultivators who were cracking the seal suddenly became excited. Someone even shouted, "Everyone, let's work harder. The barrier is about to be broken, and the treasure is about to appear." These words completely aroused the enthusiasm of the cultivators. The cultivators seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately urged their strength to pour it into the center of the seal. As time passed, the raging cross-flame seal became more and more complete. As more and more power poured in, the raging cross-flame seal seemed to be gradually unable to bear it. The blazing flames began to go berserk, and crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the seal. At a certain moment, the flaming cross suddenly trembled. After a series of distortions, it abruptly shrank toward the center. In the next instant, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Countless flames flew in all directions. A violent shockwave swept out from this explosion, sending several dozen Origin Kings flying. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and had summoned their defensive artifacts, so although everyone looked a little embarrassed, no one was injured. The restriction has been broken. Someone exclaimed loudly, and his voice carried a sense of pleasant surprise. The rest of the people looked forward. Everyone's hearts trembled. In the place where the restriction had originally been, the blazing cross seal had already disappeared. In its place was a large pit in the ground. It was dark and seemed to be bottomless. The numerous Origin King realm cultivator who had just stabilized themselves could no longer hold back. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards the giant pit at an extremely fast speed, attempting to snatch the treasure before everyone else. Everyone had the same thought, and all of a sudden, many people rushed to the side of the crater. They exchanged glances with each other. Hostility grew, and in an instant, a chaotic battle broke out around the giant pit. They were here because they wanted to break the restriction. That was why they had temporarily joined forces, and now that the restriction had been broken. Naturally, there was no need for them to join forces. Even some cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to watch the show also revealed themselves and rushed towards the giant pit. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi did not make a move, and there were also a few more cautious cultivators who did not show themselves. Not far ahead, a bright light soon burst out as the power of artifacts and martial skills was displayed. From time to time, someone would be injured and fall. In this chaos, a few people quickly rushed into the giant pit. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and gave up on their opponents and chased after them. For a time, only a few cultivator with bloodshot eyes were left above the giant pit while everyone else chased after them. "It's so lively here," suddenly, a voice sounded not far from where Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi were hiding. Yang Kai was shocked because although he had been paying attention to the situation in the giant pit, he did not relax his vigilance. He did not notice that someone was close to him until this voice sounded. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. About 100 or so feet to his right, there was an old man with a wretched appearance, sloppily dressed, and a goatee. He had one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. He was currently looking forward with narrowed eyes. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth, why bother? The old man suddenly muttered in a low voice with an unfathomable look on his face. At this moment, the old man gave off a kind of ethereal feeling, which surprised Yang Kai. "It's that old swindler." Mo Shaoqi also noticed the newcomer. After seeing his appearance, she was furious and immediately wanted to show herself to teach this old man who had deceived her a lesson. However, Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Although Mo Shaoqi did not know why Yang Kai wanted to stop her, she still nodded obediently. At that moment, the old man with the goatee took a step forward, his figure blurring as he appeared a few dozen meters away. He then squatted down and looked at the Origin King realm cultivator in front of him who had lost an arm or a leg and was howling miserably. This martial artist had been severely injured in the melee, and even half of his limbs had been chopped off. He had managed to escape with his life, but in the end, his physical strength had been exhausted and he had fallen here. Blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a spectacular sight. "Brother, your injuries are very serious." The old man with the goatee stared at the other party with a compassionate expression, like a bodhisattva who had come to save the world. Old sir, save me. The cultivator stretched out his remaining arm and desperately tried to grab the old man, begging with difficulty. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. This old man cannot just ignore it. The injury of a severed limb is not easy to deal with. If it is not treated properly, you will be disabled for the rest of your life. TSK, how pitiful. However, fortunately, this old man has an ancestral spirit pill here, the 9 revolutions soul restoring pill. It can bring flesh back to bone and bring the dead back to life. This old man sees that we are fated to meet, so he will sell it to you at a cheap price. As the old man spoke, he mysteriously took out a spirit pill from his space ring. The cultivator's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw while drowning. He nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll buy it, I'll buy it. How many source crystals is it?" "It's not expensive, just give me your space ring," the old man said with a smile. Saying so, he stuffed the so-called 9 revolutions soul-restoring pill into the cultivator's mouth without any explanation, then took off the space ring from his hand without any hesitation. Before the cultivator could react, the deal had already been made. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Sleep, sleep, have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." The old man grinned and chuckled as if he was chanting a curse, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. "Big brother Yang, look at this old man. He's actually robbing people. This is too much." Mo Shaoqi was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. She and Kai Yang were hiding in the dark, watching the old man's actions with their own eyes. She originally thought that this old man was just a swindler, but now, it seemed that he not only liked to cheat people, but also robbed people. How could Mo Shaoqi tolerate this? It is indeed too much. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I'll go teach him a lesson." Mo Shaoqi shouted and revealed herself. But before she could do anything, the ground suddenly shook and a rumbling sound came from underground, like muffled thunder. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi's expressions changed at the same time. Before they could figure out what was going on, streams of light shot out from the pit 10 kilometers away in a panic. It was the cultivator who had rushed in to fight for the treasures. When these cultivator rushed in, there were dozens of them, but now, only half of them came back alive. All of them were injured and looked panicked, as if they had seen ghosts in broad daylight. After getting out of the pit, they didn't stop and fled frantically. In the blink of an eye, many cultivator disappeared from Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi's sight. "What's happening underground?" Mo Shaoqi exclaimed. "Something's wrong, let's go." Yang Kai made a prompt decision and wanted to take Mo Shaoqi away from this damned place. Under his perception, he vaguely felt a powerful life fluctuation coming from underground, and it was quickly awakening. His speed was so fast that it was almost unimaginable. Moreover, the strength of the fluctuations made him have no intention of fighting back. Kacha, suddenly, a cracking sound came from the ground. In the blink of an eye, with the pit as the center, the ground within a radius of several kilometers was crisscrossed with cracks of various sizes. It wasn't over yet, as green vines started to emerge from the cracks. These vines seemed to have a life of their own, constantly twisting and squirming as they grew madly. In an instant, the area within a radius of several kilometers looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. It was a horrifying sight. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi had already leaped into the air. Just as they moved, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly appeared under their feet. The tip of the vine was as sharp as a sword, and it pierced through the place where Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi were standing just now. One could imagine that if the two had been a little slower, they would have been caught in a bitter battle. "Ah!" A scream suddenly rang out. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look. Not far away, a cultivator who had been hiding in the void had his chest pierced by a sharp vine and was hanging in midair. This cultivator was also an origin king, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the vine's shackles. In the blink of an eye, even more vines wrapped around him, tightly wrapping around him. Chapter 2011. Immediately afterward, there seemed to be a gurgling sound as traces of blood spread out from the vines at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the cultivator wrapped in the vines instantly stopped moving. Not only that, his entire body shriveled up and soon became skin and bones, as if his flesh and blood had disappeared. Blood essence is being devoured. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Of course, Yang Kai could see what had happened to this cultivator. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the man's flesh and blood essence had been completely sucked dry by the vines that had pierced through his body, leaving him deader than dead. That cultivator was an origin king, but in front of these vines, he was as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child. Wood spirit, it's a wood spirit. A wood spirit is actually sealed underground. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly screamed, her voice filled with obvious panic. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen her so panicked. Even when she encountered the infant Luan Feng on clear Jade Mountain, she had remained calm, but after learning the truth, her beautiful face immediately paled. Big brother Yang, let's leave quickly. We are not its opponent. It can quickly restore itself by absorbing the flesh and blood essence of others. After Mo Xiaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand and tossed out a flawless white jade chariot. She pulled Yang Kai and the two of them boarded the chariot at the same time. Immediately after, Mo Xiaoqi formed a series of hand seals and poured her strength into the war chariot. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a dozen or so barriers appeared on the war chariot in an instant, making it look like it was impregnable. Immediately after, Mo Xiaoqi shouted softly, "Go." The chariot trembled slightly. It was about to carry the two of them away from here. But at that moment, countless vines crazily spread out from the cracks in the ground, either turning into whips or thorns. They madly attacked the chariot. For a time, the barriers on the chariot flashed wildly, but fortunately, this chariot seemed to be of a very high grade and its barriers were quite strong. The vine attacks that could instantly kill an origin king were unable to break through the chariot's barriers. However, with so many attacks, the chariot was also a little shaky and could not escape at all. After a short delay, the chariot was tightly wrapped in vines. Mo Xiaoqi's face could not help but turn pale. Moonblade. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and opened them. A huge crescent blade suddenly shot out, cutting the vines that were entangling the war chariot. Although there were results, Yang Kai's face was still gloomy. This was because he realized that he had underestimated the defensive power of these vines. That huge crescent blade could only cut through 4 vines before losing its power. In the blink of an eye, the vines that were cut apart grew back and continued to wrap around the chariot. Big brother Yang. If you use fire elemental energy, you won't be able to destroy these vines completely. Mo Xiaoqi shouted a warning as she stretched out her hand and patted a cloth bag on her waist. Immediately, a fierce beast that looked like a qilin jumped out of the bag. It was crimson in color and exuded a peak 10th order aura. This fierce beast opened its mouth wide and spat out a fierce flame. Wherever the ferocious flames passed, the vines seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, twisting and retracting. Yang Kai saw this. He immediately had a plan in his mind. Activating his fire sword qi from his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he condensed a flaming long sword in his hand and slashed it out continuously, cutting down the vines. However, the vines that were cut off did not grow back immediately. Fire attribute energy seemed to be able to restrain these vines. Mo Xiaoqi did not stay idle either, and after releasing the qilin-like beast, she immediately went to work. She summoned the qilin beast and summoned a crimson handkerchief. Pouring her source qi into it, the handkerchief immediately turned into a cloud of fire and burned everything around it. With the combined power of 2 people and 1 beast, they finally cleared the vines that were wrapping the war chariot for a while. Without waiting for the vines to wrap around it again, Mo Xiaoqi had already stomped her foot on the war chariot and it instantly flew out like an arrow from a bow. Behind them, countless vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they chased after them, but they were thrown further and further away. After 10 breaths, the war chariot finally escaped from the danger zone and the vines no longer chased after it. Mo Xiaoqi gasped for breath, looking as if she had just survived a disaster. Looking back, within a radius of 10 kilometers, countless vines were flying around like tentacles, making one's hair stand on end. Xiaoqi, what is a wood spirit? Yang Kai finally had time to ask. It is the product of a divine tree's sentience. It has its own consciousness and is extremely difficult to deal with. Depending on the type of divine tree, a wood spirit has a different innate divine technique. I don't know what kind of ability the one we encountered was, but basically, all wood spirits are extremely difficult to kill because the pure wood attribute represents vitality and recovery. Even if it is severely injured, it can recover after a while. There are good and bad wood spirits as well. This wood spirit should be an extremely dangerous creature. I don't know how long it has been sealed away, but its strength must have dropped a lot. Otherwise, with our current strength, it would have been impossible to escape this calamity. A wood spirit is so terrifying? Yang Kai was stunned. Of course, Big Brother Yang, you must not underestimate it. A master from the Emperor realm once fell at the hands of a wood spirit, so now that it has been released, it must want to restore its strength as soon as possible. Judging from the previous situation, the best way for it to restore its strength is to devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator like us. Oh no, this second layer is no longer safe. Mo Xiaoqi's face changed when she said this. That's not necessarily the case, the second layer is quite large, can't we just find a place to hide? What if we run into it? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai and asked worriedly. Then what should we do? Return to the first layer? Yang Kai frowned. We can only go up the 5-colored treasure pagoda, we can't go down, so we can't go back to the first layer. Mo Xiaoqi frowned, but suddenly her eyes lit up. How about, we go to the third layer? Yang Kai was stunned. How do we go there? Didn't you say only the first and second layers of the 5-colored treasure pagoda were open this time? Let's give it a try. If we really can't go up, there's nothing we can do about it. If we're lucky, we'll be lucky. Mo Xiaoqi grinned meaningfully before putting the qilin-like beast into her cloth bag and releasing the heaven-escaping bat again, instructing it to find the entrance to the third layer. 3 days later, the two stood in front of a 5-colored pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth. This 5-colored pillar of light was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen before, so it was obviously the entrance to the third layer, but when Yang Kai tried it just now, there was no reaction after he stepped in, unlike before where he would be teleported to the next layer as soon as he stepped in. Yang Kai glanced at Mo Xiaoqi helplessly, but the latter just smiled mysteriously and took out a long shuttle-like artifact from her space ring. As soon as this artifact appeared, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Because he felt a unique aura from this artifact. This was definitely not an Origin King grade artifact, or even a Dao Source grade artifact. An Emperor artifact. This long shuttle-like artifact was definitely an Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts carried their own principal strength, and the Emperor artifacts in Yang Kai's possession were all like this, allowing him to display great power. The one in Mo Xiaoqi's hand was obviously also an Emperor artifact. Although Yang Kai was shocked in his heart, after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural. As such, he did not ask rashly. This 9-star seal breaker shuttle is an artifact given to me by Auntie Feng. It specializes in breaking all kinds of barriers. Although I can't display its full power with my current ability, with Big Brother Yang's help, I may be able to break through the barriers here and enter the third layer. Mo Xiaoqi took the initiative to explain. What do you need me to do? Yang Kai asked. It's like this, Mo Xiaoqi explained briefly to Yang Kai before teaching him a set of techniques. Yang Kai memorized them carefully and after simulating them a few times, nodded to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi understood, stretched out her hand, and tossed the 9-star seal breaker shuttle into the air, forming a series of hand seals and causing the artifact to expand to about 6 meters in length. She took the lead and entered the 9-star seal breaker shuttle before beckoning to Yang Kai. After both of them entered, Mo Xiaoqi sealed the 9-star seal breaker shuttle before exchanging a glance with Yang Kai. At the same time, both of them began forming a series of seals. As time passed, the power in their bodies continued to pour into the 9-star breakage shuttle, and the surface of the 9-star breakage shuttle began to shine with starlight. Suddenly, on the surface of the 9-star seal breaker shuttle, a pattern of stars lit up. After a while, another pattern of stars lit up. After a while, a third pattern of stars lit up. By this time, whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Xiaoqi, both of them had reached their limits. The strength of the two of them fluctuated unsteadily as their expressions became extremely strained. After all, this was an emperor artifact, so even if the two of them combined their strength, they could not display even half of its power. Mo Xiaoqi's expression became solemn as she changed the hand seals in her hand and shouted, "Break." In the next moment, the 9-star seal breaker shuttle flickered slightly and rushed into the 5-colored pillar of light, disappearing in the next instant. The two people inside the shuttle felt a sense of weightlessness at the same time. Both of them were overjoyed, but they did not lower their guard and continued to maintain the power of the 9-star seal breaker shuttle. After a while, the feeling of discomfort disappeared. The two of them exchanged a glance before Mo Xiaoqi opened the 9-star seal breaker shuttle expectantly and took the lead to rush out. Immediately afterwards, her cheers rang out, "Big Brother Yang, we seem to have really arrived in the third layer." Yang Kai was also overjoyed. When he came out, he found that although this place looked similar to the second layer, there were some differences. The principal fragments flowing around seemed to be much denser. "It's not that difficult," Mo Xiaoqi giggled, quite proud of herself. "Restore your strength first, the third layer is much more dangerous than the second," Yang Kai reminded while releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. After confirming that there was no danger around, he sat down cross-legged, took out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth to restore the strength he had consumed before. Mo Xiaoqi did the same, but before she did so, she released her silver-maned liger, heaven-escaping bat, and the fire Qilin-like monster beast and ordered them to stand guard around her. Chapter 2012. One day later, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi opened their eyes one after another, each of them glowing brightly. Obviously, they had completely recovered. Mo Xiaoqi recalled her monster beast while asking Yang Kai, "Big Brother Yang, since we've reached the third layer, we can't miss out on the benefits here. Should we act together or separately?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think?" Mo Xiaoqi giggled, "If we want to be safe, I think it's better to act together. But if we want to reap more benefits, we'd better split up. Big Brother Yang, you may not know this, but the benefits of the 5-colored treasure pagoda do not lie in the precious treasures it produces, nor do they lie in the artifacts left behind here. The real benefits lie in the fragmented world laws and star sources that are scattered throughout the world. I've heard about this before, but I've never seen it before. What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Of course it's because there aren't many of these things in the first and second layers, but the third layer is different. What's more, there are only the two of us here, so no one is competing with us. If we can obtain some world principles and star sources, it will definitely be of great help to us in breaking through to the Tao source realm. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. So what you mean is that you want to act separately? Mo Shaoqi immediately stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. After all, if two people are together, even if we find some benefits, we'll have to split them in half. Big brother Yang, it's not that I don't want to share equally with you, it's just, I understand. Since you're confident in yourself, let's split up, Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. Then you must be careful, big brother Yang. There is a Tao source realm monster beast in the third layer. You too, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai was actually not worried about Mo Shaoqi. With her means and the artifacts she carried, even if she really encountered a Tao source realm monster beast, it would only be an 11th order monster beast. It wouldn't be a big deal, and even if she couldn't defeat it, she could at least protect herself. Moreover, he himself wasn't too afraid. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just release the monster insect queen. As long as he did not encounter a large group of level 11 monster beast, Yang Kai was confident that he would be safe on the third floor. He could even use this opportunity to condense his own blood fiend. The blood fiend army that was condensed in the territory of the Homeland Star back then was no longer of much use in the astral boundary, so it was time for a replacement. After the two finished their discussion, they quickly found a direction and went their separate ways. The two of them ran in opposite directions, and even if the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened to the end of the time limit, they would not meet again. This way, there was enough space for the two of them to search for their own opportunities. One day later, Yang Kai stood on a piece of flat ground, opening and closing his palms, sending out a series of moon blades. Not far in front of Yang Kai, the snow-white monster insect queen swung its twin swords and unleashed a series of purple and blue streaks of light, displaying the full power of its origin king-grade high-rank swords. Around the monster insect queen, an ice domain filled the air, accompanied by the power of ice principles, froze the ground within a 1,000-meter radius. The monster insect queen's opponent was an 11th order blue flame thunder wolf. This was a monster beast that was both a wolf and a jackal. It was small in size and extremely agile in its movements. It had an innate mastery of fire and thunder, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The monster insect queen was now able to display the strength of a 2nd order Tao source realm master, but it had been able to fight with it for most of the day. Still, it was unable to kill it. It was obvious how outstanding this blue flame thunder wolf's ability was. Yang Kai did not dare to intervene in their battle rashly and simply stood in the distance, constantly using his space force to interfere with the blue flame thunder wolf's movements. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the blue flame thunder wolf's body as the ice domain of the monster insect queen spread out and invaded its body. Its opponent's movements also became slower and slower. This was the terrifying aspect of the ice concept. It could silently weaken the enemy's perception and speed, causing the enemy to become sluggish without anyone noticing, causing them to lose their lives. After another 2 hours, accompanied by a miserable howl, the monster insect queen's purple and green dual swords finally pierced its enemy's vitals, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The blue flame thunder wolf's desperate counterattack forced the monster insect queen to retreat again and again. But this was nothing more than a futile struggle. A moment later, the blue flame thunder wolf's eyes lost their light and it fell to the ground, never to move again. Only then did Yang Kai step forward. The monster insect queen opened its mouth and swallowed the purple and green dual swords before crawling over to Yang Kai's feet and intimately rubbing against him. It was impossible for ordinary blood beasts to do this, but the monster insect queen had its own chaotic sentience, so its actions could be explained. Squatting in front of the blue flame thunder wolf, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before deciding to condense it into his own blood beast. Forcing out a golden blood thread from his finger, Yang Kai pierced it into the blue flame thunder wolf's corpse, sat down cross-legged in front of it, and began forming a series of seals. Half a day later, the already dead blue flame thunder wolf swayed and stood up again. However, at this moment, its eyes were dim, without the slightest trace of spirit. Moreover, its entire body was emitting a faint layer of bloody light. This was the most prominent characteristic of a blood beast. Yang Kai probed it slightly and determined that the strength of this new blood beast had not fallen to the Origin King realm and was still in the Tao Source realm, a fact which satisfied him greatly. With the monster insect queen's large blood beast guarding him, Yang Kai could now explore most of the third layer without worrying about encountering any danger. Immediately, Yang Kai took the two blood beasts and continued exploring. 2 days later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged somewhere in the third layer with a happy expression on his face as he silently circulated his secret art. At the same time, streams of light visible to the naked eye shot towards him from the sky, like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. These streams of light that could be seen with the naked eye contained the power of the broken laws of this primordial battlefield. This was the biggest benefit of the 5-colored treasure pagoda that Mo Shaoqi had mentioned. Yang Kai had happened to pass by here and discovered this by chance, so he no longer hesitated and quickly began absorbing these streams of light. After absorbing these streams of light into his body, Yang Kai could clearly see the mysteries of these world principles, laying a good foundation for his future breakthrough to the Tao Source realm. But soon, Yang Kai discovered a strange thing. That was, after these streams of light entered his body, the shattered principles they carried with them were too large for Yang Kai to absorb them all, but instead of disappearing, they all rushed towards the location of the sealed world bead and then disappeared. From the information sent back by the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that all the world principles that had disappeared were pouring into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had undergone tremendous changes. The space inside the sealed world bead became more and more vast as the world principles poured in, gradually forming the outline of a real world. Inside the sealed world bead, there seemed to be some inexplicable changes because of the influx of these world principles. At first, Kai Yang didn't quite understand what was going on. But after thinking about it carefully, he thought of a possibility. The sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, a powerful master from the Emperor realm who had refined a huge space to form a space artifact. The world principles inside it were not perfect, so even if it could accommodate people and allow them to cultivate, it still could not become a real world. At this moment, the world principles pouring in from the 5-colored treasure pagoda were helping the sealed world bead perfect its own world principles. Once the world principles inside the sealed world bead were complete, the sealed world bead would truly become a real world. Yang Kai could not verify the validity of this guess for the time being, but it was not far from the truth. As such, he did not panic too much and simply let it do as it pleased. In any case, this was the remaining world principles inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so absorbing more wouldn't affect him. This absorption lasted for more than half a day, and when there were no more streams of light falling from the sky, Yang Kai could not help opening his eyes. Focusing on his comprehension, Yang Kai found that his understanding of the world principles had indeed improved, and he vaguely understood some of the mysteries of the Tao Source realm, but this was far from enough. Moreover, the sealed world bead was not satisfied. It seemed that it could still absorb more world principles and become more complete. Standing up, Yang Kai continued his search. What Yang Kai didn't know was that a cultivation site like the one he had just entered, which should have been enough for a dozen Origin King realm cultivators to break through to the Tao Source realm, had absorbed most of the world principles because of the existence of the sealed world bead. Not only did this shorten the time he needed to comprehend these world principles, but it also caused this cultivation site to become ordinary for the next 100 years. If Star Soul Palace were to learn of this, they would definitely not let him off so easily. To a certain extent, such a cultivation site was a kind of foundation for Star Soul Palace. Destroying the foundation of a sect was no small matter. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept searching for similar locations, but unfortunately, there seemed to be very few such places, so he had not been able to find one. Over the past few days, he had also encountered some monster beast attacks, but with the protection of the monster insect queen and the blood beast, these monster beasts naturally couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Yang Kai could either die tragically under the siege of the two blood beasts or flee when the situation turned bad. Yang Kai did not condense new blood beasts and instead began to dispose of the monster beast's corpse, taking out its monster core and all other valuable parts in preparation for future use or sale. His previous experiences in his native star field had taught him that he didn't need too many blood beasts. If he had too many blood beasts, controlling them would consume too much spiritual energy. On top of that, condensing blood beasts would not only consume his golden blood threads, but it would also be equivalent to giving up on the monster beast corpses. After several days of fruitless searching, Yang Kai was in a bad mood. He didn't know when the five-colored treasure pagoda would close, but this time, it had been open for a long time, so it shouldn't be open for long. This rare opportunity was impossible to come by a second time, so Yang Kai couldn't wait to search for more streams of light. Chapter 2013. On this day, Yang Kai was flying close to the ground when he suddenly paused and looked up at the sky in the distance. Far away in the distance, streams of light streaked across the sky and fell to the ground below. It was as gorgeous as a meteor shower. These streams of light were the broken principle fragments he had been searching for several days. However, the number of these streams of light was much larger than the first one he had encountered. Yang Kai was overjoyed and no longer hesitated, suddenly accelerating towards that direction. 3 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at a mountain valley. What he saw caused him to freeze in place. In the center of the mountain valley, there was a large mass of light that was emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, streams of light were constantly falling from the sky and converging into this mass of light, increasing its brightness. This mass of light was the aggregate of the streams of light in the sky. So many. Even though Yang Kai was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The total number of streams of light he and the sealed world bead had absorbed before was probably less than 1% of the total here. Just that alone had benefited Yang Kai immensely and allowed the sealed world bead to undergo huge changes. If he could absorb all the streams of light here, his comprehension of principle strength would definitely be able to reach the Tao source realm. It would not be difficult for him to break through in the future. Even the small sealed world inside the sealed world bead would be able to undergo fundamental changes. A look of joy appeared on his face as Yang Kai dashed out directly, stopping about 300 meters away from the ball of light. It was not that he did not want to get closer, but that the principal strength contained in this mass of light was too great. He could not get close at all. If he rashly went in, he would likely be crushed to dust by the chaotic principal strength. The mass of light in front of him was even buzzing because it was too large, appearing very unstable. Yang Kai took a deep breath and released the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf. Letting them stand guard nearby, he sat down cross-legged and began circulating his secret art. In an instant it was as if he was being pulled by an invisible force. Streaks of light shot out from the huge mass of light towards where Yang Kai was. These mystic lights were not harmful at all, and they all rushed into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. The instant the profound light surged in, Yang Kai felt that he could see the mysteries of the laws. Immediately, he didn't hesitate any longer, and he immersed his mind and started comprehending with all his heart. He was just an origin king. There was no way for Yang Kai to absorb so much light, and just like last time, when Yang Kai's physical capacity exceeded its limit, the light poured into the sealed world bead and became part of the small sealed world, perfecting its principles. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai's expression began to change, sometimes frowning. Sometimes he would relax, sometimes he would be at a loss, and sometimes he would be enlightened. More and more profound rays of light shot out from the ball of light, and they became denser and denser. However, Yang Kai was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much light came at him, he would absorb it without fail. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days passed. After Yang Kai's bottomless absorption, the huge ball of light had shrunk several times by now, and the light it emitted was not as strong as before. However, more and more profound rays of light were still shooting out from it. These rays of light that rushed into Yang Kai's body disappeared. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, drawing a line in the space in front of him. At the tip of his finger, an inexplicable force flowed out, and where his finger passed, a dark void crack appeared. Yang Kai was not using his space force at the moment, but he was still able to achieve this. This was all thanks to the power of the world principles. A Tao Source Realm cultivator had a preliminary understanding of world principles and could mobilize world principles for their own use to enhance their own killing techniques. At this moment, Yang Kai had already touched the edge of world principles, all thanks to his bottomless comprehension and absorption over the past few days. However, the world principles he had comprehended were still shallow, so when his finger passed through them, the tiny void crack immediately returned to its original state and could not be maintained for too long. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai inspected the origin essence crystal in his body. The origin essence crystal, which was originally black like a black hole, now had a faint fluorescent glow flowing out from its surface. Yang Kai's origin essence crystal was condensed from all his insights into the Tao of space, allowing him to enhance the use of his space force. At this moment, after comprehending world principles, the origin essence crystal was imbued with world principles, making it even more unpredictable. From now on, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could slightly mobilize the world principles of this origin essence. What's more, it was the strange and inexplicable space principles. This kind of enhancement was a qualitative change, a fundamental change. Although he could not use this ability too many times with his current strength, once he broke through to the Tao Source Realm, the situation would be completely different. Closing his eyes with satisfaction, Yang Kai once again began absorbing the light in front of him with the sealed world bead. 2 days later, the mass of light had shrunk by more than a dozen times, and the light it emitted had become somewhat dim, as if there was not much left after this absorption. Yang Kai was unaware of this and was completely immersed in his own comprehension. Suddenly, a slight groan came from in front of him. Although this sound was soft, it was extremely real. Yang Kai thought it was just his imagination, but when a second groan came, his expression changed and he quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, affected by the change in his mood, the monster insect queen and blue flame thunder wolf, who had been standing guard nearby, also quickly returned and stood guard beside him. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face, and only after a long time did he whisper, "There's someone here?" It was not until now that he discovered that there was actually a human figure inside the mass of light in front of him. Previously, the mass of light was too bright, and the principal strength was too rich, so he did not notice any abnormalities inside. It was only now that the mass of light had weakened to a certain extent that the figure inside was revealed. Was this person originally inside, or did she run in later? And who was this person? Yang Kai was completely at a loss. However, judging from the graceful figure, the existence inside the mass of light was a woman. Yang Kai immediately thought of Mo Xiaoqi. After all, in this third layer, only he and Mo Xiaoqi were still alive. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. He and Mo Xiaoqi were clearly moving in the opposite direction, so how could she have hidden inside this mass of light in advance? Moreover, the figure's curves were somewhat different from Mo Xiaoqi's. Could it be an old monster sealed here? Yang Kai remembered the wood spirit he encountered in the second layer and could not help guessing in his heart, causing him to break out in cold sweat. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the woman opposite him opened her eyes slightly, a pair of bright eyes glancing at him through the mass of light. Yang Kai frowned, got up quickly, and stared ahead vigilantly. But what he did not expect was that the other party would just glance at him before closing her beautiful eyes again, as if he did not exist. But soon, Yang Kai understood why she did this. Not long after the woman closed her eyes, the world energy in the sky began to surge. Near the woman, a number of high-quality source crystals exploded, turning into pure and rich world energy that gathered in one place. Immediately afterward, thunder rolled in the sky and a large dark cloud suddenly appeared. There were even signs of lightning flashing through it. The world energy formed by the exploding source crystals madly gathered in the sky, forming an extremely terrifying phenomenon in the blink of an eye. A breakthrough. Yang Kai could not help but take a few steps back, his face changing dramatically. This woman was obviously trying to break through a great realm here, and the phenomenon in front of him was obviously the world energy baptism that one needed to welcome when breaking through a great realm. At this moment, Yang Kai also noticed that the woman's true cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the third-order origin king realm. If she were to break through, she would be a Dao source realm cultivator. This woman should not be an old monster who had been sealed here for countless years, but a cultivator who came here from Maplewood City, just like him. Yang Kai judged in his heart. However, he did not know what method she used to enter the third layer. This thought made Yang Kai's heart tremble. No matter who this woman was, since she could enter the third layer, she was obviously not ordinary. She had deliberately come to the third layer in order to break through. The huge ball of light from before should have been gathered by her. In other words, he seemed to have robbed her of her benefits. In an instant, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. This was not a place he should stay for long. What if she wanted to find trouble with him after breaking through? Although Yang Kai was not afraid of a Dao Source Realm cultivator who had just broken through, this was still a troublesome matter, so after he reacted, he immediately fled. At that moment, the woman over there seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and suddenly said, "Stand there obediently, or I'll teach you a lesson." Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear. Since Yang Kai had made up his mind to leave, how could he pay attention to her? Immediately, he waved his hand, collected the two blood beasts, and soared into the air to fly away. The woman coldly snorted, raised her jade-white hand, and condensed a large amount of starlight. This starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow in a very short time, and with a wave of her hand, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. A whistling sound rang out, but before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his back. Startled, he turned around and threw out two punches. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged as the condensed fists collided with the starlight arrow, creating a violent explosion that swept out in all directions. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the recoil to fly far away in an instant. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word. He really ran away fast. Inside the ball of light, the woman ground her teeth as her brow furrowed, somewhat at a loss. Strange, how could there be someone in the third layer, and this guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary origin king. Chapter 2014. The woman herself was not an ordinary origin king, and now that she was on the verge of breaking through, her attack was naturally extraordinarily powerful. It was not something an ordinary origin king could resist. Yang Kai was fine after taking her attack, and even used the momentum to retreat faster, allowing the woman to have a general idea of his strength. A small Maplewood city actually has such a cultivator? The woman frowned, looking quite surprised. But soon, she had no time to think because the world energy baptism for breaking through a great realm was about to arrive, so she could only hold her breath and concentrate. Not long after, huge bolts of energy descended from the sky like bolts of lightning, heading straight for the woman. Yang Kai fled 100 kilometers or so before slowly coming to a stop. He did not know who this woman he met in the third layer was or what method she used to enter this place, but since he had taken a lot of benefits from her, it was best to withdraw first. The woman was at the critical juncture of breaking through, so it was obviously impossible for her to chase after him, so Yang Kai was not too worried. Behind him, a burst of muffled thunder sounded. Looking back, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the world energy manifestation in the distance. He immediately knew that the woman was already undergoing the world energy baptism, and once she succeeded, she would be able to break through to the Tao source realm. And judging from the woman's previous state, it was obvious that she had been preparing for this moment for a long time, so her chances of success were not small. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a step forward again, heading in the opposite direction of the woman. In the next few days, Yang Kai's gains were quite small, and he even encountered some dangers. He was chased by a peak 11th order monster beast for a long time. A peak 11th order monster beast was almost equivalent to a 3rd order Tao source realm cultivator, not something Yang Kai could resist with his current strength. If not for the protection of the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf, as well as his understanding of space principles, he would have been in big trouble. After escaping the pursuit of the monster beast with great difficulty, Yang Kai had only just recovered half a day ago. Suddenly, he felt the space around him tighten as a vague world force squeezed him from all directions, completely immobilizing him. His expression changed greatly, but before he could circulate his chi to resist, a mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared under his feet. The array spun and sent out a suction force, firmly nailing Yang Kai to the ground. The next moment, it completely devoured him. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and Yang Kai finally relaxed. He knew that this was probably because the 5-colored treasure pagoda had closed, and all of the surviving cultivators had been teleported out. He immediately relaxed his resistance and allowed the power of the formation to pull him in. Sure enough, when Yang Kai's vision was restored, they had returned to the square of the city lord's mansion. The crowd was densely packed and jostling shoulder to shoulder. All of them had a pained expression on their faces. It was obvious that they had yet to recover from the teleportation. In order to avoid being too independent, Yang Kai also pretended to be unwell and slowly woke up. Noises immediately came from all around. Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Naturally, some had obtained great opportunities, some had returned empty-handed, and some had even died inside. Now, everything was over. Of course, the scene was one of joy and sorrow. However, tens of thousands of Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but now, only half of them had returned alive. The rest had all died inside the pagoda. It could be seen that although there were many opportunities inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, it was also very dangerous. The several people from the Emperor realm seemed to have been sitting on the high platform without moving. Xiao Yang, who was in the middle, swept his gaze across the crowd and fixed his gaze on a graceful woman with a blue veil covering her face. The woman's eyes, which were as bright as stars, also happened to look at Xiao Yang. The two looked at each other and the woman nodded gently. Xiao Yang immediately let out a hearty laugh, appearing very happy. Master Xiao seems to be in a good mood. Chen Wenhao, who was sitting on Xiao Yang's right, glanced at him suspiciously. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. Brother Chen, do you have any objections?" "I wouldn't dare." Chen Wenhao's face twitched and he quickly admitted defeat. Although he was a master from Heavenly Martial Holy Land and had a powerful First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, Xiao Yang was the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace. Even his cultivation was higher than Chen Wenhao's, so how could Chen Wenhao dare to act presumptuously in front of Xiao Yang? However, it is quite surprising that so many cultivator in this small Maplewood city were able to come out of the 5-colored treasure pagoda alive. Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple swept his eyes back and forth in the crowd, as if looking for good seedlings, and said, City Lord Duan is blessed. Maplewood City is full of talents. Although the loss this time is not small, those who survived will definitely be able to hold up the sky for Maplewood City in the future. Master Feng is too kind. It is all thanks to several masters' blessings. Maplewood City's City Lord Duan Yuan Shan smiled from ear to ear, his tone extremely humble. Just as Feng Ming said, although the opening of the five-colored treasure pagoda in Maplewood City this time caused a huge loss to the city's cultivator, it was definitely worth it. Among those who came out of the five-colored treasure pagoda alive, as long as even 1 in 1,000 could advance further in the future, it would be enough to raise the strength of Maplewood City by several levels. He even saw his son, Duan Tianci, in the crowd with a radiant look on his face. Obviously, his harvest was not small, so how could he not be happy? Right at that moment, Duan Yuan Shan suddenly frowned and took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. He poured his divine sense into it, and his expression changed drastically. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Duan Tianci in the crowd, only to see the latter nod at him. At that moment, several other messages were sent out from the communication artifact, and they were all about the same thing. These messages were all from the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families. City Lord Duan, what happened? Why do you look so pale? Feng Ming looked at Duan Yuan Shan strangely and asked. Master, something bad has happened. Duan Yuan Shan heard this and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Feng Ming smiled, City Lord Duan, please don't be an alarmist. With us here, how could something bad happen? It was no wonder he was so confident. After all, there were 5 people from the Emperor realm here, one of whom was a second-order emperor. As long as it wasn't one of the 10 great emperors who came to massacre the city, they would be able to deal with it. Duan Yuan Shan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, It's like this. My Maplewood City's cultivator broke a seal in the second layer of the pagoda and released an ancient wood spirit from it. What? Feng Ming heard this and his face changed, standing up abruptly, is this true? It's true, this Duan just received the report from the various patriarchs and came to report it without any delay. Wood spirit? There's a wood spirit in the second layer of the pagoda? A young woman who had not spoken until now frowned and asked in surprise. This young woman was Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, a powerful first-order Emperor Realm Master who was on equal footing with Feng Ming and the others. A wood spirit is not easy to deal with, and it's an ancient wood spirit. Master Xiao, why didn't you tell us this earlier? Chen Wenhao glanced at Xiao Yuyang with some resentment. Xiao Yuyang rolled his eyes and said, The 5-colored treasure pagoda is not as simple as you think. Even the great emperors couldn't investigate the things inside it clearly. Many of the seals and barriers are very well hidden, and even if the great emperors came here in person, they might not be able to discover them. This wood spirit that was released is most likely sealed in a hidden place. With his explanation, the others didn't have anything to say. Master, please take action and kill this wood spirit, otherwise, it will become a great disaster for my Maplewood City. Duan Yuan Shan looked at the 6 from the Emperor realm with a pleading look. It's just a trivial wood spirit, why would City Lord Duan be afraid of it? Moreover, it has been sealed for countless years, so its strength must have declined greatly. There is no need for us to take action, City Lord Duan can kill it himself, Feng Ming said indifferently. Duan Yuan Shan said with a bitter face, Master Feng may not know, but according to the information I received, this wood spirit can quickly restore its strength by devouring the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood. Moreover, it can spread its wood seed and hide in a cultivator's body, waiting for the right time to break out and occupy the cultivator's body. Among my Maplewood City's cultivators, I'm afraid some of them have already been affected. Such a thing happened? This time, the 6 from the Emperor realm couldn't help but pale slightly. It's true, this information was given to me by my son. He almost suffered a fatal blow from one of his companions who had a wood seed hidden in his body. Duan Yuan Shan quickly replied. If that's the case, then the situation is a bit serious, Xiao Yuyang said with a serious expression. Since the wood spirit came out of my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, this Xiao can't just sit back and do nothing. How about this, City Lord Duan, you go and activate Maplewood City's barrier and close the city gates, allowing entry but not exit. In addition, make sure none of the cultivators who are still here leave. We'll close the door and beat the dogs. Yes, many thanks for your help, Master. Upon seeing this, Duan Yuan Shan was overjoyed and quickly turned around, raising his voice as he shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, I have received orders from Sir Star Envoy to ask you to stay here for a while. Sir Star Envoy has some matters to attend to, and after they are done, you will be allowed to leave. I hope that you will cooperate. As soon as he said this, the noisy square below fell silent as everyone looked at Duan Yuan Shan in astonishment. Yang Kai, who was using the sound bead to contact Emo Shaoqi, couldn't help but raise his head and frown slightly. He didn't know what Duan Yuan Shan and those from the Emperor Realm wanted to do. However, the reputation of the masters from the Emperor Realm was too great, so even though the cultivators who stayed in the square were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it and just stood there obediently. The 6 from the Emperor Realm gathered together on the high platform, and after a simple discussion, 4 of them suddenly disappeared, leaving only Xiao Yuyang and the young woman, Gao Shueting, behind. Right at this moment, the whole of Maplewood City buzzed and a bright energy barrier appeared in the sky, covering the entire Maplewood City like a big bowl. Chapter 2015. This sudden change made many of the cultivators' faces turn ugly, but in fear of the strength of the masters from the Emperor Realm, they didn't dare to show any disrespect. All of them began to guess what was going on. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang and Gao Shueting, who were sitting on the high platform, looked at each other and stood up together. In the next moment, 2 extremely powerful divine senses swept out in all directions and enveloped the entire square. Almost everyone stiffened at this moment. After all, being scanned by the divine senses of 2 Emperor Realm Masters was not something anyone would feel comfortable about. In front of these powerful divine senses, the secrets of one's body seemed to be exposed at any moment. But soon, these 2 divine senses were retracted, allowing everyone to relax. From the looks of it, quite a few people have indeed been affected. Xiao Yuyang suddenly smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, a stream of light shooting out from his fingertip. The stream of light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a male cultivator in blue and shot straight at his abdomen. The cultivator in blue was a second-order origin king. Seeing the Emperor Realm attack him, he couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, Star Envoy Master, you. He couldn't figure out how a puny origin king like him could provoke the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace to personally attack him. Before he could finish speaking, the stream of light hit his lower abdomen. The man in blue couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as if he had been hit by a huge force. He was sent flying and fell into the crowd. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from his back. That stream of light shot out, but at this moment, it seemed to be wrapped in something. Everyone looked carefully and was surprised to find that it was an oval cyan seed. *pa*, a soft sound rang out. The stream of light burst and the seed also disappeared in the explosion, turning into dust. Vaguely, a sharp cry came from inside the seed. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone knew that there should be something abnormal in the blue-clothed man's body, and the reason why Xiao Yuyang attacked him was to get rid of this abnormality. Turning their heads again, the blue-clothed man whose body had been pierced by the stream of light looked pale at this moment, as if he had been seriously injured, but he stood up shakily and wasn't in danger of dying. Xiao Yuyang didn't look at him. Instead, a cynical sneer hung at the corner of his mouth as he flicked his 10 fingers. Streams of light like the one just now shot out in all directions, hitting different cultivator in the crowd. At the same time Xiao Yang's actions, Gao Shueting also made her move. The young woman had a solemn expression on her face as she formed seals in the air with one hand, which transformed into rune patterns. Shortly after, they split into many small nets and shot out in all directions. Those small nets seemed to have their own spirituality and quickly found their respective targets, directly covering the cultivator's body. Those cultivators covered by the small nets all let out a muffled groan, but the small nets seemed to pass through something invisible and passed through the cultivator's body. But at this moment, cyan seeds appeared in these small nets. The young woman made another hand seal and those small nets exploded. The seeds caught in the nets also exploded. "What is this?" a cultivator cried out in horror. He retreated. Although the two great emperors were venerable realm masters and didn't intend to take anyone's life, after seeing that there was such a strange seed in the body of a nearby cultivator, many of the remaining people were still terrified. And at this moment, in the square, shrill screams came from all directions. Then, violent power surged. Among the crowd, strange tree-like existences suddenly appeared. At first glance, these things did not look any different from trees, but they exuded an extremely evil aura. In the center of the trunks, there was a human face. Yang Kai was also shocked at this moment. He saw with his own eyes that a cultivator next to him had undergone a huge change in a very short period of time. This cultivator was originally talking and laughing with his companions, discussing the opportunity of entering the five-colored treasure pagoda with an excited look on his face. But just now, he suddenly became extremely painful. At the same time, his abdomen lit up with a cyan light. His skin cracked and blood flowed out. And from his flesh, something seemed to have drilled out. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator turned into a tree-like existence in front of him. The cultivator's face was embedded in the center of the tree trunk, struggling and howling with a ferocious expression. Soon, it stopped moving. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk green vines shot out from the inside of the tree, crazily lashing out in all directions. Several nearby cultivators were caught off guard and one of them was pierced by the vines. A gurgling sound came from the vines, as if they were swallowing something. The pierced cultivator's body shriveled up in a very short period of time. "Wood spirit!" Yang Kai exclaimed. How familiar was this scene in front of him? It was the scene where he had encountered the wood spirit on the second floor of the five-colored treasure pagoda. But he never expected to see it again in this square of Maplewood City. At the same time as he shouted this, Yang Kai quickly retreated, while at the same time urging the fire sword chi of the five elements indestructible sword tempering art to cut down the vine stabbing at him. With a bang, the fire sword tempering art cut off the top of the vines, and Yang Kai used this force to retreat. At this moment, many cultivators recognized the culprit behind this mutation, and in an instant, the name of the wood spirit began to spread across the square. "All of you, circulate your strength to resist this king, don't let the wood seeds invade your bodies, otherwise, your fate will be the same." Xiao Yang's angry shout suddenly came from the high platform. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood and hurriedly circulated his strength to cover his body to avoid being hit by the wood seeds. The other cultivators who reacted quickly were the same as Yang Kai. Some of the slower cultivators were lucky enough to escape, while others were unlucky and had the tiny wood seeds invade their bodies, turning them into wood spirit clones in a very short time. On the high platform, Xiao Yang coldly snorted, his strength surging violently as he pointed his finger and killed several wood spirit clones. Gao Shueting was also extremely powerful. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, she no longer showed any mercy and began killing the wood spirit clones. At the same time, the other four great emperors of the Emperor realm were doing the same thing in Maplewood City. Previously, when many cultivators returned to the square from the five-colored treasure pagoda, many of them had immediately left. Among these people, there were naturally cultivators whose bodies had been corroded by the blackwood seed. At this moment, seeing that the situation was not good, they all revealed their true forms. For a time, the 6 great emperors' venerable realm cultivators killed the wood spirit clones like they were chopping melons and vegetables. After realizing that the wood spirit was difficult to deal with, the cultivators of Maplewood City also exerted their strength to protect themselves. For a time, the entire Maplewood City fell into chaos, but the overall situation was still very clear. These wood spirit clones were not powerful, but their methods were too strange. The wood spirit seeds they emitted could silently invade a cultivator's body. However, if a cultivator was prepared, the chances of being invaded would be greatly reduced. With the cooperation of the many cultivators, the crisis of the wood spirit seemed to be quickly resolved. Half a day later, the corpses of the wood spirit clones were lying everywhere in Maplewood City. These corpses originally belonged to the cultivators of Maplewood City, but after being corroded by the wood seeds, they were transformed into another kind of existence. The 6 great emperors' venerable realm cultivators deliberately split up and patrolled the entire Maplewood City in order to avoid eliminating the root of the problem. Sure enough, they found some hidden wood seeds during this patrol. This situation lasted for 2 days before the chaos in Maplewood City gradually subsided. In these 2 days, thousands of cultivators in Maplewood City had died because of this. It could be seen how terrifying the wood spirit was. It did not even need to take action personally, it only needed to spread its wood seeds to achieve this. If it was really allowed to grow, it was likely that the entire Maplewood City would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Yang Kai finally realized how terrifying this fellow was. He felt that Mo Xiaoqi's claim that the masters of the Emperor realm had fallen at the hands of the wood spirit was not baseless. In these 2 days, he had been actively cooperating with the other cultivators to hunt down and find the wood spirit clones. After all the cultivators in Maplewood City had done so. If he did not do so, he would definitely be regarded as an outsider and be viewed as an enemy. During this process, Mo Xiaoqi and Kong Si Ran had asked him many times about his safety. After hearing that he was fine, the two of them were relieved. After everything was settled, Yang Kai went to Spirit Pill Plaza to meet with Kong Si Ran and agreed on the next time he would come to Alchemy. Only then did he leisurely head to his rented cave mansion. He needed to properly sort out what he had gained from entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, the venerable realm masters of the 6 great emperors had gathered together, with Duan Yuan Shan still standing below. The expressions of the several masters of the Emperor realm were not as relaxed as before. Instead, they were a little dignified. "Master, has the wood spirit really been completely destroyed?" Duan Yuan Shan hesitated for a long time before asking cautiously. He had personally killed 2 of his confidants before, so he fully realized how difficult it was to destroy the wood spirit, so his mood was very heavy. "If I say that it has been completely destroyed, you definitely won't believe me." Xiao Yuyang raised his head and glanced at him. "Master means?" Duan Yuan Shan's expression changed slightly. Xiao Yuyang sighed and said, "There are many kinds of wood spirits, each with different innate abilities. This wood spirit is truly beyond this king's expectations. This king cannot guarantee that it has truly ceased to exist in this world. Perhaps, there are still some hidden wood seeds that we have not yet detected." Duan Yuan Shan looked shocked and said, "Even with master's means, you can't be sure?" Gao Shueting said, "We can't be sure unless you summon all the cultivators in Maplewood City and let us check them one by one with our divine sense. How could I dare to trouble the 6th master to mobilize so many people?" Duan Yuan Shan was startled and hurriedly apologized. Chapter 2016. How many cultivators were there in Maplewood City? There were tens of thousands of origin kings and origin returning realm masters entering the five-colored treasure pagoda this time, not to mention the people below. Although there were no exact statistics, there were at least 400,000 or 500,000 cultivator in Maplewood City, if not a million. With so many cultivator, if the 6 great emperors were to inspect them one by one, not to mention whether or not they had the time or energy to do so, even if they did, it would not be for a short period of time. During such a long period of time, there might be some kind of change. Therefore, this method was completely impossible to implement. Although we can't be sure whether the wood spirit is dead or not, you can rest assured that it has lost so many of its wood seeds. Even if it is not dead, I'm afraid its yuan qi has been greatly damaged, so it will be impossible for it to come out and cause trouble in a short time. You only need to instruct the city's cultivator to check their own condition to prevent any future trouble, Gao Shueting said lightly. Yes, master. With things having gotten to this point, Duan Yuan Shan also knew that there was no other way, so he could only nod and agree. Good, you can leave now. We still have some things to discuss. Xiao Yuyang suddenly waved his hand and ordered. Duan Yuan Shan apologized again and quickly retreated, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Although this was his city lord's mansion, the Emperor Realm Masters in front of him were all extremely powerful and were not people he could afford to provoke. It was already extremely rare for him to see even one of them, let alone all 6 this time, so how could he dare to disobey? After Duan Yuan Shan left, Xiao Yuyang suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it, sending out an invisible force that covered the room where the 6 people were. 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Tseng Yuan narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised and asked, Master Xiao, is there something you need to be so cautious about? Is it because of the wood spirit? Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi also asked in surprise. Xiao Yuyang smiled lightly, naturally not. How could a trivial wood spirit make this king pay so much attention to it? This king is going to discuss something with you. It's about the Shattered Star Sea. Shattered Star Sea? As soon as he said this, the other 5 from the Emperor Realm couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple said thoughtfully, Master Xiao means, the entrance to the Shattered Star Sea is about to open? Everyone else also looked at Xiao Yuyang with excitement, as if they were very concerned about the Shattered Star Sea. A few days ago, I received a message from the great emperors. The entrance to the Shattered Star Sea is indeed about to open, but the great emperors are unable to calculate the exact time for the time being. They only know that it should be soon. Xiao Yuyang's expression turned solemn as he looked towards the south and cupped his fist slightly. Everyone naturally knew who the great emperor he was talking about was. In the entire southern territory, only one of the 10 great emperors could be called great emperors. The masters of Star Soul Palace, the great emperors of Bright Moon. Since it was said by the great emperors, it shouldn't be wrong. Gao Shueting nodded slightly. Master Xiao, are our sects aware of this matter? Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, Junior Sister Gao, rest assured. The great emperors have already sent a message to your sects to inform them of this matter. In addition, the great emperors have sent a message saying that since we are fated to meet here, we should discuss this matter briefly. So that's how it is. Chen Wenhao nodded and said, although we are all in the southern territory, it is not easy for us to gather together, let alone the gathering of the 6 great forces. It is indeed a good opportunity to discuss this matter. The great emperors have the same idea. It saves us the trouble of arranging a time. Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, everyone knows the reason why the Shattered Star Sea was born. It has a lot to do with the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. At that time, the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors dominated the world. How arrogant and unrestrained was he? He swallowed everything in the heaven-devouring great emperor and turned them into his own powerful capital. Even the sun, moon, and stars could not escape his grasp. In the end, he provoked the wrath of the heavens. He was not tolerated by the heavens and earth. Ahem. Feng Ming coughed lightly and said embarrassedly, Master Xiao. We don't have to take this false news that is known to the world seriously. Xiao Yuyang chuckled, of course. The bottom cultivator knows that the heaven-devouring great emperor fell because the great emperors were not tolerated by the heavens and earth. In fact, everyone knows what really happened. However, in that battle, the universe collapsed and the heavens and earth changed color. The shattered star sea was born as a result, forming its own world. Unfortunately, although the shattered star sea is vast, it can only accommodate Tao Source realm cultivators. We are not fortunate enough to enter. If we enter rashly, we will only cause the shattered star sea to collapse. You should know that there are many broken stars in there, as well as many star sources. If we can absorb one or two of them, it will be of great benefit to us. As soon as this statement came out, the other 5 cultivators from the Emperor realm were greatly tempted. But soon, everyone sighed again. Gao Shueting said, because of this, every time the shattered star sea opens, the people from the Emperor realm are not allowed to enter. If not for this, we would have a good place to go. If junior sister Gao is interested, you can also go in and try your luck, Feng Ming chuckled. Gao Shueting coldly snorted, the great emperors have given their orders. I don't want to be killed by the great emperors. Brother Feng, if you don't take your life seriously, you can give it a try. Feng Ming was rebuffed and his face turned red, but he didn't say anything more. Although we can't enter, our disciples can bring back star sources, so why worry? If any of you want to sell them, my 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce will buy them all at any cost. Tseng Yuan smiled lightly. I also want to say the same thing. My Violet Source Chamber of Commerce can be considered a big business, so we can afford to buy star sources, Lu Qi quickly added. The vice presidents of the 2 chambers of commerce looked at each other. Although they were both smiling, there were faint sparks flying between them. You two are really delusional, Xiao Yang chuckled. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The specific opening time of the Shattered Star Sea hasn't been determined yet, so don't you think it's too early to discuss this? However, the opening of the Shattered Star Sea has always been a grand event in my southern territory. Once the news spreads, even people from the other 3 territories will come. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. What we need to discuss now is how many people each sect can send. Inside the secluded home, all the barriers were opened and the sealed world bead was left on the ground. Yang Kai had already entered the sealed world bead. He transplanted the several spirit grasses and medicines he obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda into his medicine garden one by one. He could only recognize less than half of these spirit grasses and medicines. He didn't recognize most of them and didn't know what they were used for. Among them, there were several spirit mushrooms that were constantly changing colors. They were his first harvest from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, collected from the swamp. Judging from the world energy it was emitting, it was a Tao source grade medicinal herb and should be quite valuable. Although they had not been processed for so many days, these spirit mushrooms were still full of vitality. After transplanting them into the medicine garden, they instantly adapted. After all, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead had 5 earth vein beads to condense world energy and a huge amount of heavy earth. Planting these spirit grasses and medicines here was much better than planting them in the medicine gardens of any great force. Yang Kai believed that in time, these spirit grasses and medicines would grow healthily. As for the 5 golden crystal grasses, Yang Kai knew what they were used for, but if he wanted to refine the golden crystal pill, he would need to purchase other herbs, so he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. Yang Kai transplanted them into the medicine garden. In addition to these harvests, there were also various monster beast body materials. Yang Kai sorted them out a little and prepared to sell them in a few days. In any case, he didn't need to refine any artifacts now, so these monster beast body materials were useless to him, so he might as well exchange them for source crystals. There was also a Dao source fruit. Yang Kai took it out and looked at it for a while before putting it away. He didn't have much desire for the Dao source fruit, but now that he had obtained it, it was naturally the icing on the cake. He believed that as long as he refined it into a Dao source pill, it would help him break through to the Dao source realm faster. Of course, the premise was that all of the Saint Qi in his body had to be converted into source Qi. Next, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and stared at it solemnly. The most important harvest he had gained from entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time was this jade bottle. After absorbing a large amount of world principles in the 3rd layer, which not only allowed him to gain a preliminary understanding of principle strength, but also made up for the lack of principle strength in the sealed world bead. This jade bottle was the one he obtained from the 1st layer of the Soaring Dragon altar. The dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were basically all fake, formed by illusions, but only the thing in this jade bottle was real. At that time, he had used his demon eye of annihilation to see through all illusions. While he was inspecting the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar with Duan Tian Ci and Zhong Zi Jin, Yang Kai had quietly taken out another jade bottle and swapped it for something else. At that time, everyone was immersed in disappointment and anger at being fooled, so almost no one noticed Yang Kai's little trick. Only Qin Yu of the Qin family seemed to have noticed something. Later, she even asked Yang Kai about it, and Yang Kai almost thought she had discovered it, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized she was probably just suspicious and wasn't sure. What was inside this jade bottle, Yang Kai didn't know. During those days inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had not taken it out to investigate. However, he vaguely guessed that the thing in this jade bottle should be related to a true dragon, because whether it was at that time or now, the real dragon scale on his chest was slightly hot, as if it had formed a strange resonance with the thing inside the jade bottle. Taking a light breath, Yang Kai placed the jade bottle in front of him and immediately opened the lid. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A loud dragon roar suddenly came out from the jade bottle. Yang Kai was startled, but before he could investigate what was going on, he saw a small figure jump out of the jade bottle. This small figure was only about the length of a finger and looked like a small snake. At this moment, it was covered in burning flames as it shook its head and rushed straight up. After breaking free from the shackles of the jade bottle, it turned around and immediately fled. Chapter 2017. Yang Kai did not expect such a thing to happen. If they were outside, this thing might have really escaped. But this was the sealed world bead's small sealed world after all. So, Yang Kai was only stunned for a moment before he reached out to grab it. The world energy in the small sealed world moved according to his will, and the small figure only managed to fly less than 10 meters before it was fixed in place by an invisible force. Even so, it was still struggling restlessly, and a series of resounding dragon roars could be heard coming from within. Only now did Yang Kai see its appearance. This was a true dragon that had shrunk countless times, and it was a crimson fire dragon covered in flames. Yang Kai was startled and asked in amazement, "A baby dragon?" But soon, he discovered that this was not the case. The thing that looked like a baby dragon was actually twisting and turning into a drop of crimson. It was only about the size of a pinky nail, but it was like magma. Even from 10 meters away, Yang Kai could feel the scorching power coming from it. Yang Kai's face changed, and soon, as if he had thought of something, he exclaimed, "Dragon blood, it's the blood of a true dragon." What was in the jade bottle was not a baby dragon, but a drop of true dragon blood. Judging from the previous scene, this was a drop of fire dragon blood. If a cultivator who cultivated fire attribute secret art were to obtain it, it would definitely be of great benefit. However, it was not useless to Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai did not cultivate fire attribute secret art, he could integrate true dragon artifacts with his monster transformation secret art. The true dragon scale had been integrated into his body, covering the vital part of his heart. He had long been prepared to integrate the dragon bone sword into his body. The dragon bone sword was refined from a true dragon spine and a dragon bead. It was only crudely refined back then. It did not harm its foundation, so there was no problem in integrating it. Integrating the dragon scale had given Yang Kai great benefits, and he had been constantly thinking about the dragon bone sword. But before, he was not strong enough to integrate it. Later, his strength had improved, but he did not have enough time. Now, he had obtained another drop of true dragon blood. If he could integrate it properly, he might be able to obtain a part of the true dragon's power. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body. Yang Kai's expression changed, but deep in his heart was pleasantly surprised. Until this moment. Only then did he realize that the jade bottle containing the dragon blood was not an ordinary item. Probing it slightly, he found that the jade bottle was densely covered in restrictions and was extremely cold. This kind of cold was very strange. When he held it in his hand, he did not feel it at all, but he could use his divine sense to examine it. However, it seemed to be able to freeze divine sense. Only such a treasure could restrain a drop of dragon blood. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai, but he did not rush to integrate it. Back then, he had suffered greatly when he used the monster transformation art to fuse with the dragon scales. Therefore, he planned to do some research first before making any further plans. After making up his mind, he carefully put away the dragon blood. His figure flickered as he exited the small sealed world. Over the next few days, Yang Kai wandered around the major shops in Maplewood City. He even went to the black market a few times. The monster beast body parts he had obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda were all sold by Yang Kai in exchange for a considerable amount of source crystals. After that, Yang Kai spent a lot of source crystals to purchase many strange ancient books before returning to his cave mansion and reading them behind closed doors. His experiences after entering the star boundary. He knew that he had to learn all kinds of information about the star boundary as soon as possible. So, although these ancient books were messy, they were exactly what he needed at the moment. Among them, there was an introduction to the star boundary's major sects, sealed worlds, and the distribution of forces. There were even some illustrations of the topography and landforms. This well-known information was not difficult to find. Yang Kai spent a few days reading and finally had a general understanding of the star boundary. Some of the ancient books also recorded some secret information, but Yang Kai did not know whether it was true or not. Unfortunately, he did not find many records about the true dragon clan. He only knew that there was a dragon island in the star boundary, and there were many members of the dragon race living on that dragon island. However, he found a lot of information about integrating a true dragon artifact into his body. Most of them said that it required the assistance of a special secret art, and it varied from person to person. Even if someone could successfully integrate it, if their physique was not good enough, they would be killed by the backlash of the true dragon artifact. Yang Kai felt that he should have no problems. He had the monster transformation secret art, and his physique was tyrannical enough. He also had the golden divine dragon source, so he had the unique conditions to integrate a true dragon artifact. However, this matter could not be rushed. His top priority at the moment was to break through to the Tao Source realm. The promotion of a great realm was enough to make his strength undergo earth-shattering changes. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of his secluded home and went to Spirit Pill Plaza. According to his previous agreement with Kong Si Ran, he entered Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemy room to perform alchemy. 10 days later, when Yang Kai finished refining enough spirit pills and walked out of the alchemy room, Kong Si Ran was already standing there waiting with a smile on his face. Shopkeeper Kong, Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and greeted. Alchemist Yang, thank you for your trouble this time. Kang Si Ran seemed to be in a good mood, his smile wrinkling his old face. It's just an agreement, shopkeeper Kang doesn't need to worry about it. Yang Kai smiled and said, looking at shopkeeper Kang's expression, did something good happen? Not really, but, the 2 alchemists sent by the headquarters arrived 5 days ago. So that's how it is, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai understood. Kang Si Ran had been worried about the supply of pills in Spirit Pill Plaza. Previously, all the alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza had been poached by the rival alchemist pavilion. If it were not for Yang Kai refining pills for him several times, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down. Now that the alchemists sent by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce headquarters had finally arrived, Kang Si Ran's worries were resolved. Then I must congratulate shopkeeper Kang, Yang Kai said with a smile. Kang Si Ran smiled and said, if alchemist Yang can stay and continue to perform alchemy for Spirit Pill Plaza, then this old master, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, shopkeeper Kang, I'm afraid that's not possible. I told you before that I don't make a living by alchemy. The reason I agreed to your request last time was because I needed pill recipes. Now that the 2 alchemists sent by headquarters have arrived, I won't be performing alchemy again in the future. Kang Si Ran heard this and sighed, that's a pity. In fact, with alchemist Yang's ability, if you focus on alchemy, I'm afraid your future achievements won't be any worse than Grandmaster Huang Pu's. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since alchemist Yang has made up his mind, then this old master won't try to persuade you anymore. You have refined a large number of pills this time, so this old master will carefully calculate how many source crystals should be divided and send them to your cave mansion when the time comes. Many thanks, Yang Kai nodded, then this old master will take his leave. Kang Si Ran nodded and walked out with Yang Kai. On the way out, Kang Si Ran suddenly said, Alchemist Yang, this old master will take the liberty to ask, are you in need of various pill recipes? Yes, shopkeeper Kang, do you have any connections? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, if shopkeeper Kang has pill recipes that I don't know of, I can buy them. I'm sure you will be satisfied with the price. Kang Si Ran smiled and said, Alchemist Yang has shown this old master a great kindness. If this old master really has pill recipes, there is no harm in giving them to you. There is no need to mention the price. Shopkeeper Kang doesn't have pill recipes? Yang Kai was stunned. Kang Si Ran smiled mysteriously and said, although this old master doesn't, this old master knows a place that should have them. Moreover, if that place is real, not only will there be a large number of pill recipes, perhaps, there will also be the inheritance of an alchemy grandmaster. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Well, alchemist Yang, come with me, I will tell you about it in detail. Kang Si Ran thought for a while before leading Yang Kai to his room. After a while, the two entered the room and Kang Si Ran asked someone to serve tea before he began explaining. After listening for a long time, Yang Kai learned that Kang Si Ran had information about the existence of a cave mansion. And that cave mansion was most likely left behind by an alchemy grandmaster. Yang Kai had known about this information many years ago, but he had been limited by his strength and couldn't explore it thoroughly. However, he had inquired about it a lot and even personally investigated it, so he was basically 80% sure that it was true. Is it really the cave mansion of an alchemy grandmaster? Yang Kai's heart was burning when he heard this and asked anxiously, which grandmaster did it belong to? Gong Sun Mu. I don't know if alchemist Yang has heard of this person, Kang Si Ran replied slowly. Gong Sun Mu? Yang Kai frowned, recalling the ancient books he had read a few days ago. He vaguely seemed to have seen this name before, but there was no detailed description. Kang Si Ran saw his expression and smiled slightly. If alchemist Yang has not heard of Gong Sun Mu, then you must know that among the 10 great emperors, there is one who has reached the pinnacle of alchemy. The wondrous pill great emperors? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes, among the 10 great emperors, only the wondrous pill great emperors reached the pinnacle of alchemy and was revered by all. Shopkeeper Kong, what is the relationship between Gong Sun Mu and the wondrous pill great emperors? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. Gong Sun Mu is one of the 3 great disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. Yang Kai couldn't help but pale. Originally, this old master was not qualified to know such a secret, but I have been inquiring about that cave mansion all these years, so I know more than others. Gong Sun Mu was the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, and he was also the youngest one. The wondrous pill great emperors seem to be very fond of him, but I don't know how Gong Sun Mu offended the wondrous pill great emperors and was expelled by the great emperors 3,000 years ago. In the end, he lived in seclusion in the southern territory and died in a foreign land. It's really sad. Gong Sun Mu has such a great background, so how can shopkeeper Kong be sure that it is his cave mansion? Yang Kai was shocked, but he still asked cautiously. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, naturally, this old master has his reasons. Let me put it this way, when Gong Sun Mu was expelled from the wondrous pill great emperors, he had a servant with him. That servant was only responsible for taking care of his daily life, but he was later driven away by Gong Sun Mu, whose temperament had changed greatly. The information this old master obtained was from the descendants of that servant. Chapter 2018. Back then, Gong Sun Mu's status was illustrious, so even the servants by his side were not weak. After being chased away by Gong Sun Mu, they lived in seclusion in the southern region, got married, had children, and created their own family. But after generations, the family's descendants had varying aptitudes, so they eventually declined. More than 100 years ago, there was only one descendant left in this family, and when that descendant was being chased by his enemies, he was saved by Kong Si Ran. Unfortunately, that descendant was too seriously injured at that time, and Kong Si Ran was powerless to save him. Before that descendant died, he happily told Kong Si Ran the family's secret. This was also how Kong Si Ran was able to obtain information about Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion. But Yang Kai didn't have any doubts after hearing it. First, he had been in contact with Kong Si Ran for so many days, and he felt that Kong Si Ran was a good person, not an evil person, so there was no need for him to deceive him. Second, there were many coincidences in this world, and even he had experienced many of them. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, if that is really Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, then it is necessary to explore it. But, why did shopkeeper Kong come to me? Your Chamber of Commerce is full of talents, and there are many people who are stronger than me, right? Wouldn't it be better to ask those people to go with you? Kong Si Ran chuckled, Alchemist Yang, you worry too much. My Chamber of Commerce's headquarters is indeed full of talents, and there are countless Dao Source Realm Masters. If I ask them to go with me, the chances of success and safety will be greatly improved, but if that's the case, how much benefit will this old master get? Alchemist Yang should know that this is a private action, not a matter of the Chamber of Commerce. If the masters of the headquarters really know about it, this old master won't even be able to drink soup. This old master has always planned to find someone with similar strength to me to go with me. I hope Alchemist Yang can understand this. Yang Kai nodded slightly, I understand shopkeeper Kang's concerns. It is this old master's fortune that Alchemist Yang can understand. Alchemist Yang, what do you mean? Yang Kai smiled, since it involves alchemy Grandmaster Gong Sun Mu. Of course, I am very interested. Kong Si Ran was overjoyed, in that case, it's settled. However, this old man still has a request. Shopkeeper Kong, please speak. Kong Si Ran's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, if there are still Dao Source pills left in that cave mansion, this old master needs to take one first. That's not a problem. Yang Kai agreed without even thinking about it. Kang Si Ran was startled, not having expected Yang Kai to agree so quickly. A trace of gratitude appeared on his face as he said, "Many thanks, Alchemist Yang. This old master knows that his aptitude is lacking, and without a Tao Source pill, it would be impossible for him to break through to the Tao Source realm in this lifetime. However, how rare is a Tao Source pill?" This time, when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old master was not fated to obtain the 3 Tao Source fruits. This old man will not be in a hurry to explore that cave. However, Alchemist Yang can rest assured, regardless of whether there are Tao Source pills inside or not, everything related to alchemy will belong to Alchemist Yang. As for the other things, the two of us will discuss how to distribute them later. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. When are we leaving? A month from now. In a month, this old master will be waiting for Alchemist Yang at the pill shop. This old master also needs to make some preparations during this month. Also, there is also an auction being held in the city. This old master wants to join in on the fun and see if he can gain anything. I wonder if Alchemist Yang is interested in coming along? Kang Si Ran asked. An auction is being held in the city? Yang Kai was stunned. Kang Si Ran chuckled and said, "This time, my Maplewood City's cultivator obtained a lot of good things from the 5-colored treasure pagoda. So, the city lord master wants to hold an auction to allow everyone to exchange what they have. Perhaps during this auction, this old master can see the Tao Source fruits, and since Alchemist Yang is now a 3rd-order origin king, I'm afraid you should prepare a Tao Source pill in advance, right?" "Indeed, when will the auction begin, and where will it be held?" Yang Kai asked. Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai did not say whether he would go to the auction or not, only telling Kang Si Ran to join in on the fun if he had time. Naturally, Kang Si Ran had no objections. After leaving Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai thought for a while but did not return to his secluded home and instead headed straight out of the city. After a while, outside of Maplewood City, Yang Kai checked his bearings and flew towards the north. About 30 kilometers away from Maplewood City, there was a manor-like structure. The interior of this manor was quite spacious, with a small bridge over flowing water. The environment was quite tranquil and elegant. Yang Kai landed alone and swept a part of this manor with his divine sense, murmuring, "It should be here." The reason he came here was naturally to fulfill the agreement he made with that guy named Zhang Gaoxian in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. The Zhang family was a somewhat famous family in Maplewood City, so Yang Kai only needed to inquire a little to know where it was located. The Zhang family's foundation was not located inside Maplewood City, but outside of it. After all, every inch of land in Maplewood City was worth its weight in gold, and it would not be cheap to house such a large family, but building a residence outside was different. Although the world energy here was not very rich, it was still enough for a small family to live in. Yang Kai glanced around and knew that the Zhang family should have some people who knew a little about spirit arrays, so they had arranged some simple spirit arrays in this manner to gather world energy. After obtaining a Tao Source fruit from the Zhang family's Zhang Gaoxian, Yang Kai had to come here and take a look, as well as bring Zhang Gaoxian's other relics and instructions. There had not been much time before, so it had been delayed until today. Arriving at the main entrance, Yang Kai was about to shout when 2 streams of light suddenly shot out from inside the main entrance, each of them giving off a fierce aura as they headed straight for his face. Behind the 2 streams of light, 2 figures also rushed out, each of them forming a series of hand seals as their eyes turned red. It was as if they had some kind of irreconcilable hatred for Yang Kai and were determined to kill him as soon as possible. Yang Kai was stunned. However, he did not put these 2 people's attacks in his eyes. After all, the cultivations of these 2 people were not very high. One was a 2nd-order origin returning realm cultivator while the other was a 1st-order origin returning realm cultivator. Even if they attacked with all their strength, how much threat could they pose to him? As such, Yang Kai stood in place and did not move, instead raising a finger and flicking it forward. With two crisp sounds, the two streams of light that were heading towards his face were shattered. Seeing this, the expressions of the two people who had followed behind him froze for a moment, but soon, they rushed forward with fierce expressions, as if they were not afraid of death. Using some kind of secret technique, they each spat out a mouthful of blood essence, causing their auras to soar. Yang Kai's brow furrowed immediately, and without waiting for these two to summon any kind of artifact, he leisurely released his territory field. In an instant, these two people felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, their bodies stiff and unable to move, but their expressions were filled with extreme anger as they glared at Yang Kai. Is this the Zhang family's residence? Yang Kai maintained the power of his territory field to suppress these two and asked faintly. Both of these men looked to be about 30 years old, one fat and one thin. Hearing this, the fatter man coldly snorted, "Why ask when you already know the answer? If you want to kill us, just kill us, no need to talk nonsense." Although the thinner man did not say anything, the sharp look in his eyes obviously meant the same thing. What happened to the Zhang family? Yang Kai was not a fool. Seeing this situation, how could he not guess what was going on and could not help frowning? "You're really long-winded. Since you're here to work for the Liu family, why put on such an act?" The fatter cultivator coldly snorted, a look of disdain on his face. The thinner cultivator sneered and said, "That old bastard Liu Baichuan pretends to be sanctimonious. The people he invited are naturally the same. Why is third brother so surprised?" The fat cultivator laughed loudly. "Yes, it's third brother who was stupid." Saying so, he spat fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed, "I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. I don't know any Liu Baichuan, nor do I know the Liu family you speak of. It was only because you suddenly attacked me that I fought back. Since you don't know that old thief Liu Baichuan, why have you come to my Zhang family?" At this moment, a voice full of energy suddenly came from inside the manor. Then, a silver-haired old woman walked out step by step with the support of a young girl. She held a wooden staff that was as tall as a person in her hand. Behind the old woman, there were many others. This old woman was not young, her face full of wrinkles and brown age spots. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept her with his divine sense and immediately understood that this old woman was a first-order origin king, and she should have injured her foundation recently, so the Saint Chi in her body was somewhat chaotic. However, what puzzled him even more was that these people who followed the old woman were all women, middle-aged women, young girls, and even a few children. The only males present were the fat and thin martial artists who had launched a sneak attack on him before. It was as if all the men in this family were dead except for the fat and thin men. Yang Kai waved his hand and dispersed his territory, releasing the fat and thin men. The two men were tactful and seemed to realize that the gap in strength between them and Yang Kai was huge, so they didn't continue to tangle with him. Instead, their figures flickered and they arrived beside the old woman, assuming a protective posture as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "This one is Yang Kai. Greetings, old madam. May I ask if this is the Zhang family?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. "Yes, this is the Zhang family," the old woman replied in a deep voice as she tapped her staff. "It's good that this is the Zhang family." Yang Kai smiled lightly and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Old madam, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Why did you attack me as soon as I arrived?" "Misunderstanding?" The old woman sneered, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not depends on who you are here for. You said before that you don't know that old thief Liu Baichuan." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Never heard of him." Chapter 2019. Great-grandmother, don't listen to his nonsense. If Liu Baichuan hadn't invited him, why would he come to my Zhang family at this time? Before the old woman could speak, the fat cultivator who had been imprisoned by Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. The old woman glared fiercely at the fat cultivator and snapped, "Does this old woman need you to tell her what to do?" The fat cultivator was taken aback and hurriedly said that he didn't dare. The old woman then turned her gaze back to Yang Kai and swept him with her divine sense. After discovering that Yang Kai's cultivation was much higher than hers, her expression changed slightly as she said, "Your Excellency's cultivation is profound. If you were really invited by Lu Baichuan, I'm afraid you wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with us." "Good, this old woman believes you, but why has your Excellency come to my Zhang family?" "I came here at the behest of someone, please take a look, old madam," Yang Kai said as he tossed a space ring to the old woman. The old woman reached out and caught it, stared deeply at Yang Kai for a moment before pouring her divine sense into the space ring. The next moment, the old woman's face paled and her body shook violently as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, her already old face suddenly became even older. "You dare launch a sneak attack?" The fat cultivator roared angrily. It was no wonder he had such a misunderstanding. After all, the old woman's sudden change only occurred after she caught the space ring. Anyone would have thought that Yang Kai had done something to the space ring and launched a sneak attack on the old woman. The remaining women also wore fierce expressions as they glared at Yang Kai with righteous indignation, each of them releasing their own Saint Qi, some of them even summoning their artifacts in order to defend themselves. Many of them immediately attacked Yang Kai. Facing such a group of women, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb as he lightly stepped back and retreated. He quickly distanced himself from them. "Stop!" the old woman suddenly shouted. These women were very obedient. Although they were unhappy with Yang Kai's conduct and actions, under the old woman's order, none of them made a move. "Great-grandmother. How are you? Are you all right?" At this time, the young girl who had been supporting the old woman asked worriedly. She stretched out her hand and constantly stroked the old woman's back. The old woman shook her head and raised her eyes to look at Yang Kai. There was no longer any hostility in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with grief. She said desolately, "Dare I ask, little brother? This space ring. Who did you get it from?" Yang Kai's mouth wriggled as he transmitted his voice into the old woman's ears. The old woman was dumbfounded when she heard this. She staggered a step and then laughed bitterly, "Life. Although I had expected this, I didn't expect it to be so." "Mother, master, what happened?" A beautiful middle-aged woman with first-order origin king cultivation asked. "Take a look at this." The old woman handed the ring to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman took it. After taking a closer look, her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and when she used her divine sense to investigate the internal space, tears began to flow down her cheeks. As a member of Zhang Gaoxian's family, she naturally recognized the things inside this space ring. Now that Zhang Gaoxian's space ring was here, but he was nowhere to be seen, anyone could guess what had happened to him. Yang Kai looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling touched, but he didn't try to urge them. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the Zhang family to digest the news that Zhang Gaoxian had died. Although the others didn't know the specific details, they were all stunned. Seeing the expressions of the old woman and the middle-aged woman, they naturally had some guesses in their hearts, and all of them wore gloomy expressions. After a long time, the old woman took a deep breath. Turning to Yang Kai, she said, "Honored guests, please excuse this old woman's lack of manners. Please come in and have a chat." "Very well, I have something to give you," Yang Kai nodded. Immediately, led by the old woman and the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai came to a large hall in the manor. At this moment, everyone else was already waiting outside the door, only the old woman, the middle-aged woman, and the young girl had entered. The young girl seemed to be specifically serving the old woman and was now standing behind her, staring curiously at Yang Kai with a pair of beautiful eyes. After ordering tea to be served, the old woman said, "Little brother, there were some misunderstandings before. I hope little brother won't take offense because of the great changes that have befallen my Zhang family." "It's fine, my condolences to old madam," Yang Kai nodded. "You just said you have something to give us, what is it?" the old woman asked. "This." Yang Kai took out a jade slip and handed it to the old woman, saying, "Before Zhang family's patriarch passed away, he left behind some information with his divine sense. Old madam will understand after reading it." The old woman gratefully accepted the jade slip and released her divine sense to investigate it. A moment later, she calmly handed it to the middle-aged woman. After the middle-aged woman finished investigating it, she ground her teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was that old thief Liu Baichuan who did this to Lord Husband. Mother, master, I want to avenge Lord Husband." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai realized that this beautiful middle-aged woman was Zhang Gaoxian's wife, and it seemed that this old woman was Zhang Gaoxian's mother. Losing one son at such an old age, a white-haired woman sending off her own child, what kind of grief was this? But this old woman was able to adjust herself in such a short time. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring her. Revenge, of course, must be avenged. But do you have the ability? The old woman glanced at the middle-aged woman coldly. This wife is indeed not that old thief's opponent, but even if I die, I must bite off a piece of that old thief's flesh. The middle-aged woman grit her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred. Well said, the old woman sneered, "I'm afraid that when the time comes, you won't be able to die even if you want to and will instead be humiliated." As soon as this statement came out, the middle-aged woman couldn't help turning pale. "Sit back down." The old woman slammed her walking stick on the ground and shouted majestically. The middle-aged woman didn't dare to disobey and fell back into her seat powerlessly, her beautiful eyes seemingly losing their luster. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed and said, "Old madam, dare I ask, besides Brother Zhang's misfortune in the five-colored treasure pagoda, is there something else?" The old woman's face darkened when she heard this and nodded, "Little brother has seen through my family's misfortune." After a moment of silence, the old woman recounted the recent events that had befallen her family. In Maplewood City, the Zhang family and the Liu family had always had a good relationship because the old ancestors of the two families had come to Maplewood City together and worked together to establish their foundations. After hundreds of years of inheritance, they could be considered friends for several generations. When the five-colored treasure pagoda opened this time, the two patriarchs, Zhang Gaoxian and Liu Baichuan, had entered together. After the five-colored treasure pagoda opened, the juniors of the two families had agreed to go to a place for life experience. But unexpectedly, all of this turned out to be a conspiracy of the Liu family. In that dangerous place, the descendants of the Zhang family were all killed or injured, while the people of the Liu family returned safely. This resulted in the current situation of the Zhang family being a family of women. The two male cultivators, fat and thin, were also lucky to have escaped because they were in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, the Zhang family would not have a single male descendant. After the five-colored treasure pagoda closed, only Liu Baichuan returned. Zhang Gaoxian was nowhere to be seen. Liu Baichuan's attitude also changed. After returning, he repeatedly tried to pressure the Zhang family, wanting one of his sons to marry a young girl from the Zhang family, Zhang Ruoxi. The sudden disappearance of the Zhang family's patriarch had caused everyone to worry, so how could they agree to such a request at this time? What's more, the old woman herself had doubts about the Liu family and felt that there was a big problem with the previous experience, so she immediately refused. But how could she have known that Liu Baichuan would directly shed all pretense of cordiality and try to take away Zhang Ruoxi by force? Liu Baichuan, like Zhang Gaoxian, was a third-order origin king, and the Zhang family was now all alone, so how could they be his opponent? If it weren't for the old woman using her family's secret techniques and taking some forbidden pills to increase her strength and cooperating with the remaining forces of the family to temporarily repel Lu Baichuan, the Zhang family would likely have ceased to exist today. Now that she had obtained the jade slip brought back by Yang Kai, which contained the message left behind by Zhang Gaoxian before his death, the old woman knew that her son's death was indeed caused by Lu Baichuan. All the previous doubts were also cleared up. The grief and hatred in the old woman's heart could be imagined. Yang Kai listened to this and fell silent. He thought to himself that this should be a common method used by a family to annex another family. With so few males left in the family, how could they continue to pass on their legacy? As long as they took the opportunity to marry, the Zhang family would slowly be swallowed up by the Lu family in the future. From then on, there would be no Zhang family in Maplewood City. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. The Zhang and Lu families had been friends for hundreds of years, so how could they suddenly change sides in this generation? Whether or not there was something else involved in this, Yang Kai didn't know, nor was he in the mood to ask. Old madam, since you have read the information in the jade slip, you should also know about the agreement between me and Zhang family's patriarch, Yang Kai suddenly said. The old woman nodded. Gao Xian has made it very clear in the jade slip that as long as little brother still lives in Maplewood City, he can agree to 3 requests of my Zhang family, and, after the Dao source fruit is refined into a pill, he will give my Zhang family a Dao source pill. Dao source fruit? The beautiful middle-aged woman was shocked when she heard this and asked suspiciously, did husband obtain a Dao source fruit? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, not trying to conceal anything. Zhang family's patriarch did obtain a Dao source fruit in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and it is now in my possession. This is also one of the agreements I made with Zhang family's patriarch. The old woman glanced at the beautiful middle-aged woman and coldly snorted, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. My Zhang family does not have the ability to protect a treasure like the Dao source fruit, what's more, it is now this little brother's possession. The beautiful middle-aged woman was startled and said solemnly, Mother, Master's words are correct. Palace maid understands. The old woman turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Little brother can rest assured, regarding the Dao source fruit, only the 4 of us in this world know about it. No one else will know about it. For little brother to fulfill the agreement and come to the Zhang family, this old woman is grateful. Little brother's character and credibility are admirable, so she will not cause any trouble for you. Chapter 2020. Hearing what the old woman said, Yang Kai nodded, that would be for the best. Although his attitude towards the Dao source fruit was indifferent, it was not the same for other Origin King realm cultivators. Once news of this spread, it would likely lead to countless Origin Kings besieging him, and it was very likely that even a Dao source realm master would take action. Although the Dao source fruit was useless to Dao source realm masters, which Dao source realm master did not have their own juniors and heirs? The old woman said again, little brother, if you don't mind, you might as well stay in my Zhang family for a few days so this old woman can play host to you. Yang Kai frowned and thought about it for a moment, feeling that it would be inappropriate for him to leave now. Although he had no friendship with this Zhang family, he had an agreement with Zhang Gaoxian after all. Now that the Zhang family was facing a crisis, if he left now, what if Lu Baichuan brought people to attack again? At that time, this Zhang family would likely be powerless to resist. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to let them make a request and resolve one of his worries. Just as he was thinking this though, a strange sound suddenly reached his ears. What's that sound? The beautiful woman's expression changed as she listened carefully. Yang Kai smiled and said, it seems to be the sound of gongs and drums. The beautiful woman was startled and at a loss. The old woman, on the other hand, seemed to think of something and stood up and shouted angrily, Lu Baichuan, that little bastard has gone too far. Although Lu Baichuan's cultivation was higher than hers, the old woman's seniority was a generation older than Lu Baichuan, so it was not a problem for her to scold him like this. The beautiful woman's expression changed. Could it be that old thief? The old woman glanced at the young girl who had been standing next to her and serving her wholeheartedly and gently patted the back of her hand. She said, "Don't be afraid, great-grandmother is here. If the Lu family wants to steal you, great-grandmother will not agree." The young girl was quite obedient. Although she vaguely knew what was going on, she did not show much panic and instead shook her head and whispered, "Great-grandmother. If Ruoxi can help the family overcome this disaster, then let her go." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The old woman snorted coldly and slammed her walking stick on the ground. "Your grandfather, father, and brother all died in the hands of the Lu family. The Lu family and our Zhang family are irreconcilable enemies. How could I push you into the fire pit? Don't worry. Great-grandmother will guarantee your safety today." As they chatted, Yang Kai immediately understood that the young girl who had been serving the old woman was the Zhang Ruoxi that the Lu family wanted. Yang Kai had used his divine sense to check her cultivation before and found that she was only a first-order Saint King, not even an origin-returning realm cultivator. And looking at her age, she was about 14 or 15 years old. This kind of age, with this kind of cultivation, was actually very common in the star boundary. Moreover, even though she looked delicate and pretty, she wasn't a beauty that could bring disaster to the country and its people. He didn't know what was so special about her that made the Lu family so concerned about her. Or she was just a pawn chosen by the Lu family to swallow up the Zhang family. Yang Kai frowned. He was a little confused. At that moment, the old woman turned her eyes to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, this old woman has a presumptuous request." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Please speak, old madam." The old woman said, "Little brother's cultivation is good. But that Lu Baichuan's cultivation is the same as yours. If he really fights you, it won't be good for you. This old woman doesn't ask you to kill this person to avenge my Zhang family, she just wants you to step in and ensure my Zhang family's safety this time. This old woman will be very grateful. Is this a request?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. The old woman nodded solemnly. The middle-aged woman and Zhang Ruoxi also looked at Yang Kai with pleading looks. After all, the two strongest people in the Zhang family were only first-order origin kings. What's more, the old woman was seriously injured after using the secret technique Yuan Qi last time, so she didn't have the ability to compete with the Lu family. If Yang Kai didn't intervene, then the Zhang family would really be in trouble this time. However, Lu Baichuan's cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, so they weren't sure if Yang Kai could really fulfill his agreement with Zhang Gaoxian and protect the Zhang family. After all, which cultivator would be willing to offend an existence in the same realm as himself for no reason? For a moment, their hearts were filled with apprehension, but they didn't dare to say anything. This request. Yang Kai chuckled, causing the hearts of the three people in the hall to jump to their throats. "I can agree." The old woman suddenly breathed a sigh of relief while the middle-aged woman and the young girl also relaxed, their beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. "But old madam, I happen to be in the Zhang family this time, so I can guarantee your safety this time, but what if I'm not there next time? What if the Lu family comes looking for trouble again? What will you do?" "I can't live here forever," Yang Kai said lightly. The old woman frowned and sighed, "We can only take one step at a time." Yang Kai quickly said, "Has old madam never thought of cutting the weeds and digging up the roots?" "Cutting the weeds and digging up the roots." The old woman's seemingly turbid eyes suddenly lit up. "Little brother is confident? The Lu family has many people, not just Lu Baichuan. I can give it a try." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The old woman was startled, sizing up Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she wanted to re-examine him. hesitating for a moment before saying, "If you can really do this, then the Zhang family will definitely regard little brother as their benefactor and pray to the heavens to protect little brother's safety." "That won't be necessary," Yang Kai smiled, "but we need to discuss the conditions again." "Conditions?" The old woman was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly. "What does little brother want?" "I'm afraid there is nothing in my Zhang family that can enter your eyes." Old Madam misunderstood. "I don't want anything." Yang Kai waved his hand. "It's just that there is a certain risk for me, and I don't like to be bound by agreements. How about this? If I can really eradicate the Lu family, then my agreement with Brother Zhang will be considered fulfilled, and you won't ask me for anything in the future. What do you think?" "Little brother means?" The old woman pondered. "Either I can guarantee your safety this time, which will be considered as fulfilling one of your requests, and you will have 2 more chances to ask me for help. Or I can take revenge for you, which will be considered as fulfilling all 3 requests. You can choose for yourself." Hearing this, the old woman was overjoyed. Overjoyed, she said, "This old one will naturally choose the second option. If little brother can really avenge my Zhang family, then there will be no need to trouble you in the future. You can consider it as fulfilling the agreement between you and Gao Xian. Not only that, this old woman will also thank you." "Good, then it's a deal." Yang Kai grinned, in a good mood, got up and said, "Just wait for the good news." Saying so, he walked towards the door. "Little brother, this mistress will stand guard for you." The middle-aged beauty volunteered. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's figure flickered. But he had already disappeared. "Help me out and take a look." The old woman stood up excitedly and said to Zhang Ruoxi beside her. The latter quickly helped the old woman up and hurried out. Outside the Zhang family manor, it was very lively. A team of people arrived at the gate of the manor, beating gongs and drums. Another 8 people were carrying a bridal sedan chair and many boxes covered in red cloth. Such a team was obviously used to escort a bride, so the things in those boxes were naturally the betrothal gifts. At this moment, this team stopped outside the manor, led by a middle-aged man with a mustache who looked to be in his 40s. His eyes were bright and his aura was deep, indicating he was a third-order origin king. Behind this middle-aged man, there was also a young man. Wearing a red wedding robe, he stood there with a smile on his face. His cultivation was not high, only third-order Saint King. He was also not very old, about 16 or 17 years old. His face was full of joy, as if he had become dizzy with happiness. The wedding procession was in a confrontation with the Zhang family's single family. Everyone from the Zhang family glared at the mustached man and the young man in the red wedding robe behind him, their eyes spitting fire. All of them wore angry expressions as the strength in their bodies surged, but they did not dare to act rashly due to the difference in strength. "Lu Baichuan, you still have the face to come to my Zhang family." The fat cultivator who had attacked Yang Kai before gritted his teeth and shouted at the mustached man, "My Zhang family has been friends with your Lu family for generations, yet you still dare to act so ruthlessly and kill my Zhang family's disciples. If I do not avenge this, I am not human." Lu Baichuan glanced at the fat cultivator indifferently and said, "Junior, this old master is here to escort the bride today, so I won't argue with you. Let Aunt Cheng come out and speak." "You still have the face to call her Aunt Cheng?" The thin cultivator could not help but sneer. "Lu Baichuan, father has learned today that your Lu family's face is thicker than the city walls." "Admirable, admirable. Junior, you court death." Lu Baichuan was a third-order origin king master, so how could he endure being taunted by 2 origin returning realm juniors? He immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you calling yourself father in front of? Impudent." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the thin cultivator. The thin cultivator's face changed as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and Shi while quickly retreating, trying to avoid Lu Baichuan's blow. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to circulate his strength. The gap in strength between a first-order returning realm cultivator and a third-order origin king was simply too great. To put it bluntly, Lu Baichuan could crush the thin cultivator to death with just a finger. Seeing that the hand was about to grab his head, the thin cultivator suddenly shouted crazily, "Lu Baichuan, even if father dies today, I won't let you off so easily." Saying so, he formed a series of seals and the power suppressed in his body suddenly surged. Self-destruct? The corner of Lu Baichuan's eyes twitched as he coldly snorted, "You want to self-destruct in front of this old master? Fine, since today is Tao Er's big day, we should add some joy. Little brat, hand over your life." With a wave of his hand, it instantly transformed into a black curtain that covered the sky and enveloped the thin cultivator. The thin cultivator's face immediately turned ashen and a look of horror appeared on his face. He found that it was too late for him to even self-destruct at this moment. But at this moment, the thin cultivator suddenly discovered that the black curtain covering him burst out with a burst of light and immediately shattered like a mirror. At the same time, the pressure exerted on him suddenly disappeared. Overjoyed, the thin cultivator pushed forward instead of retreating. At the same time, the power in his body became violent and chaotic, as if it was about to explode. Chapter 2021. Although the self-destruction of the first-order origin returning realm cultivator was powerful, it was impossible for it to threaten a third-order origin king, so the thin cultivator's self-destruction could only make Lu Baichuan look dejected at best. However, this kind of madness made Lu Baichuan shudder. What made Lu Baichuan even more surprised was the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as this young man appeared, he disintegrated his territory domain and attacked with a casual move, saving the thin cultivator of the Zhang family and standing in front of him. From the aura emanating from this young man, Lu Baichuan felt that this person was no worse than himself. When did the Zhang family have another third-order origin king? Lu Baichuan was puzzled and did not dare to act rashly, so he hurriedly retreated. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, not showing any intention to pursue him. Instead, he stretched out his hand and patted the thin cultivator, causing the violent power in his body to dissipate in an instant, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Raising his head, the thin cultivator stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had suddenly appeared, and it took him a while to recover. "Third brother, come back quickly." The fat cultivator was sweating and hurriedly called out to the thin cultivator. Seeing that he did not move, the fat cultivator rushed over and pulled the thin cultivator back into the crowd. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" Lu Baichuan stared at Yang Kai and instinctively felt that the other party was not to be trifled with. He could not help but ask in a deep voice, "You don't seem to be from the Zhang family, right?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, "No." "Then who are you, and why do you care about the Zhang family's affairs?" Lu Baichuan frowned. Just now, Yang Kai's casual move made him realize that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his own, so he did not want to be enemies with Yang Kai. He could only inquire about his origins and relationship with the Zhang family first. "For some reason, the Zhang family's affairs are now my affairs," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Lu Baichuan asked, "What does this friend mean?" Since he wanted to meddle in the affairs of the Zhang clan, he should at least give a reason, right? Furthermore, this old man is going to escort the bride today. I'm not trying to make things difficult for the Zhang clan. Friend, you must have misunderstood something. Lu Baichuan, stop with your flowery words. My husband was killed by you in the five-colored treasure pagoda. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. At that moment, the beautiful middle-aged woman, who was holding a sharp sword, rushed out of the manor and appeared beside Yang Kai with a shout. Hearing this, Lu Baichuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, this Lu is also very sorry about Brother Zhang's death, but this matter really has nothing to do with this Lu. How do you want me to explain so that you will believe me? This little brother has already brought back the last words of my husband. Do you still want to quibble? The middle-aged woman pointed her finger at Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Lu Baichuan's eyes narrowed as he immediately turned to look at Yang Kai. You saw Brother Zhang inside the five-colored treasure pagoda? When he asked this question, there was a look of pleasant surprise on his face, as if this news was actually good news for him. Yang Kai said calmly, yes, but why are you so happy? Heh, did you think of something? Lu Baichuan's face changed several times before he whispered, if that's the case, then what about that thing? Isn't that thing on you? You really did think of something. That thing is on me, what do you want to do about it? Yang Kai looked at him casually. At this moment, a look of annoyance suddenly appeared on the beautiful middle-aged woman's face as she secretly blamed herself for speaking carelessly and exposing the secret that Yang Kai had obtained the Dao source fruit. After all, Lu Baichuan and Zhang Gaoxian had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda together and had made contact inside, so perhaps the two of them had discovered the Dao source fruit together. Even if the beautiful middle-aged woman did not personally reveal that the Dao source fruit was on Yang Kai, with Lu Baichuan's shrewdness, he could easily guess. How could he not deduce this? It seems so. You secretly tried to kill Brother Zhang because of that thing. Yang Kai looked at Lu Baichuan contemptuously. Even if you didn't have that thing, would still have acted. But this is a matter between my Lu and Zhang families, since that thing is on you now. This Lu has something he wants to say to this friend. What is it? Yang Kai looked at him with interest. Lu Baichuan's expression suddenly became solemn as his lips squirmed. He began transmitting his voice. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously and leapt up into the air. The moment he moved, a small black snake broke out of the ground and silently bit towards Yang Kai's calf, but it only bit empty air. No one present noticed how this black snake had snuck into the ground, and it was not until it exposed its whereabouts that everyone began shouting nervously. Friend, you're quite insidious. Yang Kai looked down at Lu Baichuan condescendingly and sneered, it seems that Brother Zhang was ambushed by you and then poisoned to death, yes? Saying so, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, which transformed into a golden thread and shot towards the black snake. Lu Baichuan had not expected Yang Kai to be so alert and able to avoid such a stealthy attack. When he had plotted against Zhang Gaoxian in the five-colored treasure pagoda, he had succeeded. Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Lu Baichuan let out a soft roar and the black snake immediately tried to drill back into the ground, as if it had received some kind of order. But it was too late, the golden blood thread had already wrapped around the snake and tightly bound it. Chi. The black snake struggled fiercely, but no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the golden blood thread. As the golden blood thread tightened, the black snake's skin and flesh began to bleed profusely. Stop! Lu Baichuan shouted as he summoned a small hammer and poured his yuan qi into it. The surface of the small hammer immediately flashed with blue arcs of lightning before transforming into a violent plasma that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he realized that this small hammer must be a high-grade artifact. Not daring to resist it, his figure flickered and he dodged. A hissing sound rang out, accompanied by a few crisp sounds as the black snake that had been bound by the golden blood threads was finally cut into several pieces. Its corpse tumbled to the ground, its body wriggling about, but its forked tongue still flickered in and out of its head, giving it a fierce and vicious look. However, with such injuries, it would definitely die. My spirit snake! Lu Baichuan shouted as if his wife and daughter had been stolen, his eyes suddenly turning red as he glared angrily at Yang Kai, who was hiding in the air, and roared, "You killed my spirit snake, I'll kill you." Saying so, Lu Baichuan poured his source qi into the small hammer in his hand. A cracking sound rang out, like a sudden clap of thunder, as the small hammer flashed wildly, causing the surrounding world energy to become turbulent. Lu Baichuan tossed the small hammer in his hand, and with a terrifying power that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth, it transformed into a net of lightning that shot towards Yang Kai. Little brother, be careful, the Lu family's Thunder Wind Hammer is an Origin King grade high-rank artifact, don't try to resist it. The Zhang family's old woman's scream came from below. She had finally walked out with the help of Zhang Ruoxi and happened to see this scene, so she immediately warned. How could Yang Kai resist the power of an artifact head-on? The thunder attribute had always been violent and overbearing, so even with his powerful physique, Yang Kai did not dare to take it lightly. Flicking his 10 fingers, Yang Kai sent out several dozen golden blood threads, which turned into a golden net midair and met the Thunder Wind Hammer. Hong long long, a loud bang rang out as the light of the golden blood threads flickered and the lightning arcs sputtered across the sky. The scene of the two fighting was extremely thrilling, causing everyone who saw it to tremble in fear. Great-grandmother, can this sir win? Zhang Ruoxi, who was supporting the old woman, stared at Yang Kai. Although she was not very old, she knew that the safety of the Zhang family now rested entirely on Yang Kai, so she was very nervous. The old woman did not answer. After all, she did not know much about Yang Kai, only feeling that he was a third-order Origin King, but Lu Baichuan was also a third-order Origin King. When two opponents in the same realm fought, it was difficult to predict the outcome. However, looking at the current situation, Yang Kai seemed to be calm and collected while Lu Baichuan's expression was violent, as if he was going all out. What was so special about this black snake that it could make Lu Baichuan take it so seriously? Up in the sky, the golden net transformed from the golden blood threads and the Thunder Wind Hammer's lightning net were evenly matched. Lu Baichuan shouted as he opened his mouth and summoned another artifact. When the old woman saw this, her face changed drastically as she called out in shock, the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber. Zhang and Lu had always been on good terms, so the old woman had some understanding of some of the Lu family's signature artifacts, so when she saw the artifact Lu Baichuan summoned, she quickly recognized it. The Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber, like the Thunder Wind Hammer, was an Origin King grade high-rank artifact and was one of the two most powerful artifacts owned by the Lu family. Generally speaking, they were divided between two people, but now they were all in Lu Baichuan's hands. Little brother, be careful, this Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber was originally a Dao Source grade artifact refined by an artifact refining Grandmaster, but unfortunately, it failed and fell to Origin King grade high rank. However, it still contains a trace of principal strength, the old woman shouted again. Old thing, shut up. Lu Baichuan was furious. He was currently fighting a life-or-death battle with Yang Kai, but the old woman had exposed all his family's secrets, so how could Lu Baichuan not be angry? Immediately, Lu Baichuan winked and a few people from the bride's escort team rushed out towards the Zhang family. Among this team, there were 3 Origin Kings, and although they were only first-order Origin King cultivators, they were more than enough to deal with the Zhang family. Seeing the Lu family's people rushing over, the old woman also gripped her walking stick and exchanged a glance with the middle-aged beauty before pushing her strength together and leading the Zhang family to fight with the Lu family. After summoning the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber, Lu Baichuan immediately held it in his right hand and sneered at Yang Kai, "Little brat, I won't waste words with you. Hand over that thing and I'll spare your life, otherwise, you won't be able to resist this saber. Where does your confidence come from?" Yang Kai laughed and curled his finger contemptuously at him. "If you want to fight, hurry up, I really want to see the power of your broken saber. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Lu Baichuan was furious and snapped, "In that case, I'll let you experience it." Saying so, he suddenly held the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber in front of his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto it. The next moment, the saber suddenly shook and a trace of principal strength pulsed from it. Chapter 2022. Feeling this unique principal strength, Yang Kai raised his brow and his expression became dignified. The old woman had said that this silver moon purple frost saber was a product of a failed attempt to refine a Dao source-grade artifact, and that was not a lie. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for an ordinary Origin King-grade artifact to have such an effect. Of course, being able to draw out this trace of principal strength was also thanks to Lu Baichuan's profound cultivation. The source qi in his body must have been completely transformed and may even have touched upon the threshold of the Dao source realm and glimpsed some of the mysteries of principal strength. Otherwise, if it had been any other third-order Origin King here, even if they had the silver moon purple frost saber, it would have been impossible for them to display such power. This principal strength was ice principle, and although it was very subtle and even elusive, it was a level that only Dao source realm cultivators could touch upon. With this artifact in hand, Lu Baichuan's combat power had risen to a whole new level. Kacha, the surrounding space showed faint signs of being frozen, and with Lu Baichuan as the center, layers of frost quickly spread out from the ground beneath his feet. The patriarch of the Lu family suddenly let out a roar as he took a step forward, his figure disappearing from where he stood. In the next moment, he inexplicably appeared in front of Yang Kai and slashed out with his saber. The saber light flashed and was so powerful that it made one feel as if there was no way to avoid it. What's more, the cold aura emanating from the saber completely sealed the surrounding space, allowing Yang Kai to be struck by this saber. Ha ha ha. Lu Baichuan threw his head back and laughed with a look of satisfaction, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating himself. He was extremely confident in his all-out attack because several third-order Origin Kings had already been struck by it, so he believed that Yang Kai would definitely not be able to escape. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly shrank as he stared forward in amazement. In front of him, Yang Kai, who should have been cut in half and unable to resist, was actually safe and sound. There was not the slightest wound on his body, and he was holding a bladeless turquoise long sword in his hand. Inside this long sword, there was a faint snake-like thing swimming about. Holding this sword in front of him, Lu Baichuan blocked the shocking blow of the silver moon purple frost saber. The ice principle strength that could render an Origin King powerless did not affect him in the slightest. Instead, with a flick of his finger, the turquoise long sword light released a strange power that instantly disintegrated the ice principle strength. Lu Baichuan was Lu Baichuan's face, Yang Kai, Yang, to use principle strength. Law was an extremely profound power. This was the power of heaven and earth itself. In this world, only Dao Source Realm Masters could touch it, Origin King Realm cultivators were unable to use it at all. He had only been able to see through it with the help of a special artifact like the silver moon purple frost saber, but Yang Kai had done even better than him. Seeing how Yang Kai had easily resolved his killing blow, it was obvious that his comprehension of principle strength had exceeded 90% of the Origin King Realm's world principles. Yang the origin Yang Qi was. And without the support of principal strength, Yang Kai could easily withstand the attack of an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Little brat, you're actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, hateful. Lu Baichuan roared angrily. Yang Kai laughed, you're the one looking down on me. Saying so, he pressed down the dragon bone sword in his hand and sent Lu Baichuan crashing to the ground like a meteor. After landing on the ground, Lu Baichuan immediately formed a spiritual seal, and the earth rumbled loudly in an instant. Then, pang pang pang. 3 earth dragons broke out of the ground, opened their mouths, and roared as they charged towards Yang Kai, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Earth Dragon Dance! Lu Baichuan shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. Disregarding the life or death of the other Lu family members, he quickly retreated. Sir Yang, he's running away, Zhang Ruoshit suddenly called out. In the battle between the Lu and Zhang families' cultivators, this little girl, who was only a first-order Saint King, had no ability to intervene and could only watch from afar. At this moment, seeing Lu Baichuan so cowardly, she couldn't help calling out to him. "He can't run away." Yang Kai coldly snorted as he swept out the dragon bone sword in his hand. A green sword wave directly cut the 3 earth dragons into pieces before his figure flickered and disappeared. Although he had no grudge with the Lu family, he had an agreement with Zhang Gaoxian and disdained Lu Baichuan's character, so he didn't feel any guilt in becoming enemies with the Lu family. Lu Baichuan's 3 earth dragon secret techniques seemed to be just to buy time to escape, but they didn't have any effect. When Yang Kai appeared again, he was already not far behind Lu Baichuan. Just as Yang Kai was about to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Baichuan with his dragon bone sword, the fleeing Lu family patriarch suddenly turned around and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Forming a seal, he flicked his finger towards Yang Kai. A strange power fluctuation came from his finger. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank and his expression suddenly became strange. Then, he twisted his body and flicked his finger forward. Ha ha ha. Lu Baichuan stopped, as if he had seen a very funny scene. He looked at Yang Kai mockingly and said, "You're really courting death. Is that so?" Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and waved his finger in front of his face. Lu Baichuan's smile suddenly stiffened on his face and his face twitched violently as he exclaimed, "Impossible, this is impossible. It's impossible for you to crack the secret technique this old master has studied for his entire life. Is this what you're relying on? It seems that you wanted to make me lower my guard before by running away." As Yang Kai spoke, he exerted some force in his hand and the strange power he had caught instantly dissipated. Seeing this situation, Lu Baichuan's expression really changed as he realized that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die, so without any hesitation, he immediately fled, not daring to linger. Interesting, it's actually Space Force. Yang Kai did not immediately chase after him and instead muttered to himself as he stared at Lu Baichuan's fleeing figure. Just now, Lu Baichuan had used his escape to lure him in before turning around to attack him, but it was actually Space Force. Although it was not as powerful as his moon blade, it was still enough to condense a space needle. Space Force was mysterious and difficult to defend against. If he had been careless for a moment, Lu Baichuan really could have succeeded. At that time, even a small space needle would be able to take his life. Unfortunately, Lu Baichuan had actually used his Space Force in front of him. What was the difference between this and Guangdong? Looking back, the battlefield between the Lu and Zhang families was in chaos. The Zhang family was a lone force, and although they did not have as many masters as the Lu family, all of them were determined to fight to the death. This was especially true for the 2 first-order origin kings, the old woman and middle-aged beauty, who were fighting without any regard for their own lives, causing the Lu family's group to suffer a lot. However, they were much weaker after all, and at this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Lu family wiped them out. But now, after fighting with Yang Kai for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, Lu Baichuan had fled. This shocked the remaining Lu family members, and naturally, all of them lost their fighting spirit and wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, which transformed into 3 golden spears. These golden spears trembled slightly in the air before shooting forward, piercing the bodies of 3 Lu family origin king realm cultivators, causing blood to spurt out. "I'll leave these small fries to you, I'll chase after Lu Baichuan." Yang Kai did not kill them all. After severely injuring the 3 first-order origin kings, he took back his golden blood threads and his figure flickered as he chased after Lu Baichuan. "Many thanks, little brother." The old woman was overjoyed and shouted before leading the Zhang family to launch a fierce counterattack. The 3 most powerful first-order origin kings of the enemy had been severely injured, so it was the best opportunity for them to take revenge personally, so how could the old woman hesitate? While she was angry in her heart, she also felt a sense of gratitude towards Yang Kai. Northwest of Maplewood City, 100 kilometers away from the Zhang family manor, there was another manor that was even larger than the Zhang family. Above the main entrance of this manor was a plaque with the words Lu Mansion written on it. Obviously, this was the Lu family's mansion. Today, the Lu mansion was in a joyous mood as the family's disciples and servants were busy preparing for the upcoming wedding ceremony, but none of them realized that a disaster was about to befall them. It wasn't until Lu Baichuan suddenly appeared in the main hall of the mansion like a ghost that a few Lu family cultivator noticed. "Patriarch, didn't you go to the Zhang family to pick up the bride? Why did you come back now?" "The auspicious hour has yet to arrive," a Lu family origin returning realm cultivator asked in surprise. "Pass down my order, have everyone pack up and leave this place as soon as possible." After Lu Baichuan said this, he did not explain further and immediately rushed inside. "What?" The few Lu family elders who were left behind looked at each other in confusion. However, although Lu Baichuan didn't leave behind much information, everyone could tell from his expression that something bad was about to happen. They didn't dare to disobey the orders of the patriarch, so after discussing for a while, they immediately passed down the order. In the backyard of the Lu family, inside a secret chamber, Lu Baichuan hurriedly took out a token, opened a dozen restrictions around the chamber, and entered. This secret room was not big, but it contained the Lu family's various treasures over the years. This was especially true for source crystals. More than half of the Lu family's source crystals were stored here. In the center of this secret chamber, there was a pitch-black round jade floating in the air, slowly rotating. From time to time, an inexplicable light would flow on this round jade. As soon as Lu Baichuan rushed into the secret room, he hurried over to this round jade, as if it was the most valuable thing in the entire secret room. Just as he was about to reach out and take it back, he suddenly paused, turned his head, and shouted, "Who is it?" Because at that moment, he noticed an inexplicable aura and life aura behind him. At the same time, a cry of surprise rang out as Yang Kai appeared behind Lu Baichuan with a stunned look on his face. Chapter 2023. As early as halfway, Yang Kai had caught up with Lu Baichuan. However, he did not immediately appear and kill him, instead quietly tailing him. With Yang Kai's divine sense, coupled with his nihility secret technique, if he deliberately hid himself, even a Dao Source Realm Master would not necessarily be able to discover him, let alone Lu Baichuan, who was currently running away. The reason why he did not kill Lu Baichuan was because Yang Kai had taken some interest in him. Space Force was not so easy to master. Even though Lu Baichuan could only condense a space needle to attack, it was enough to show that he had some ability in the Tao of space. As such, Yang Kai wanted to see what was going on. After noticing that Lu Baichuan had entered this secret room, Yang Kai also hurriedly followed, maintaining his nihility secret technique as he hid nearby. But something he never expected happened. The moment he entered this secret room, his nihility secret technique was actually broken by a strange force. This exposed his whereabouts. He could clearly feel that the power came from the pitch-black round jade floating in the air. How did you get in here?" Lu Baichuan looked like he had seen a ghost at this moment as he shouted at Yang Kai sternly. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze from the round black jade, glanced at him, and smiled. "Naturally, I followed you in." "Hateful. You really want to kill me? Little brother, this old master and you don't know each other and have no grievances in the past, so why force me? Instead of fighting this old master until both sides suffer, why don't you just stop here? This old master can let you leave safely." Lu Baichuan saw that Yang Kai did not immediately attack him and could not help relaxing. Yang Kai said, "I want to leave. Do I need your permission?" Yang Kai sneered, "Moreover, although I have no grudge with you, since I agreed to the Zhang family's request, I won't let you live." Little brat, you've gone too far. Do you really think this old master is afraid of you? Since that's the case, neither of us will have an easy time. Lu Baichuan saw that Yang Kai was not listening. He immediately knew that it was useless to say anything more. He could only fight to the death. As he spoke, he madly circulated his strength and pounced towards Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes. He brought out his thunder wind hammer once again. The hammer flickered with lightning, and the small secret room was riddled with holes by the lightning arcs. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "Come out." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Its entire body was snow-white. The queen monster insect wielding the purple and green twin swords made its appearance. As soon as the monster insect queen appeared, it received Yang Kai's order and waved its two swords towards Lu Baichuan. Previously, there had been too many people around, so Yang Kai hadn't wanted to expose the existence of the monster insect queen. But now, in this chamber, there was only him and Lu Baichuan. Then there was no problem at all. With the monster insect queen's current second-order Dao source realm strength, dealing with Lu Baichuan would be a piece of cake. Feeling the aura emanating from the monster insect queen, Lu Baichuan was taken aback and muttered in shock, "An 11th-order monster beast?" In an instant, his face suddenly turned pale, and his fighting spirit also disappeared. He was now just a third-order origin king, so even if he encountered an ordinary 11th-order monster beast, he would have to flee at the sight of it, not to mention this monster insect queen in front of him was not an ordinary 11th-order one. What's more, it had the ability to wield two swords. "Little brother, this Lu admits defeat, please spare my life." Lu Baichuan immediately begged for mercy without any will to fight. However, Yang Kai ignored him completely. The monster insect queen naturally didn't care about him either, releasing its ice domain as it attacked Lu Baichuan with its purple and green twin swords. In an instant, the energy fluctuations in the secret room fluctuated as Lu Baichuan screamed again and again. Despite using all his means, he was unable to protect himself from the monster insect queen. After a short while, he was covered in cuts and bruises, dripping with blood. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had already arrived in front of the round black jade and was frowning as he examined it. This thing was extremely strange. Yang Kai tried to probe it with his divine sense but found that he couldn't detect it at all, like a stone sinking into the sea. What's more, it was actually able to break his nihility secret technique. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of strange ability it possessed. After staring at it for a while, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed this pitch-black round jade. Unexpectedly, he easily grabbed it and poured his Saint Chi into it, but just like before, it disappeared without a trace and there was no feedback at all. Strange, strange. Yang Kai shook his head. "Little brother, please spare my life. If you want to know the use of that thing, this Lu can tell you everything. I only beg you to spare my life." Lu Baichuan had already been forced into a corner by the queen monster insect. There was nowhere to hide. What made him feel resentful was that this secret room had been built by his Lu family ancestor to the extreme in order to hide his treasures. Even if a Dao Source Realm Master wanted to break through, they would have to expend a great deal of effort. With his ability, there was no way he could leave this secret room. "Do you know what this thing is?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Lu Baichuan hurriedly said, "I know a thing or two." Yang Kai nodded, and in the next moment, with a single thought, the monster insect queen immediately froze in place. The purple and green dual swords were only an inch away from Lu Baichuan's forehead, almost cutting him in two, but the sword chi that filled the air cut through his hair. Lu Baichuan's hair fell from the air and brushed past his eyes, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Tell me, what is this thing? Why was it able to break my secret technique?" Yang Kai asked calmly as he played with the pitch-black round jade in his hand. Lu Baichuan gulped as he glanced weakly at the monster insect queen standing in front of him, unable to understand how Yang Kai, a trivial origin king, could control such a powerful monster beast. Don't try anything funny, or I'll kill you immediately. Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw Lu Baichuan's expression flicker. Lu Baichuan shivered and said embarrassedly, "This old master admits defeat and wouldn't dare try anything funny, but, if this old master can tell little brother some information, can little brother spare my life? You still want to negotiate with me?" Yang Kai laughed. "I wouldn't dare." Lu Baichuan waved his hand quickly. "It's just, this old master really doesn't want to die." "No one wants to die," Yang Kai nodded. "Since that's the case, then I'll spare your life." Lu Baichuan was overjoyed and was about to speak when Yang Kai cut him off. "Of course, the premise is that the information you provide can satisfy me." Lu Baichuan's face suddenly became bitter as he said, "This old master will tell you everything he knows." "Very good," Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction before stretching out his hand and summoning a stone stool from the secret room. Sitting down calmly, Yang Kai raised the pitch-black round jade in his hand and asked, "What is this thing?" Lu Baichuan replied, "Space Spirit Jade." "Space Spirit Jade?" Yang Kai raised his brow, as if thinking of something, and asked, "What does it have to do with space spirit crystals?" Lu Baichuan quickly replied, "Space Spirit Jade is produced at the core of a space spirit crystal mine. Out of 10,000 space spirit crystal mines, there may not even be one space spirit jade." "The core of a space spirit crystal mine?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Exactly. However, this doesn't seem to be a pure space spirit jade. It seems to have been fused with other materials by some great master and has been refined many times. It can now be regarded as a kind of artifact," Lu Baichuan explained. "Oh? You know quite a lot." Yang Kai looked at him with some surprise. "Little brother is too polite. This old master has been studying it for many years and has read many ancient books, so he was able to come up with this speculation." Lu Baichuan smiled awkwardly as his expression changed a few times, hesitating for a moment before asking, "May I ask if little brother cultivates the Tao of space? Aren't you the same?" Yang Kai looked at the other party mischievously. Lu Baichuan smiled bitterly. "How can this old master's Tao of space compare with little brother's? When you caught this old master's secret space needle with one hand, I had some guesses. This old man had some guesses, and now it seems that it was indeed the case. If you hadn't also cultivated the Tao of space, how could you have caught my secret space needle?" "It's just a small trick," Yang Kai snorted lightly. Yes, this old master's light cannot be compared with little brother's brilliance." "Stop flattering me, tell me, how did you cultivate the Tao of space? Does it have something to do with this space spirit jade?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "Little brother's vision is sharp." Lu Baichuan nodded. "The reason why I know some Tao of space is because of this space spirit jade." Hearing him say that, Yang Kai's doubts disappeared. When his nihility secret technique was broken by the space spirit jade, Yang Kai had some speculations that this thing was most likely related to the Tao of space. Obviously, Lu Baichuan's understanding of the Tao of space was also related to this. As this old master said before, this space spirit jade seems to have been refined into a strange artifact by an almighty master, but this old master couldn't display its power. However, I inadvertently gained insight into the cultivation method of the Tao of space, so. Lu Baichuan explained while paying attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression. However, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well, and he couldn't see any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy on his face, causing Lu Baichuan to secretly complain. The cultivation of the Tao of space is extremely difficult. If one didn't have the aptitude, even if they studied it for tens of thousands of years, it would still be impossible to get started. I'm a little curious about what kind of opportunity you had that allowed you to inadvertently gain insight into the cultivation method of the Tao of space from it." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Lu Baichuan and said lightly, if you dare to lie, I'll make you beg for death. Lu Baichuan shuddered and quickly said, little brother, how could I dare lie? However, since little brother wants to know, this old master will naturally tell you everything. This old master did indeed gain insight into the cultivation method of the Tao of space for some special reasons. It's a long story, but in fact, this thing originally didn't belong to my Lu family, but rather the Zhang family. Then how did it end up in your Lu family? Did you rob it or steal it? Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. Lu Baichuan said, little brother, you've wrongly accused this old master. This thing was a dowry brought by a woman from the Zhang family when she married into the Lu family more than 200 years ago. You should know that my Lu family and the Zhang family have been friends for hundreds of years, so it's normal for us to marry into the Lu family. What does this have to do with the opportunity you obtained? Yang Kai was confused. Little brother, please calm down and listen to this old master slowly. Lu Baichuan hesitated for a moment, but seeing the cold look on Yang Kai's face, he didn't dare hesitate and quickly continued to explain. Chapter 2024. After listening to Lu Baichuan's explanation, Yang Kai learned the whole story. According to Lu Baichuan, this space spirit jade was the dowry of a woman from the Zhang family 200 years ago. After it was brought to the Lu family, the masters of the Lu family studied it many times, but they didn't find anything special about it. At that time, the Lu family's patriarch also asked the Zhang family's patriarch about it, but he found that the Zhang family didn't seem to know the purpose of this space spirit jade. They only regarded it as a rare artifact refining material and then brought it to the Lu family as a dowry. The Lu family's patriarch believed this and took the space spirit jade to find some artifact refining grandmasters to refine it into an artifact. Unfortunately, those artifact refining grandmasters couldn't melt this rare artifact refining material, let alone tell them its type and origin. Since then, this space spirit jade had been hidden in the Lu family's secret vault until Lu Baichuan's generation. How did you discover its purpose? How did you learn about the Space Force's cultivation method from it? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. It was a coincidence. Lu Baichuan smiled bitterly and continued, more than 10 years ago, when this Lu was cultivating in this secret room, he accidentally discovered some energy fluctuations from this space spirit jade. At that time, this Lu was surprised and went to investigate, but he didn't find any useful information. Moreover, it returned to its original state after a while. At that time, this Lu thought it was just an illusion and didn't take it seriously. Half a year later, it actually reacted again. Only when I checked it for the second time did I realize that the previous time wasn't an illusion. This time, it was different. This time, it lasted for a long time. Unfortunately, he still didn't learn anything. 2 years later, it reacted for the third time, and it lasted for a month. It was at that time that this Lu Bai learned its name and learned about the Space Force's cultivation method from it. So complicated? Yang Kai looked at Lu Baichuan suspiciously. This Lu Baichuan wouldn't dare deceive you. That's what happened, Lu Baichuan quickly said. Yang Kai nodded and said, go on. I really want to know why the space spirit jade is reacting every few days. Moreover, the time isn't fixed. Lu Baichuan smiled bitterly. This Lu's thoughts at the time were the same as little brother's. Since this Lu obtained a trace of the cultivation method from it and knew its general use, naturally he was not willing to miss out on this opportunity. Later, after careful investigation, I found out. It reacted because a person came to my Lu clan as a guest. Who? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. The corner of Lu Baichuan's mouth twitched. It's a little girl from the Zhang family. Yang Kai frowned, but soon, as if thinking of something, he asked, Zhang Ruoxi? That's her. Lu Baichuan nodded. She then explained, every time the space spirit jade reacts, it will immediately send out a message. That little girl has been staying in my Lu family all this time, and she wasn't too far away from the secret treasury. If the first and second times were just coincidences, then the third time must be because of her. That's because she stayed in my Lu family for a month at that time, and after she left, the space spirit jade returned to its original state. After this, Lu Bai made this speculation. He kept it in mind, and sure enough, it was true. Since then, every time that little girl from the Zhang family came to my Lu clan, the space spirit jade would react. Moreover, as she grew older, the jade's reaction seemed to become stronger. This Lu Bai has no aptitude in the Tao of space. The only reason he was able to cultivate the space needle was because of this jade. That little girl can actually react to this thing? Yang Kai was also a little stunned. Generally speaking, there were only two explanations for such a situation. The first was that Zhang Ruoxi had some kind of special constitution that could trigger a reaction from the space spirit jade. The second was that Zhang Ruoxi had the bloodline power of the Almighty who refined the space spirit jade. However, Yang Kai had seen Zhang Ruoxi before and hadn't found anything special about her. Whether she had a special constitution or not would have to be carefully investigated. As for the second possibility, it was relatively unlikely. If Zhang Ruoxi could trigger the space spirit jade because of her bloodline power, then the other members of the Zhang family should also be able to do so. Unless Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline had awakened something special that gave her a condition that the others in the Zhang family didn't. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Lu Baichuan didn't dare to act rashly and could only observe his expression in fear. So, you want your descendant to marry Zhang Ruoxi for this space spirit jade? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Lu Baichuan smiled awkwardly and nodded, yes, as long as that little girl is in my Lu family, this old master will have a lot of time to study the space spirit jade and may be able to make further progress in the Tao of space. When he said this, Lu Baichuan's face lit up with fanaticism. But soon, he became dejected again. Now that he had made a single mistake, he had lost the whole game. Whether he could keep his life depended on Yang Kai's mood, so how could he still hope for glory in the future? Little brother, I've said everything I need to say. I beg little brother to show mercy and let me go. Lu Baichuan looked at Yang Kai uneasily. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, of course, there's no problem. Many thanks, little brother. Lu Baichuan was overjoyed and kowtowed, but as soon as he finished speaking, he let out a scream and was sent flying like a ragged sack, slamming into the wall and shattering most of his bones. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell limply to the ground. You! Lu Baichuan looked at Yang Kai incredulously, as if he hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who had been smiling just a moment ago, would so viciously attack him in the next. I promised to spare your life, so naturally, I won't kill you. You can rest assured, Yang Kai continued to smile, the one who wants to kill you is in the Zhang family. But in Lu Baichuan's eyes, that smile was as terrifying as a demon's, causing him to choke and choke for a long time before fainting. Yang Kai turned around, rolled up the source crystals in the Lu family's secret vault, and took off Lu Baichuan's space ring before lifting him up, opening the secret vault's barriers, and flying out. Cracking the barriers around this secret vault took Yang Kai some time. Even with Lu Baichuan's token in hand, the dozen or so barriers were not so easy to open. By the time Yang Kai flew out of the secret vault, more than half a day had passed. Sweeping the outside with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little stunned. The Lu family ran away quite quickly, not a single one of them is left. When Lu Baichuan ordered the Lu family's people to pack up and leave as soon as possible, Yang Kai had also been hiding nearby, so naturally, he had heard everything, but he hadn't expected them to be so efficient. However, this didn't matter as Yang Kai had promised the old woman of the Zhang family to avenge them. Now that Lu Baichuan had been captured by him and was on the verge of death, the three origin kings who had gone to the Zhang family were likely dead as well, so Yang Kai's mission had been completed. Yang Kai had never considered wiping out the entire Lu family. The Lu family had 300 to 400 people, many of them old, weak, women, and children. Even if they really stood in front of Yang Kai wouldn't be able to kill them. As such, after realizing that the Lu family had all fled, Yang Kai had no intention of pursuing them and instead returned the way he came with a clear conscience. At this moment, at the entrance of the Zhang family manor, blood was everywhere, and the bodies of 3 Lu family origin kings lay on the ground, their deaths miserable. Besides these 3 origin kings, none of the other people who had come to escort the bride had managed to escape, all of them killed by the Zhang family. The old woman's face was pale and her body was covered in blood, but it was impossible to tell whether it was hers or the enemy's. The middle-aged beautiful woman's aura was also somewhat unstable, her jade-white hand holding her sword trembling slightly, and her delicate face was stained with blood, adding a touch of beauty to her beauty. Both the fat and thin cultivator were sitting on the ground, one clutching his thigh where blood was gurgling out while the other clutched his stomach, blood flowing from between his fingers. In this battle, although the Lu family's escort team had been wiped out, the Zhang family had also suffered countless injuries. Fortunately, no one had died, so it was an acceptable situation. The female army was cleaning up the battlefield, and every time they came across the dead body of a Lu family cultivator, they would spit on it fiercely. After a short rest, the middle-aged beautiful woman said, "Mother, Master, little brother Yang has been gone for half a day and has yet to return. I don't know what his situation is, but I want to go and meet him, what do you think?" "Good," the old woman nodded. "Gong, you go, but be careful." "Yes." The middle-aged beautiful woman nodded solemnly and without waiting for her body to recover, she rushed in the direction of the Lu family. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly said, "Grandmother, Master doesn't need to go, Sir Yang seems to have returned." Hearing her say this, the old woman and the middle-aged woman hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, in the sky over there, a figure was rapidly flying towards them. "He really came back," the middle-aged beautiful woman breathed a sigh of relief. The old woman also smiled and said, "Little brother Yang's strength is amazing, it's good that he returned safely." "Oh, he seems to be carrying something in his hand, a person." The middle-aged beautiful woman stared intently, and when Yang Kai came closer, her tender body trembled. "It's that old thief Lu Baichuan. Brother Yang, little brother Yang has captured that old thief Lu Baichuan." "Really?" The old woman's eyes flashed and she quickly got up and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. After a while, she couldn't help but laugh. "It really is that old thief Lu Baichuan. Sure enough, the heavens are right, retribution is not good. Gao Xian, my son, you can rest in peace knowing this in the underworld." At the end of her words, 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. Zhang Ruoshi, who was supporting the old woman, also felt grief in her heart and her eyes were red. The figure in front of them flickered and Yang Kai landed in front of them. Throwing the half-dead Lu Baichuan to the ground, he cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Good, thank you for your trouble, little brother. My Zhang family is deeply grateful for little brother's great kindness," the old woman said seriously. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Old madam doesn't need to be so polite, I am just fulfilling my agreement with brother Zhang." Hearing him mention Zhang Gao Xian, the old woman's face darkened again. "Ahem. I have brought Lu Baichuan back. As for how to deal with him, old madam, you can discuss among yourselves." Yang Kai changed the subject. Chapter 20-25. Late at night, in a large hall in the Zhang family manor. The Zhang family's old woman had set up a banquet to entertain Yang Kai to thank him for today's kindness. Only Yang Kai, the middle-aged beauty, and the old woman were present. The young girl, Zhang Ruoshi, stood to the side and served them eagerly, pouring wine for the 3 of them. her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Kai from time to time with gratitude and admiration. The young girl was only 16 or 17 years old, a budding age where she longed to be a hero. Today, Yang Kai had almost single-handedly destroyed the Lu family and avenged her Zhang family, so how could the young girl not admire him? Among the people she had met in her life, Zhang Gaoxian was probably the strongest, but unfortunately, her grandfather had died in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Although Kai Yang didn't look that old, he possessed a strength that was even greater than her grandfather's. Naturally, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Perhaps because of the influence of the wine, the young girl's small face, which was illuminated by the candlelight, appeared rosy. She stood there with her head lowered, only moving a little when it was time to pour the wine, appearing extremely lovable. My Zhang family doesn't have much to offer, so please don't be polite, benefactor. Although the old woman had not yet recovered from her injuries, her face was still rosy as she eagerly invited Yang Kai to eat and drink. The middle-aged beauty also greeted him warmly. Old madam is too polite. I really don't deserve to be called benefactor. If old madam doesn't mind, please call this junior by his name. Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable being called benefactor by the old woman. Previously, after the Zhang family killed Lu Baichuan, Yang Kai had already wanted to leave. If it weren't for Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit Jade, he wouldn't have agreed to stay no matter what. It was just that he didn't know how to bring up this matter. He instinctively felt that the space spirit Jade hid a lot of secrets, and it was very likely to be related to the Zhang family. If he spoke rashly, it would only backfire, so he could only wait for the right opportunity. Thinking so, he couldn't help but look up at Zhang Ruoxi. He happened to see the little girl quietly looking at him with a pair of bright eyes. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Zhang Ruoxi shivered in fright and quickly lowered her head, her pretty face turning red in an instant. Yang Kai chuckled and shifted his gaze casually. The beautiful woman sitting on the left side of Yang Kai took in this scene. It was unknown what she thought of, but she actually pursed her lips and smiled. Old madam, the matter of the Lu family has been settled. Consider it as me fulfilling my agreement with brother Zhang, Yang Kai said with a solemn expression. Of course. The old woman nodded. As for the Dao Source pill, after I find an alchemist to refine it, I will hand it over to the Zhang family. Please rest assured, old madam. The old woman chuckled. This old woman has faith in our benefactor's character. Besides, the Zhang family is not in a hurry. Now that my Zhang family's talents have withered, what can we do even if we obtain the Dao Source pill? So, benefactor doesn't need to worry about this matter. You can find an alchemist to refine it when you have time. That would be for the best. Yang Kai nodded. At that moment, the beautiful middle-aged woman, who had not spoken much until now, suddenly spoke. Brother Yang, you are so young, yet you have such amazing cultivation and extraordinary looks. I'm sure there are many women who admire you, right? Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. He didn't expect the beautiful middle-aged woman to talk to him about this matter. The old woman also frowned. Although she felt that it was a little inappropriate for a woman to talk about this with Yang Kai, she knew her daughter-in-law wouldn't let this happen. However, she knew that her daughter-in-law would not speak without thinking, so she did not say anything. Instead, she calmly tasted the wine. The beautiful woman was also observing Yang Kai's expression. When she saw that after being stunned for a moment, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes and the expression on his face softened, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. She knew that Yang Kai was definitely not a blank slate when it came to relationships. But after thinking about it carefully, this wasn't surprising. Although Yang Kai didn't look very old, since he was able to cultivate to the third-order origin king realm, he naturally had extraordinary experiences and met some unforgettable women along the way. If Kai Yang really didn't know anything about love, then that would be a strange thing. The banquet seemed to fall into a strange silence because of Yang Kai's memories. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a long sigh, got up, and said, "Old madam, it's late. Junior will go back to rest first." "Old madam, you were injured in the battle during the day, so you should also rest early to prevent your injuries from worsening." The old woman smiled and nodded, "Many thanks for benefactor's concern. In that case, Ruoshi, take benefactor to the guest room and serve him well." "Yes." Zhang Ruoshi heard this, put down the wine jug, and bowed to Yang Kai, "Sir, please come with me." Yang Kai excused himself and followed Zhang Ruoshi away. After Yang Kai left, the old woman glared at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman looked embarrassed and said, "Mother, master, this daughter-in-law knows she said something wrong." "Humph. Fortunately, you didn't offend benefactor, otherwise, this old woman wouldn't have let you off," the old woman coldly snorted. The beautiful woman nodded repeatedly. "But, why did you inquire about those things just now?" The old woman frowned and asked again. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Mother, master, didn't you notice? At the banquet, this benefactor seemed to have looked at Ruoshi several times." "So what?" the old woman asked back. The beautiful woman said, "Although Ruoshi isn't a stunning beauty, she can still be considered a little beauty. This benefactor is likely interested in Ruoshi." The old woman heard this and hesitated, "That can't be, right? Ruoshi is just a first-order saint king, how could she enter benefactor's eyes?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Mother, master, when men look at women, they don't just look at their cultivation, they also look at their feelings. Once they feel something, it doesn't matter how low their cultivation is. If they feel something is wrong, it doesn't matter how high their cultivation is." The old woman snapped, "Are you lecturing this old woman for not understanding the principles of men and women?" The beautiful woman spat out her tongue and said, "How could this daughter-in-law dare? It's just that our Zhang family is weak now, and Gao Xian died tragically in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Although the Lu family has been destroyed and we don't need to worry about foreign enemies for a while, master, don't forget that the Lu family isn't the only family within 10,000 kilometers of here. If our Zhang family doesn't have a master to protect us, what will we do if a strong enemy attacks us one day? The three conditions agreed between benefactor and Gao Xian have already been used up by us, so it will be impossible for us to ask for his help in the future." "You mean?" The old woman fell into deep thought. "If our Zhang family can have some kind of relationship with him in the future, when our Zhang family is in trouble, will he just stand by and watch?" The beautiful woman smiled, "And Ruoshi is the key to our relationship with benefactor." "I understand what you mean," the old woman nodded. "If what you say is true, this may not be a bad idea. Gao Xian is dead, so my Zhang family really needs to think about a way out in the future. And, moreover, he is so young yet has already reached the third-order origin king realm, and judging from his performance today, he doesn't seem to be an ordinary third-order origin king. An ordinary third-order origin king wouldn't have the ability to infiltrate the Lu family and capture Lu Baichuan alive. With his aptitude, it is not impossible for him to break through to the Dao source realm in the future. If our Zhang family can have some kind of relationship with him, it will be a great benefit. Even if we are alone, who would dare provoke us?" Hearing this, the old woman's eyes lit up and she was greatly moved. Around Maplewood City, there were not many families that could have a relationship with a Dao Source Realm Master. With the protection of a Dao Source Realm Master, her family could at least survive for 100 years. However, she still hesitated and said, "That being said, I'm afraid it's just wishful thinking. If we make benefactor unhappy," the beautiful woman smiled tenderly, "Mother, master, we can definitely do this." Saying so, she leaned forward and whispered in the old woman's ear. The old woman nodded repeatedly and smiled after a long time, "Good, good, we'll do as you say, but if that's the case, Ruoshi will have to suffer." The beautiful woman smiled and said, how could she suffer? I don't think Benefactor is a bad person. If Ruoshi really follows him, I'm afraid she will enjoy endless happiness. Mother, rest assured, this daughter-in-law will explain this matter to Ruoshi tonight. Good, if Ruoshi doesn't agree, don't force her. I don't want to use her happiness in exchange for the future of my Zhang family, the old woman nodded. Under the guidance of the young girl, Yang Kai walked around the manor. After a while, they arrived in front of a side room. The young girl pushed the door open and entered, making the bed and folding the quilt with great skill. On the way, Yang Kai deliberately asked her a few questions, but judging from the young girl's reaction, she was a very shy person. When she answered Yang Kai's questions, her voice trembled and her face turned red, making Yang Kai feel embarrassed to ask more. After everything was done, the young girl bowed and said, "Sir, please rest, Ruoshi will take her leave." "Thank you for your trouble," Yang Kai nodded. The young girl hurriedly walked past him. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai could clearly see that the base of her ears was dark red. After the young girl left, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the side room and found that the interior decoration was quite luxurious. Immediately, he waved his hand and wrapped the energy in his body with his spiritual sense to form a barrier around the room, isolating it from the outside world. With a flicker, Yang Kai came to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and began to examine today's harvest. Needless to say, the things he obtained from the Liu family's secret vault were not cheap, at least 600,000 source crystals. Combined with Yang Kai's previous harvest, he now had almost 1,000,000 low-rank source crystals. There were also some artifacts in the secret vault, all of which were Origin King grade. Yang Kai only glanced at them a few times before throwing them into his space ring. As for some rare ores, he stuffed them into his small sealed world so his embodiment could absorb and smelt them using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. There were also some pills that Yang Kai checked one by one, sorting them out in case of emergency. Next, Yang Kai checked Liu Baichuan's space ring. The things he obtained were basically the same as those in the secret vault. However, the Thunder Wind Hammer and Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber made Yang Kai a little worried. Although the Thunder Wind Hammer could manipulate the power of thunder and was extremely overbearing, it was still an Origin King grade artifact after all. However, the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber could stimulate traces of principal strength. Chapter 2026. Before he broke through to the Tao Source Realm, this Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber was still of some use to him. The most precious artifacts in his possession were the treasures of the 4 great emperors, but none of them could be easily revealed in front of others. Aside from that, there was only the Dragon Bone Sword left. However, Yang Kai had already made up his mind to integrate the Dragon Bone Sword into his body, so this artifact was destined to disappear in the near future. The Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber just happened to fill this gap. This artifact's grade wasn't too high, so it wouldn't attract too much attention when used, but what was rare was that it could draw a trace of principal strength. Thinking so, Yang Kai put away the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber. He didn't try to refine it, so as not to waste time. This way, he could replace it at any time when he found a better one. After that, he solemnly took out the Space Spirit Jade from his space ring. As soon as the pitch-black round jade appeared, Yang Kai sensed that it was different from the one he had seen during the day. At this moment, the Space Spirit Jade was trembling slightly and emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. Layers of pitch-black ripples were rippling across its surface. The pitch-black jade seemed to have become darker, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. It really reacted. When Yang Kai saw this, how could he not know that the Space Spirit Jade had such a change? It was entirely because Zhang Ruoshi was nearby. When Yang Kai saw it during the day, this thing was like an ancient well without any ripples. At this moment, he clearly felt that the Space Spirit Jade was fluctuating with obvious space force fluctuations. If someone immersed themselves in these fluctuations for a long time, they might be able to spy on the cultivation method of Space Force. Back then, Zhang Ruoxi lived in the Liu family for a month. Liu Baichuan was in that month. He had his own opportunity and was able to enter the Tao of space. Now that Yang Kai thought about it, the reason why Liu Baichuan wanted his descendant to marry Zhang Ruoxi was entirely because of the space spirit jade. It could even be said that his scheming against the Zhang family was related to this. However, Yang Kai couldn't use these fluctuations to investigate anything. If Zhang Ruoxi were to come into contact with this jade, he didn't know what would happen. However, even though the item was in his hands, it still came from the Zhang clan. Yang Kai took it for himself and didn't return it. After all, it was his spoils of war, and the Zhang family was in no position to say anything. If he went to the Zhang family to inquire about the secret of this item, it would be somewhat unreasonable. The Zhang clan might not know the true value of this item. Or else, 200 years ago, she would not have given it to the Liu family as a dowry. It seemed that he had to rely on himself for everything. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the Zhang family's residence. Every time he left the guest room, he would investigate the secrets hidden in the space spirit jade wall. Unfortunately, he found nothing. When he realized that probing like this was not the way to go, he knew that there was no point in continuing to stay in the Zhang family, so he immediately left to bid farewell to the Zhang family's matriarch. The old woman and the middle-aged beauty repeatedly urged him to stay, but seeing that Yang Kai had made up his mind, they didn't force him and personally escorted him out of the manor. "Benefactor, please take care of yourself in the future. If you have free time, please come to visit my Zhang family. My Zhang family will always welcome you." After 2 days of rest, the old woman looked much better. But after all, she was old and had lost a lot of yuan qi in the last battle, so it was impossible for her to recover. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "When the time comes, I hope old madam won't reject me. Benefactor, this time, you have saved our Zhang family from danger. My Zhang family has no way to repay you." This mistress saw that Benefactor is alone and inevitably has some inconveniences in your daily life, so this mistress wants Ruoxi to accompany Benefactor and take care of Benefactor's daily life in the future. "I hope Benefactor won't refuse," the middle-aged beauty said as she pulled Zhang Ruoxi out from behind her. "Huh?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the middle-aged beauty to make such a proposal before leaving, so he immediately turned to look at the young girl subconsciously. What he saw was the young girl lowering her head and playing with the corners of her clothes with her hands. Her face was blushing, but she didn't say anything. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in Yang Kai's heart, but he soon understood the middle-aged beauty's intentions. She obviously felt that the Zhang family's yuan qi was greatly damaged and was worried that a strong enemy would attack them one day. She wanted to build a good relationship with him so that he could become the Zhang family's protector. When the time came, Zhang Ruoxi could become a bridge between him and the Zhang family. If he really agreed, for Zhang Ruoxi's sake, he wouldn't stand idly by when the time came. After understanding this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he instinctively rejected this offer, but he couldn't refuse it outright. Because according to his original plan, he wanted to deal with the matter between him and Kang Si Ran first, then after returning to Maplewood City, he would visit the Zhang family more often and study the space spirit jade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told the old woman just now that there would be opportunities in the future. How could he have known that the Zhang family had already intended to give Zhang Ruoxi to him? This made him feel repulsed, but at the same time, a little happy. He couldn't help but feel as if he had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Seeing Yang Kai's silence, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to become even more nervous. The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled slightly and said, although Ruoxi's cultivation isn't high and she can't help Benefactor much in battle, her talent is quite good. What's more, she has a quiet temperament and is clever with her hands. If Benefactor takes her with him, he won't have to worry about trivial matters in the future and can cultivate wholeheartedly to reach the Tao Source realm as soon as possible. The middle-aged beauty vigorously promoted Zhang Ruoxi in front of Yang Kai while observing his expression. I'm afraid Benefactor won't like her. If that's the case, then Ruoxi won't have this blessing. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but tremble, her two small hands clenched into fists. Lady Ruoxi is both beautiful and intelligent, how could I dislike her? It's just that. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at the old woman. Seeing that the old woman was also looking at him with some expectation in her eyes, Yang Kai knew that this matter had probably been discussed between the old woman and the middle-aged woman. Perhaps, that night at the banquet, he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi a few more times, causing them to misunderstand. Seeing Zhang Ruoxi lowering her head, biting her thin lips, and looking like she was about to cry, Yang Kai sighed in his heart and swallowed the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue. He said, "It's just that I don't want to force you. I have to ask for Lady Ruoxi's opinion on this matter. If she wants to go with me, I can take her away from the Zhang family. If she doesn't want to, then forget it." Hearing this, the middle-aged beauty breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, of course. While speaking, she looked at Zhang Ruoxi and said, "Girl, Benefactor asked you a question, so you should answer truthfully. Are you willing to leave with Benefactor and serve him as a slave or maid from now on?" Zhang Ruoxi didn't even dare to raise her head and just nodded gently. The middle-aged beauty smiled and said, "Just speak, otherwise, Benefactor won't know what you're thinking." Only then did Zhang Ruoxi say in a mosquito-like voice, "I'm willing." The middle-aged beauty smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "Benefactor, you see, Ruoxi is willing, no one forced her." Yang Kai sighed and said, "All right. In that case, you will come with me." "Many thanks, sir." Zhang Ruoxi bowed gracefully. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will bully you. Please rest assured, old madam." Yang Kai turned to the old woman and said seriously. The old woman smiled and said, "It's Ruoxi's fortune to be able to follow Benefactor. My Zhang family believes in Benefactor's character." Yang Kai nodded and looked at Zhang Ruoxi. "If you have anything else to say to your family, you can say it now. I'll wait for you in front." After saying so, Yang Kai flew off into the distance. Looking back, Zhang Ruoxi was in the old woman's arms, sobbing non-stop. The old woman kept patting her on the shoulder to comfort her and to remind her of something. Later, Zhang Ruoxi said goodbye to the middle-aged beauty and the others one by one. Before leaving, she kowtowed 3 times to the Zhang family's residence before walking back to Yang Kai. When she got close, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and whispered, "Sir, I'm fine." Yang Kai chuckled, "You don't have to make it sound like a parting of life and death. I live in Maplewood City. If you miss home in the future, you can come back at any time. I won't restrict you." Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, "Great-grandmother said that I will no longer be a member of the Zhang family in the future. If there's nothing important, I don't need to come back. I just need to serve Sir wholeheartedly." Yang Kai was startled and nodded. "Old madam has given a lot of thought to this." The old woman's warning to Zhang Ruoxi was obviously because she was afraid of making him unhappy. However, she didn't know that he didn't care about this at all. Moreover, the reason he agreed to take Zhang Ruoxi with him wasn't what they thought. However, this kind of thing wasn't easy to explain, so Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. Flying back, Yang Kai didn't have any good flight-type artifacts. He only had a star shuttle that he had bought in the territory of Home Star. It had long since fallen behind the times when his cultivation had improved. So, he simply wrapped Zhang Ruoxi in his power and flew back with her. Zhang Ruoxi was only a first-order Saint King and had never left the Zhang family before, so she had never experienced such a fast flight. She was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly and clenched her fists, looking like she was about to be executed. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, but didn't say anything. After a while, they arrived at the gate of Maplewood City, landed, and entered the city with Zhang Ruoxi. The little girl seemed to rarely enter the city. She had always been serving the old woman in the Zhang family. After entering the city, she looked left and right and found everything strange. Only then did Yang Kai notice that she was dressed very plainly and had no jewelry on her. Yang Kai wanted to give her something, but he was afraid that she would misunderstand, so he gave up on it. Arriving at the cave mansion, Yang Kai took out his identity token and was about to open the cave mansion's barrier when suddenly, a person rushed out and said anxiously, "Alchemist Yang, you're finally back." Yang Kai heard this voice and looked over. Seeing a familiar face, he couldn't help but chuckle, "It's you?" This person was a shop assistant from Spirit Pill Plaza. Because Yang Kai often went in and out of Spirit Pill Plaza to refine spirit pills, he had some impression of him. "It is this junior." The shop assistant bowed to Yang Kai. After getting up, he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi strangely, wondering why Yang Kai had brought a first-order Saint King woman with him. Chapter 2027. Why are you waiting for me here? Yang Kai looked at the shop assistant and asked. The shop assistant replied, "It's like this, this lowly one was ordered by the shopkeeper to wait for Alchemist Yang here." The shopkeeper said that he would like to invite Alchemist Yang to this auction. Auction? Yang Kai raised his brow, suddenly remembering that Kong Si Ran had mentioned this to him a few days ago. He had said that the cultivator from Maplewood City had obtained a lot of good things from the five-colored treasure pagoda, so City Lord Duan Yuan Shan wanted to organize this auction so that everyone could exchange what they had. However, Yang Kai was short on funds and didn't have much interest in this, so he didn't show any intention of going, but Kong Si Ran had still sent someone to invite him. This time, he had obtained a lot of source crystals and good things from the Liu family, so Yang Kai now had a considerable amount of wealth, so there was no harm in going to take a look. Considering all this, Yang Kai asked, "What good things will be auctioned this time?" For shopkeeper Kong to be so obsessed with it, did he reveal anything? The shop assistant smiled mysteriously, looked around, then leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, "The shopkeeper said that a Dao source fruit will appear in this auction." Really? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Yes. That's why shopkeeper Kong is so interested in this auction and wants to invite Alchemist Yang to join him in gathering funds to snatch the Dao source fruit. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. In addition, the shopkeeper also said that among the items being auctioned this time, there is an ancient pill furnace that is at least Dao source grade low rank. If Alchemist Yang can obtain this pill furnace, his chances of success in alchemy in the future will be greatly increased. Both will increase. This ancient pill furnace is very attractive to alchemists. I'm quite interested in this, Yang Kai smiled slightly, and, where will the auction be held? When will it begin? The shop assistant smiled and said, "It will begin at noon today. I have been waiting here for Alchemist Yang for 2 days now. If Alchemist Yang hadn't come back, I'm afraid you would have missed it. It seems like I came back at the right time. How about this, you go back and tell shopkeeper Kong that I'll pack up and go look for him immediately." "Yes." The shop assistant replied and immediately retreated. Although the voices of the two weren't loud, Zhang Ruoxi, who was watching curiously nearby, still heard a lot. After the shop assistant left, she looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Sir, you're also an alchemist?" Yang Kai chuckled, "I know a little. Come in first." As he spoke, Yang Kai opened the cave dwelling's restriction. Then, he led Zhang Ruoxi inside. The secluded home he rented in Maplewood City wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. It could be considered mid-high grade. There were several rooms in the secluded home, and the area was relatively spacious. Yang Kai assigned a room to Zhang Ruoxi. She told her to live here in the future. Then, he gave her his cave residence token. He taught her some methods of opening and closing the restrictions, and told her that other than himself, no one else was allowed to open the cave. Zhang Ruoxi naturally nodded. If you're bored, you can go out for a walk. Maplewood City's public security is pretty good, but don't go to the black market. The city lord's mansion doesn't care about that place. It's quite chaotic, and it'll be very dangerous for you to go there with your cultivation, Yang Kai exhorted again. Ruoxi won't go anywhere. Ruoxi will wait here for Sir to come back, Zhang Ruoxi said softly. As you wish. Then, you rest first. I'm going out for a while, Yang Kai ordered and left. Zhang Ruoxi saw him off respectfully. After Yang Kai left, Zhang Ruoxi began to look around the cave mansion. Although it was clean and tidy, it was also very simple. Thinking that this would be her place to live in the future, she began to think about how to renovate it. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly smiled and began to take out some things from her space ring and arrange them. Spirit Pill Plaza. When Yang Kai entered, someone immediately reported to Kong Si Ran. Not long after, Kong Si Ran hurried out and enthusiastically grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Alchemist Yang, you finally showed up. If you hadn't appeared, I'm afraid you would have missed this auction. Come, let's go, there's not much time left. Let's hurry to the City Lord's mansion. The auction will be held at the City Lord's mansion? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Naturally. After all, this auction is personally organized by the City Lord's master, so the venue will naturally be the City Lord's mansion. I'll tell you what good things will appear on the way. Along the way to the City Lord's mansion with Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai listened to the inside story and learned that although Maplewood City's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties when they entered the five-colored treasure pagoda, some of them had really obtained some good things. Needless to say, the Dao Source fruit would definitely appear as the finale of the auction. There would also be several Dao Source grade artifacts, attracting many Dao Source realm masters from nearby forces to participate in the auction. Moreover, there would also be some pills and lost secret arts and secret techniques. In short, this auction would be unprecedentedly grand, and Maplewood City's cultivator was looking forward to it. However, there were conditions to participate in the auction. After all, there were so many cultivators in Maplewood City that even if the City Lord's mansion was large, it could not accommodate so many people. If one wanted to enter the auction, besides having an invitation from the City Lord's mansion, there were only two kinds of people who could enter freely. One was a cultivator above the Origin King realm, while the other was a cultivator with strong financial resources. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to enter the auction. Kong Si Ran, as the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, often dealt with the City Lord's mansion, so naturally, he had received an invitation. His invitation allowed him to bring one person into the auction, so Yang Kai did not need to be checked for his cultivation or financial resources. Heavenly Marshal Holy Land put 3 Dao Source fruits into the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and one will appear in the auction. I wonder who will get the remaining 2. Kong Si Ran had been brooding over the Dao Source fruit for a long time now and was very annoyed that he did not have such an opportunity in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but now he had to compete with others for it. For this Dao Source fruit, he had brought out almost all of his savings and was ready to go all out. However, he also knew that there was no hope for him. After all, although he was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, how could his financial resources be compared to those sects and families? If he represented Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, he could get the support of the Chamber of Commerce, then the situation would be completely different, but how could he get the financial support of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in such a short time? Hearing him say so, Yang Kai sniffed but did not say anything. After all, one of the Dao source fruits was still in his space ring, and he did not know who would get the third one, or how many Dao source realm cultivators would appear. The two talked as they walked and soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion, there was a bustling crowd. Many cultivators were scrambling to get in while the guards of Maplewood City were trying to maintain order. From time to time, someone would fly back and forth from high up in the sky, scolding those who wanted to cut the line. A third-order origin returning realm cultivator wants to participate in the auction? Go back and cultivate for a few years before coming back. What? You have source crystals? Let me see, hundreds of thousands of source crystals are source crystals. Get out of here. The sound of cursing came from the front. It was obvious that there were cultivators who did not meet the requirements who wanted to sneak through, but they were caught by the guards and thrown far away, their faces covered in dirt. First Order Origin King, you barely qualify. This friend, please. You're just a Third Order Saint King, what are you doing here? Do you think I won't slap you to death? Hey, you brought 1,000,000 source crystals. You should have said so earlier. You can enter now. The cultivator guards were also very busy. Seeing that the auction was about to begin, there were still countless cultivators who wanted to enter, giving them a headache. Ah, it's shopkeeper Kong. Kong Si ran and Yang Kai squeezed through the crowd for a long time before they arrived in front of a city lord's mansion guard. The guard recognized Kong Si ran at once and immediately put on a smile. Shopkeeper Kong, we have to follow the rules this time. You should have an invitation, right? Of course. Kong Si ran smiled slightly. Under the envious eyes of many cultivators nearby, he took out an invitation and handed it to the guard. The guard took it, verified it, and said with a smile, "Good, shopkeeper Kong, please come in. Once inside, you only need to show your invitation and someone will come to greet you." Many thanks. By the way, this Kong wants to bring this friend in. Is that okay? Kong Si ran pointed at Yang Kai. According to the rules, there's no problem, the guard just glanced at Yang Kai and let him in. Kong Si ran nodded and jumped out of the crowd with Yang Kai. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Let's go, the auction is about to begin, Kong Si ran said and quickened his pace. After a short while, the two entered the city lord's mansion. After Kong Si ran showed his invitation, a maidservant immediately led the two to a private room numbered B9. Kong Si ran was a little surprised by this number. After all, he was a well-known figure in Maplewood City. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, he had the halo of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Even City Lord Duan Yuan Shan didn't dare to underestimate him. But now, he was only assigned to a private room in Room B. It could be seen that there were people stronger than him in the rooms numbered before him, or those with even more powerful backgrounds. Realizing this, Kong Si ran couldn't help but frown. He had a bad feeling about this. The auction hall should have been temporarily remodeled from one of the city lord's mansion's main halls. The area was quite large, and the hall below was densely packed with people. Yang Kai roughly glanced around and estimated that there were at least several thousand people present. There were also hundreds of private rooms above. Even so, there were still many people who couldn't enter. If it weren't for Kong Si ran, even if the two of them could enter, they wouldn't have a place to stay. At this moment, the hall was in a hubbub. Countless people were whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 5. Obviously, the auction hadn't started yet. Only the 100 private rooms were completely silent. The cultivators below glanced at the private rooms from time to time with envious looks on their faces. Sit down, Kong Si ran said and found a place to sit down. Yang Kai also sat down calmly. He had participated in several auctions before. Although this was his first time in the star boundary, he felt that there wasn't much difference. Chapter 20-28. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran sat down and chatted for a while before they heard the sound of gongs and drums in the hall. A short old man with white hair and a beard suddenly jumped onto the auction stage. This person was dressed very unconventionally. His clothes were sloppy, his hair was messy, and he had a red brandy nose. There was a big green gourd hanging on his waist. At first glance, people would think that he was a beggar on the street. As soon as the old man stepped onto the stage, he laughed loudly and lifted the big gourd from his waist as if there was no one around him. He opened the lid and poured a mouthful of strong liquor into his mouth. After a few gulps, he let out a loud burp in front of everyone. His eyes narrowed slightly as he showed a satisfied expression, as if he would have no regrets even if he died immediately. The aroma of wine quickly spread in all directions. This. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He had participated in several auctions in his native star region, but the hosts of those auctions were either old and mature, or charming and enchanting. He had never seen a host as unique as the old man on the stage. Alchemist Yang, you haven't been in Maplewood City for long, so I'm afraid you don't know him, Kong Si Ran laughed. Kong Si Ran laughed, and before Yang Kai could speak, he explained, this man is one of the 2 Vice City Lords of Maplewood City. No one knows his name, but he calls himself Drunkard, so everyone calls him that. This man is one of the 2 Vice City Lords? Isn't that a Dao Source Realm Master? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Yes, he is from the First Order Dao Source Realm, but it is difficult to judge his specific strength. It is rumored that his true strength is no worse than City Lord Duan's. He should be able to fight above his realm, Kong Si Ran said. Yang Kai nodded. He smiled and said, is it okay to let him host the auction? I think he's already drunk. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, don't underestimate him. Drunkard has a lot of prestige in Maplewood City. He often helps the weak and helps the weak. He is a good man. Yang Kai nodded and said, if that's the case, then there shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, Drunkard finally regained his composure after savoring the taste of the wine. He squinted his small eyes and glanced around before cupping his fists and saying, who am I? I'm sure everyone here knows me. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't. I'm not here for a blind date. I'm here to host the auction, so you don't have to stare at this old man. Just stare at the auction items. As soon as he said this, many cultivator in the hall burst into laughter. Yang Kai also felt that this person was quite interesting. He didn't put on any airs of a Dao Source Realm Master at all. It was very peaceful and approachable. Sigh. This old man was originally a lazy person, so he didn't want to come to this auction. However, he couldn't resist the temptation of the city master's wine and fell for it. The city lord's master is really sinister. Damn it, damn it. In short, this old man is rather impatient. Please be more decisive when you participate in the auction later. Otherwise, this old man will not wait. I still want to bask in the sun, Drunkard hurriedly said as he walked on the high platform. Hearing him say this, many people's expressions became solemn. All right, enough chit-chat, let's start the auction now, Drunkard said in a low voice as he gestured behind him. From behind the high platform, a maidservant from the city lord's mansion immediately walked up with a jade plate. On top of this jade plate was a white porcelain bottle. From the looks of it, the first item to be auctioned should be a pill. An ancient spirit pill, a bottle of god-congealing pills, a total of 3 pills. They will be auctioned together with a base price of 30,000 source crystals. Each increase must be no less than 1,000. Please, everyone, after Drunkard finished speaking, he waited quietly. God-congealing pills, it's actually god-congealing pills? The first item is a god-congealing pill? How many good things will be auctioned next? It is said that after taking a god-congealing pill, one can temper one's soul and make it stronger. I wonder if that's true. This is an Origin King grade high-rank spirit pill. My Maplewood City's alchemists can't refine it under normal circumstances. As soon as they heard that it was a god-congealing pill, the cultivator present suddenly became enthusiastic. After all, the strength of one's soul was related to the safety of every cultivator. If one's soul was strong enough, whether it was for hiding, escaping, searching, or even fighting enemies, it would have a miraculous effect. Therefore, this god-congealing pill was useful to any cultivator. 31,000. 32,000, 35,000. The bids in the hall rose one after another. Even the people in the private rooms made their bids. Soon, the price of this bottle of god-congealing pills broke through the barrier of 50,000 source crystals. It wasn't until someone called out 60,000 source crystals that the auction quieted down for a moment. 60,000, going once, going twice, going thrice. Good, this bottle of god-congealing pills belongs to the friend who just made the bid. Please bring the source crystals and go backstage to complete the transaction. Next item. Drunkard, who was standing on the high platform with his eyes closed, suddenly finalized the transaction very quickly. He didn't even give others a chance to react before directly moving on to the next item. That's too fast. Is this an auction or a forced buy and give? Senior Drunkard's actions are really unexpected. There was an uproar in the hall, and there was a lot of discussion. It seemed that no cultivator had experienced such an auction before. In the past auctions, every cultivator who hosted the auction would repeatedly ask if there was a higher price, fearing that the auction item would not sell for a good price. However, Drunkard didn't seem to care about this at all. He just wanted to finish hosting the auction as soon as possible, then go to sleep and bask in the sun. For a moment, the cultivator who hesitated and didn't raise the price was extremely annoyed. Only the guy who bid 60,000 got up from his seat with a happy face, as if he had picked up a big bargain. He rushed backstage, obviously ready to complete the transaction. After experiencing Drunkard's impatience, every cultivator's passion was aroused in the following auctions. Whenever they encountered something they wanted, they would no longer hesitate. Moreover, the speed at which they raised the price was faster than the previous one, fearing that Drunkard would finalize the price of the auction item before it was their turn to bid. As a result, the speed of the auction became extremely fast. In less than half an hour, more than 40 items were auctioned off. This was completely impossible in the auctions Yang Kai had experienced in the past. Pills, artifacts, secret arts, and secret techniques appeared one after another. Some were put up for auction by the cultivator themselves, but most of them were taken out from the five-colored treasure pagoda. These relics from the primordial battlefield naturally caused a lot of people to fight over them. The atmosphere in the auction was extremely heated. Yang Kai also roughly understood the prices of these items. An ordinary Dao source grade artifact cost 7 or 800,000 source crystals. If the grade was slightly higher, it would be normal for it to cost a few million. He thought that with 1,000,000 source crystals, he would have some confidence, but now it seemed, he was still poor. Dao source grade low rank, Tiger battle armor, 1,800,000 going once, going twice, going thrice. Friends who bid, please bring your source crystals backstage to complete the transaction. Let's take a look at the next auction item. After Drunkard finished speaking, he stood to the side again, motionless. From backstage, a maidservant walked out, dragging a mysterious auction item on a jade plate. The item was covered by a red cloth, so no one could see its true appearance. They only knew that it was about half a foot tall. When the maidservant came closer, Drunkard suddenly smiled meaningfully and looked down. This auction item is extremely precious. It was originally supposed to be the finale, but under this old man's strong request, it appeared ahead of time. I'm sure many people have already guessed what it is, so, let's begin. Saying so, he lifted the red cloth on the jade plate, and the true appearance of the auction item was revealed to everyone. It was a furnace that could be held with one hand. The furnace was blue in color and was carved with dragons and phoenixes, looking extremely extraordinary. A desolate and ancient aura spread out from it. Drunkard picked up the furnace with one hand and smiled meaningfully. This black jade furnace has been refined with this old man and city lord master for many days, but we still can't tell. We only know that it is an alchemy furnace, a Dao source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace at that. A Dao source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace. Exclamations suddenly came from below. Although many good things had appeared in this auction, and there were even countless artifacts, there were only a handful of Dao source grade mid-rank treasures that were of the upper grade. In particular, this was an alchemy furnace, so its characteristics would naturally cause many alchemists to scramble for it. Alchemists were extremely wealthy existences, and a good alchemy furnace could often make alchemists go bankrupt. What's more, the various great sects and families had always been dedicated to cultivating their own alchemists, so this Dao source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace would definitely tempt them. With a good alchemy furnace, an alchemist could not only improve their chances of successfully refining pills, but also refine pills that were normally impossible to refine. As such, the value of an alchemy furnace could be imagined. Even Yang Kai, who had yet to bid, couldn't help but light up when he saw this alchemy furnace, sending his divine sense towards the high platform to investigate it carefully. There were many people who did the same as him, and countless divine senses poured in from all directions of the auction hall, converging together and creating a lively atmosphere. Does Alchemist Yang want this pill furnace? Kong Si Ran observed carefully and asked with a slight smile. I have some ideas, but... Yang Kai shook his head with a wry smile. I probably won't be able to snatch it. Kong Si Ran pondered for a moment before saying, how do you know you won't be able to snatch it? Alchemist Yang, feel free to bid. If you don't have enough source crystals, this Kong will lend them to you. We'll see when the time comes. Yang Kai didn't express any opinion. Although he knew that Kong Si Ran had brought a lot of source crystals this time, the other party was here to compete for the Dao source fruit. Yang Kai wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he delayed Kong Si Ran's attempt to snatch the Dao source fruit. Although he liked this alchemy furnace, he didn't need it. Chapter 2029. Everyone, have you seen it? Although this old man is not an alchemist, because my secret art is of the fire attribute, I can slightly stimulate the power of this alchemy furnace. How about this? This old man will demonstrate to everyone how strange this thing is. As Drunkard spoke, he suddenly threw the black jade furnace he had been holding in his hand and quickly formed a seal. As he poured pure source chi into the black jade cauldron, the small black jade cauldron expanded in the wind and quickly became as tall as a person. It landed heavily on the high platform, making a loud thud. After the alchemy furnace grew bigger, the complex patterns on it became clearer. Not only that, under the sweep of everyone's divine sense, they could even see that there were 4 dragon heads embedded inside the alchemy furnace. The inside of the alchemy furnace was even more dazzling. The Grandmaster who refined this alchemy furnace is definitely an eccentric person. He engraved countless spirit arrays inside the alchemy furnace, all of which can be used for alchemy. If someone can figure it out in detail, in the future, there will be no need to inscribe spirit arrays, just stimulate the alchemy furnace. Moreover, the design of the 4 dragon heads inside the alchemy furnace allows the alchemist to control the temperature of the alchemy furnace. In addition, there are some magical functions. Everyone, watch carefully. As Drunkard spoke, he suddenly lifted his gourd and took a swig of strong liquor. Immediately, his somewhat ruddy face became even redder. He patted his chest and spat at the black jade furnace. A fire dragon sprayed out from his mouth. This fire dragon shook its head and swung its tail, hitting the black jade furnace like a stone sinking into the sea and disappearing. Drunkard made another hand seal with a mysterious smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, inside one of the dragon heads inside the alchemy furnace, raging flames were spewing out. The temperature of the flames seemed to be extremely high, showing a faint blue color, and under Drunkard's control, the flames could be adjusted. Then, the second dragon head also spewed out flames, followed by the third. The fourth, Drunkard stopped his seals and stood motionless to the side. However, the flames inside the alchemy furnace did not extinguish, but instead continued to burn, as if they would continue for a long time. This alchemy furnace can store energy? A knowledgeable person immediately saw through it. Exactly. This friend has sharp eyes. Drunkard laughed loudly. This old man didn't use much strength just now. In other words, it's only the level of an ordinary blow, but this amount of strength is enough to keep the furnace burning for half a day, and once the fire is properly controlled, it's enough to burn for half a day. There would definitely not be any more changes. In this way, I'm afraid everyone knows how much help this is to alchemists, right? As soon as Drunkard's voice fell, the hall burst into an uproar. Although he did not explain it clearly, the cultivator present basically understood the preciousness of this alchemy furnace. When an alchemist was refining pills, he needed to constantly observe the changes in the herbs. He needed to control the fire at all times. He poured his energy into the pill furnace and could not leave it at all. However, with this black jade cauldron, things would be different. The alchemist only needed to set a certain temperature and pour enough energy into it. For a period of time, the cauldron would remain in that state. The alchemist could use this time to recover. In the process of refining pills, there were many times when an alchemist failed due to the lack of energy circulation in their body. But with this black jade cauldron, there was no need to worry about this problem at all. In addition to having the various abilities of an ordinary alchemy furnace, it also had its own characteristics. It was also a Tao Source grade mid-rank pill. Its value was so great that in the eyes of alchemists, it was no less than an emperor artifact. Time is limited, so this old man won't show the other characteristics of this alchemy furnace one by one. However, this old man can guarantee that if an alchemist can obtain this thing, they will be able to refine pills an entire realm higher. As soon as this statement came out, countless people gasped. It was more difficult for an alchemist to break through than a cultivator, especially when it came to breaking through a great realm. Many alchemists were stuck at the Origin King grade high rank, unable to advance even an inch in their lifetime. But according to Drunkard, as long as they had the black jade cauldron, an Origin King grade alchemist would have a chance to refine a Tao Source grade pill, and even the chances of successfully refining a pill would not be too low. All kinds of temptations and benefits not only tempted the alchemists present, but also caused the eyes of the representatives from the various sects and families to burn. Tao Source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace, black jade cauldron, starting price 1 million source crystals, each increment must be no less than 50,000. Please proceed, Drunkard shouted and walked to the side with a smile. Starting price 1 million. Yang Kai heard this and could not help twitching his mouth. Just now, when he saw Drunkard's extravagant words, he was naturally tempted by the black jade cauldron. The alchemy furnace in his hand was the purple origin cauldron he obtained from the Emperor Garden. Its grade was not low, at least an Origin King grade high-rank alchemy furnace. It had accompanied him until now, but compared to the black jade cauldron, the purple origin cauldron was not even on the same level. However, this starting price of 1 million still made Yang Kai smile bitterly. He only had 1 million source crystals on hand, which was probably only enough for the starting price. Is this black jade cauldron really so magical? To the side, Kong Si Ran also seemed a little surprised. Although he could rely on his good relationship with the city lord's mansion to obtain some information in advance, he obviously did not know much about this black jade cauldron, so after listening to Drunkard, his expression could not help but become solemn. If he could win this alchemy furnace, the output of Spirit Pill Plaza would definitely increase greatly in the future, and as the manager of this place, his performance would also improve. Perhaps one day he would be rewarded and promoted by the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. But when he thought of the Tao source fruit, Kang Si-ran hesitated again. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, only to see Yang Kai also smiling bitterly, so he asked in amazement, "Alchemist Yang, are you not going to bid?" "No, I'll just watch the show." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Kang Si-ran understood and nodded, no longer saying anything. While the two of them were talking, the auction had already begun. However, the strange thing was that no one made a bid. Moreover, the hall was also completely silent. It was obvious that everyone was waiting for someone else to make a move. They wanted to see the market before making a move. For a time, the atmosphere in the auction hall was extremely strange. If it were someone else presiding over the auction, they probably would not be in such a hurry and would instead wait with confidence. After all, there was no need to fear that no one would want a good item, but this time, it was Drunkard who was presiding over the auction. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one was bidding, Drunkard could not help but grin and say, "It seems that the first unsold item of this auction is about to be born. If that's the case, then, wait, Vice City Lord, Master, aren't you a bit too impatient?" A man's voice immediately came from a private room. "Then, are you going to bid? If not, this old man will buy it himself and resell it later. He will definitely make a lot of money." Drunkard looked over with a smile. Hearing this, many people could not help but roll their eyes. The person presiding over the auction actually wanted to participate in the bidding. They had never experienced such a thing before, or even heard of it. Only Drunkard could say such a thing. "Well, since all of you are so reserved, then this one will bid 1 million. The man in the private room said helplessly. 1 million is too little. 1.5 million, my Due family will take this black jade furnace. 1.5 million and you dare to open your mouth like a lion? Ridiculous, my Jiang family will bid 1.8 million. Since that's the case, my Qin family will also join in the fun. 2 million. After the first bid, some people immediately increased the price one after another, all of them representing the families behind them. Thinking about it, such a huge amount of source crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Only sects and families could afford it. All of a sudden, all the private rooms enthusiastically participated in the bidding. Seeing this, Drunkard grinned meaningfully and no longer said anything. He simply picked up the big gourd and drank from it. The major families in Maplewood City were already competing openly and secretly, and now that this black jade furnace was a good thing that could help improve their family's strength, naturally no one was willing to let it go. In just 30 breaths of time, the price of the black jade furnace had risen to 2.7 million, and it was still soaring. No one was willing to withdraw. After another half a cup of tea's time, the price of the black jade furnace had reached 4 million. Only then did several families stop bidding. Obviously, the price had reached the limit of what they could afford. Although the black jade furnace was good, the final item, the Tao source fruit, could directly break through to the Tao source realm. In contrast, these people could only reluctantly give up. At this time, Kai Yang had completely become a spectator. If it was said that the starting price of 1 million was enough for him to consider whether or not he could sell some of his own things to gather enough spirit stones. But now, he no longer had any hope of doing so. My Jiang family is determined to win this black jade furnace. Please make things easy for us. For 1 million. From the Jiang family's private room, a man's voice came out. Everyone else fell silent. Many people did not dare to continue competing with the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family was not weak in Maplewood City, and the few families who dared to compete with the Jiang family had to give up because the amount of source crystals was too large. Seeing this, the Jiang family man who had just spoken was overjoyed. Vice City Lord, Master, can we? Before he could finish speaking, a charming voice suddenly sounded, Old Master Jiang, don't be so anxious. Little sister hasn't bid yet. N4. 2 million will do. As soon as this was said, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the Jiang family's private room flashed with a cold light. He looked towards the source of the voice and shouted, Shopkeeper Zhua. At the same time, Kong Si Ran also coldly snorted, Zhuaning Si. That slut really can't hold back anymore. As each other's sworn enemies, Kong Si Ran naturally recognized the owner of the charming voice. It was the shopkeeper of Pill and Artifact Pavilion, Zhuaning Si, who had tried to poach him before. Chapter 20-30. Yang Kai had also met Zhuaning Si once, when he went to the Spirit Pill Plaza to sign a soul contract with Kong Si Ran. At that time, Zhuaning Si wanted to win him over, but he refused. Towards this charming woman, Kai Yang naturally had some impression of her. It was reasonable for her to bid for the Black Jade Furnace. After all, she was the shopkeeper of Alchemy Pavilion, so she naturally had a great use for this Black Jade Furnace. When Kong Si Ran heard that it was Zhuaning Si who was bidding, he immediately became furious, seemingly recalling all the grudges he had with her 2 months ago, causing his belly to burn with anger. On the other side, the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes from the Jiang family couldn't help but frown after recognizing Zhuaning Si's identity and said, Shopkeeper Zhua, my Jiang family has cooperated with your alchemy pavilion many times and we have a good relationship. Why do you have to do this? Zhuaning Si giggled and said, Old Master Jiang's words are naturally true, but friendship is friendship, business is business. Little sister is now excited to see this and naturally wants to bid. Why don't Old Master Jiang be generous and give this Black Jade Furnace to little sister? If so, little sister will definitely host a banquet tonight to entertain Old Master Jiang. Hehe, I just don't know if you have the courage to come. She actually blatantly seduced the cultivator of the Jiang family in front of thousands of cultivators. As soon as these words came out, many cultivators in the hall hissed. Slut! Kong Si Ran was also filled with righteous indignation, despising Zhuaning Si's debauchery. In the Jiang family's private room, the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes coldly snorted, not moved at all, and said indifferently, It seems that shopkeeper Zhua is determined to go against my Jiang family? Oh, how would this servant dare? After this matter, I will definitely personally pay a visit to the Jiang clan to apologize. However, it is impossible for me to give up this Black Jade Cauldron. Zhuaning Si cried out, her voice full of grievance. Those who heard her couldn't help but feel pity for her and couldn't bear to blame her. However, her last sentence was said with extreme determination. It was as if she had some difficulties. The man from the Jiang family coldly snorted and said, If that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal. 3 million. Zhuaning Si pursed her lips into a smile and continued without backing down, 4 million. Before the Jiang family could raise the price, another voice drifted out from another room, 5 million. The man from the Jiang family froze for a moment, and so did Zhuaning Si, while Yang Kai, who was sitting in room B9, turned his head to look at Kong Si Ran in amazement and asked, Shopkeeper Kong. You are? The one who bid and joined the competition was Kong Si Ran. Kong Si Ran chuckled and said, Just casually pat her and disgust her. Yang Kai nodded. I was wondering who it was that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. So it's Shopkeeper Kong. Is your body still strong? Zhuaning Si's words were laced with sarcasm. After a long period of ridicule, Kong Si Ran chuckled and said, Thank you, thank you. So, it is Shopkeeper Kong. The man from the Jiang family obviously recognized Kang Si Rant's voice and smiled. Since both of your chambers of commerce are interested in this pill furnace, my Jiang family can only withdraw. My Jiang family is not an opponent of your two chambers of commerce. Obviously, he mistakenly thought that Zhuaning Si and Kang Si Ran were both bidding on behalf of the chambers of commerce behind them, so he immediately withdrew to protect himself. Offending Zhuaning Si for the black jade furnace was still acceptable. But if he offended both chambers of commerce, that was not something the Jiang family wanted to see. But what he didn't know was that Kang Si Ran was just bidding maliciously. As for whether Zhuaning Si was representing Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, perhaps only she knew. Thank you for letting me win. Kang Si Ran saw that he had misunderstood and did not explain further, instead just cupping his fists towards Zhuaning Si. Zhuaning Si said, "Shopkeeper Kang, now that there are only two of us left, what is Shopkeeper Kang's bottom line?" "No comment, you can bid yourself." "If you don't bid, this black jade furnace will belong to this old master," Kang Si Ran coldly snorted. Zhuaning Si ate a soft rebuff and looked annoyed, no longer paying any attention to Kang Si Ran, instead bidding again. For a time, the black jade furnace was only a competition between the two of them, each bid starting at 100,000, and the price soared all the way to 5 million. At this time, Kang Si Ran grinned meaningfully and said generously, "Since shopkeeper Zhua is so insistent, this old master can only concede defeat. And this old master will withdraw." "Old bastard." From Zhuaning Si's room, a series of curses came out, and although her voice wasn't loud, many people could hear it clearly. Kang Si Ran laughed happily, as if he had just gotten his revenge. On the high platform, Drunkard saw this and smiled indifferently. He took 2 steps forward and was about to announce the ownership of the black jade furnace when he heard a man's voice coming from a private room in the A block. "Are you all done? Since you're done, then, 6 million. As soon as this statement came out, the entire auction hall suddenly fell silent. Even Drunkard, who had taken a few steps forward, stopped and looked towards the source of the voice in amazement. Zhuaning Si, who thought she had won, was stunned for a moment. Her eyes shrank and her pretty face twisted. 6 million? Did I hear that right? Who is this guy? Raising the price by 1 million source crystals? Is he crazy? Shoo, keep your voice down. This person is in a block private room, so he must be a Dao Source Realm Master. If he hears you, you'll die. So what if he's a Dao Source Realm Master? Aren't his source crystals still source crystals? 1 million, if he gave it to me. After a moment of silence, the hall suddenly became noisy as the cultivator whispered to each other. After all, raising the price by 1 million source crystals all of a sudden was a bit scary. After pondering for a while, Drunkard seemed to understand the identity of the bidder and a trace of dread appeared on his face. He stepped back slightly again and stood there quietly. Among the people present, Zhuaning Si was in the worst mood. After all, she was just about to pick the fruits of victory, but a troublemaker had appeared halfway. No one would be in a good mood if they encountered such a situation. Although she was only a third-order origin king, she was still representing Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, so after a moment of silence, she asked coldly, "Dare I ask for your excellency's name?" However, the bidder in the A block didn't seem to have any intention of replying to her. Zhuaning Si said angrily, hiding the head but showing the tail, "Does your excellency not dare to show his name?" After these words came out, the bidder finally sneered, "What a joke, this father is just participating in this auction, what's wrong? Do I have to announce my name before bidding? Which auction has such a rule? Sir Vice City Lord, does Maplewood City's auction have such a rule?" His last sentence was directed to Drunkard. Drunkard frowned when he heard this, thought for a while, and cupped his fists. "Friend must be joking, Maplewood City's auction naturally does not have such a rule." "That's right, shopkeeper Zhua. Since you are a member of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, this father will not lower himself to your level, but if you dare speak presumptuously again, don't blame this father for being ruthless." Saying so, a powerful divine sense spread out from a block private room and directly swept over Zhuaningxi's body. Zhuaningxi's face couldn't help turning pale as she immediately realized that the other party didn't give her any face at all. If she continued to pester him, she would really anger him. Judging from the strength of this divine sense, the other party didn't seem to be a master from the first-order Dao Source Realm, but a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Maplewood City's city lord, Duan Yuan Shan, was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he was already the overlord of the surrounding several 100,000 kilometers. Who knew where this person had come from, but he actually possessed strength that was on par with Duan Yuan Shan. Even if Zhuaningxi was wearing the halo of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, with this person's cultivation and strength, he could easily kill Zhuaningxi without anyone noticing. After realizing this, Zhuaningxi reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "Since Senior is interested in this black jade furnace, this mistress can only give up." "Congratulations, Senior." Without even mentioning the fact that the price of 6 million source crystals had already exceeded Zhuaningxi's bottom line, this person's temperament was also extremely perverse. If she continued to compete with him, she would definitely suffer. Zhuaningxi judged the situation and naturally didn't dare to open her mouth to bid, instead withdrawing after saying a few polite words. No one had expected that the black jade furnace, which had been fought over by so many great families, would eventually fall into the hands of a mysterious person who had only offered a single bid. However, a price of 6 million source crystals was indeed within his ability. After Drunkard stepped onto the stage and counted down from 3, the ownership of the black jade furnace was settled. "I didn't expect that the black jade furnace would be worth 6 million, then the Dao source fruit." Kong Si Rant's face was filled with disappointment. Although he had brought a lot of source crystals this time, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to obtain the Dao source fruit, so he couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him and could only remain silent. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill. On the high platform, Drunkard smiled mysteriously. "As for what this spirit pill is, please allow this old man to keep everyone in suspense." While he was speaking, a maidservant had already presented the auction item to him. After he lifted the red cloth covering the item, everyone saw a navy blue spirit pill about the size of a longan lying quietly on a jade plate. This spirit pill wasn't stored in a jade bottle, as if there was no need to worry about its medicinal efficacies dissipating. The moment the sharp-eyed cultivator saw this spirit pill, he exclaimed, "Pill veins! A spirit pill with pill veins! What? Let me see." "Hiss, it's really pill veins. So this is what pill veins look like. More than that, look, this spirit pill seems to be quite old. Could it be?" Many cultivator below were discussing while Drunkard on the stage smiled, seemingly very satisfied with such an effect. Although some spirit pills had appeared in previous auctions, none of them had formed pill veins. This one was the first. Moreover, many cultivator had never even seen a spirit pill with pill veins before, so naturally, they found it extremely rare and couldn't help staring at it. Chapter 2031. Vice City Lord, Master, may I ask if this spirit pill was brought out from the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Someone in the audience asked loudly. Drunkard smiled and nodded, "Indeed. Moreover, this spirit pill is not one of the spirit pills that the great sects used before, but a genuine ancient spirit pill. As you can see, because of the existence of pill veins, the medicinal efficacies of this spirit pill have always been preserved. Otherwise, after so many years, even the most powerful spirit pill would have been reduced to ashes. After a spirit pill was refined, it was generally stored in a jade bottle to preserve its medicinal efficacies and prevent them from dissipating. However, even if it was a high-grade spirit pill, with the passage of time, its medicinal efficacies would fade away and eventually become useless. However, if a spirit pill formed pill veins, there was no need to worry about this problem at all, as pill veins could automatically absorb world energy to maintain its medicinal efficacies. The pill clouds above pill veins were even more incredible. A spirit pill that formed pill clouds could increase its medicinal efficacies over time. The longer it was, the more terrifying the medicinal efficacies would become. If an Origin King grade spirit pill formed pill clouds when it was refined, after thousands of years of precipitation, the medicinal efficacies contained within it may not even be comparable to an Emperor grade spirit pill. Yang Kai had such a spirit pill in his possession. When he obtained the purple origin furnace in the Emperor Garden, there was a dragon flame purple marked pill that had formed pill clouds inside it. It was refined by the owner of the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, but for some unknown reason, it had remained inside the purple origin furnace until Yang Kai finally obtained it. The Emperor Garden had been silent for tens of thousands of years at that time, so this dragon flame purple marked pill had been nourished by pill clouds for tens of thousands of years. As such, although it was only Origin King grade mid-rank, the medicinal efficacies contained within it were not necessarily comparable to those of an Emperor grade spirit pill. Such a spirit pill would likely be of great use to the Emperor realm. The reason why Yang Kai had not dared to take it was because he was worried that the medicinal efficacies would be too much for him to bear, so he had kept them until now. He did not dare say that such a spirit pill was unique in this world, but there were definitely no more than 10 of them. It was easy to imagine how precious it was. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he did not dare to recklessly consume the dragon flame purple mark pill. He could only wait until his strength increased a little in the future to see if he could withstand the medicinal effects. Vice City Lord Master, what is the grade of this spirit pill and what is its use? The cultivator below asked. This was also the question that everyone was concerned about. Drunkard smiled and said, even if you didn't ask, this old man would have explained it anyway. After several days of research by many masters in the city, the final conclusion was that this spirit pill is a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. What's more, its effects are quite attractive. Hearing Drunkard's words, the cultivator below suddenly became spirited and looked at the stage expectantly. What was the name of this spirit pill in the ancient times? No one knew. The pill recipe has long been lost. The city Lord Master named it the marrow washing pill. As for its specific use, you can tell from the name. Naturally, it can wash one's marrow and meridians, allowing one to be reborn and improve the cultivator's cultivation aptitude. As soon as Drunkard's voice fell, the cultivator below the stage suddenly exclaimed. Their gazes towards the marrow washing pill became fiery and violent. Even the masters in the private rooms released their divine senses one after another. They went to investigate the spirit pill. It was no wonder everyone had such a reaction. How miraculous was a spirit pill that could wash one's marrow and meridians and improve one's cultivation aptitude? At the very least, except for a few pills that only appeared in legends, there was no such thing in the star boundary. But this marrow washing pill had such a heaven-defying effect. No one would complain about having good aptitude. Everyone wanted to go to the next level. Why were some third-order Origin Kings unable to break through to the Dao Source realm? It might be because of their secret art, injuries, or other various reasons. But most of them were because their aptitude was not enough. If one could improve one's aptitude, they might be able to be reborn and easily enter the Dao Source realm. The marrow washing pill in front of them was obviously such a thing, so it was only natural that people coveted it. That's not right, Vice City Lord Master. A man's voice suddenly came from a private room. It was the man from the Jiang family who had bid many times before. If this spirit pill really has such a miraculous effect, how could anyone be willing to take it out for auction instead of taking it themselves? This Jiang believes that as long as a cultivator has a bit of brain, they wouldn't make such a choice. Vice City Lord Master, is there anything wrong with this spirit pill? Hearing this, the cultivators who had been staring at them with fervent gazes were shocked. They secretly felt that the Jiang family member's words made a lot of sense. If the effects of the marrow cleansing pill were really so miraculous, which fool would put it up for auction? It could even be said that City Lord Duan Yuan Shan would take it for himself. It was just that drunkard's description made people subconsciously ignore this concern. Now that they were reminded by the Jiang family man, they immediately came to their senses and asked drunkard for a clear explanation. Drunkard glanced at the Jiang family's private room and grinned meaningfully. Brother Jiang asked a good question. Although this marrow washing pill is miraculous, it does have some drawbacks. Oh? Please elaborate. The Jiang family man quickly said. First, although this spirit pill can indeed wash one's marrow and meridians, it can only be used on cultivator at the Saint King realm and below. It has no effect on cultivators at the Saint King realm and above. Secondly, its effects would only last until the person who took it reached the Origin King realm. Once the person who took it broke through to the Origin King realm, they would revert back to their original aptitude. Of course, other than these 2 points, this spirit pill has no drawbacks. There will be no side effects after taking it. Please rest assured. There is such a strange spirit pill in this world? The Jiang family man was stunned. Drunkard smiled and said, who can say for sure what happened in ancient times? This old man doesn't know why such a spirit pill was born in ancient times, but there are so many capable people in the world. It's not surprising that they were able to research such a spirit pill. This Jiang understands. Many thanks for Vice City Lord Master's explanation. It's fine, this is what this old man should say. Now that everyone has understood the purpose of this marrow washing pill, let the auction begin. The base price is 100,000 source crystals, and each increase must be no less than 5,000. 100,000. 150,000. 120,000. Although this marrow washing pill had many restrictions, not only was it useless for cultivators above the Saint King realm, but it would also cause one's aptitude to revert back to its original state after breaking through to the Origin King realm. It still attracted the interest of many people. The reason for this was that all the cultivator who came to participate in this auction had their own juniors or descendants. Although it was useless to them, they could give it to their descendants. There were 2 major realms between the Saint King realm and the Origin King realm, so if it could improve one's aptitude, it could also greatly shorten one's cultivation time. However, its various restrictions meant that its price would not be too high. The bidding price also soared along with the bids of many cultivator, and soon broke through the 200,000 mark. In private room B9, Yang Kai's expression changed and he also opened his mouth to bid. Kong Si Ran looked at him in amazement and asked, Alchemist Yang, do you have any friends who need this thing? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding, yes, Anne. I can't go back empty-handed after participating in this auction. That's right, Kong Si Ran nodded. In the previous auction, he also bought a few things that were useful to him, but the price was not high. Only Yang Kai had not made a move. Alchemist Yang, please bid. If you don't have enough source crystals, this old master has some, Kong Si Ran said generously. Then I'll have to thank shopkeeper Kong in advance. Yang Kai smiled slightly and continued to bid, 250,000. The reason why he participated in the bidding for this marrow washing pill was naturally for Zhang Ruoxi. This little girl from the Zhang family happened to be a first-order Saint King, so she could take this marrow washing pill. Although he didn't have any friendship with this little girl and didn't have much affection for her, he still wanted to use her to unravel the secrets of the space spirit jade. Perhaps he would have to be with Zhang Ruoxi for a long time in the future, so he could help her grow quickly and lighten his burden. Most importantly, Yang Kai had other intentions towards her, but it was not convenient for him to say it out loud. He just wanted to use this method to make up for it a little and alleviate the guilt in his heart. As the price soared, fewer and fewer people participated in the bidding. Although this thing was rare, it was not useful to them. Except for some cultivator who wanted to cultivate their descendants, everyone else withdrew. When Yang Kai bid 300,000, only one woman remained to compete with him. This woman sat in the hall and didn't look very rich, only a second-order origin king. She looked conflicted for a while before continuing to raise the price. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't give up. After Yang Kai shouted a price of 320,000, the woman finally sighed, seemingly giving up. Seeing this situation, Drunkard immediately walked up to the high platform and said, 320,000, going once, going twice, going thrice, please come backstage to hand over your belongings. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this, stood up, and said to Kong Si Ran, I'll be right back. Alchemist Yang, please hurry. The Tao source fruit is about to appear. Kong Si Ran looked at the high platform expectantly. Yang Kai nodded. Walking out of the room, Yang Kai went backstage and paid 320,000 source crystals, finally obtaining the marrow washing pill. Spending so many source crystals to buy a spirit pill was indeed not very cost-effective for Yang Kai right now. After all, this price was equivalent to a third of the source crystals he currently had, and it wasn't something he could use for himself. But in the long run, it was still possible. Moreover, Kai Yang could also study the composition of this leopard-releasing marrow-cleansing pill. If he could figure out its pill recipe, that would be even better. In any case, this was a spirit pill that had been lost since ancient times. If he could figure out its pill recipe, then in the future, Kai Yang could refine this spirit pill and sell it. He believed that at that time, he would definitely be able to earn a lot of money. Chapter 2032. When Yang Kai returned to his room again, it seemed that another auction item had been auctioned off, but it was unknown who had won it. The finale, the Tao source fruit, hasn't arrived yet? Yang Kai asked in amazement after taking his seat. Kong Si Ran shook his head and smiled bitterly. There seemed to be a lot of items up for auction this time, but it should be soon. Yang Kai gently nodded and no longer spoke as he turned his gaze to the high platform. On the high platform, Drunkard showed a mysterious smile again as he looked around and announced loudly, the next auction item to be displayed is not trivial and is extremely rare. It was not originally intended to be auctioned in this auction but was instead submitted by a friend present. Although this is somewhat against the rules, after City Lord Master's appraisal, this item is indeed worthy of being auctioned, so it has been allowed to be auctioned. Heh, if anyone here cultivates a fire attribute secret art or possesses a fire attribute artifact, please pay attention. Saying so, he gestured to the back and a maidservant immediately walked onto the high platform with a round bowl-like object in her hands. In the auction house, countless cultivators' eyes turned towards the round bowl curiously, especially those cultivator who cultivated a fire attribute secret art or secret technique or had a fire attribute artifact. At first glance, it was obvious that this round bowl was a kind of barrier artifact. Its surface flashed with bursts of light, and occasionally, grain-sized runes could be seen swimming around its surface, as nimble as a living fish. Most of the cultivator present had extraordinary eyesight, so naturally, they could tell that the item to be auctioned was not the round bowl, but the thing inside it. Interesting, I wonder what is sealed inside this thing. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. He also began to pay close attention to it. The moment this round bowl appeared, Yang Kai frowned. His brow furrowed. For some unknown reason, he kept having the feeling that the round bowl was inexplicably connected to his mind. But because of the numerous restrictions on the round bowl, it caused this feeling to become extremely weak and practically imperceptible. If it wasn't for the waves of palpitations and anxiety in his heart, even he wouldn't dare be sure of it. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate. Since he couldn't break through the restrictive power to investigate the situation inside, he didn't dare to use force and could only frown. Alchemist Yang, do you know what's inside? Kang Si-ran asked curiously when he saw Yang Kai's strange look. Yang Kai subconsciously shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on the round bowl. At this moment, Drunkard on the high platform began to explain, this auction item was placed here by a Dao source-grade friend. Because this friend cultivates a water attribute secret art, it just so happens to be the opposite of this item. Therefore, he had no choice but to part with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out. Deputy City Lord Master, don't keep us in suspense. This is not in line with your character. An impatient cultivator below the stage urged. Drunkard chuckled for a while and nodded, that's right. The little old man was impatient. He really isn't suitable for such a slow person. But I still have to say what needs to be said. As you all know, a few months ago in Maplewood City, there was a rumor that a fire attribute artifact spirit appeared in the nearby Clear Jade Mountain, attracting many cultivators to investigate. In the end, it was confirmed that it was not a fire attribute artifact spirit, but a descendant of the Luan Feng. Many cultivators in Maplewood City fought over this Luan Feng descendant, but no one succeeded. In the end, the divine spirit Luan Feng appeared and spat out a mouthful of world-extinguishing black flames. Clear Jade Mountain is still burning today. The power of a divine spirit is truly terrifying. He sighed as if he had really seen the world-extinguishing black flames with his own eyes. Deputy City Lord Master, could it be that the auction item this time is actually a descendant of a divine spirit? The cultivator below heard Drunkard's words and guessed excitedly. Many people had such thoughts. In an instant, many cultivators' breathing quickened as they stared at the round bowl with fiery eyes. Drunkard sneered, a descendant of a divine spirit? If there really was a descendant of a divine spirit here, not to mention you wouldn't dare to bid, my Maplewood City wouldn't auction it. If by any chance we annoy a divine spirit, the current situation of Clear Jade Mountain will be my Maplewood City's end. When that time comes, who can bear the responsibility? As soon as this statement came out, many people shuddered. Thinking about it carefully, in this world, who would dare to auction a descendant of a divine spirit? This was simply a matter of life and death. Deputy City Lord Master, what you said just now, Drunkard curled his lips and said, the focus is not on the descendant of a divine spirit, but on the fire attribute artifact spirit. I really don't know how you people heard it. Well, this old master will let you see what the auction item is this time. As he spoke, he formed seals with his hands and continuously struck the round bowl. As the restrictions on the round bowl flickered, the crisp sound of a bird chirping suddenly came from the round bowl. Shortly after, a fiery red light shot out from the round bowl, **who**, **, a loud sound rang out. On the high platform, a strange bird about 20 feet long suddenly appeared. Its entire body seemed to be burning with flames. This strange bird looked somewhat similar to the divine spirit Phoenix, but there were some differences. Amidst the flames burning all over its body, there were even traces of purple lightning arcs flashing and jumping. This strange bird was actually an existence that had mastered the power of thunder and fire. Moreover, the aura exuding from its body was no small matter. It had already reached the level of a third-order origin king, and its body was cast in flames, giving it a majestic appearance. It raised its head and cried out, its voice filled with stubbornness, anger, and unyieldingness. Lu Yen. Inside Private Room B9, Yang Kai stood up abruptly, his eyes narrowing as he exclaimed. Alchemist Yang? Kang Si-ran looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, not knowing why he suddenly had such a big reaction, but when he saw the look of surprise and anger on Yang Kai's face, he suddenly understood. Yang Kai never expected that he would meet Lu Yen again under such circumstances. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he was separated from his two great helpers, President Aio, Red Moon Tribal Lord, and the others, and even now, he did not know where they were. Aside from President Aio and Red Moon Tribal Lord, Yang Kai had always been worried about Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen because one of them was a stone mongoose with low sentience, while the other was an artifact spirit. No matter which one of them was discovered by a master, they were bound to encounter some danger, especially Lu Yen. For some cultivator who cultivated a fire attribute secret art or had a fire attribute artifact, he was extremely attractive. If Lu Yan's artifact spirit body could be absorbed by someone who cultivated a fire attribute secret art, it would greatly increase the strength of that cultivator. If it was integrated into a fire attribute artifact, it would be enough to raise that artifact's grade. What Yang Kai was afraid of had happened. Now, it seemed that Lu Yen was really caught by a master and thrown into this auction. It was easy to imagine that many cultivators would fight over him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was also present at the auction, so there was room to maneuver. This was a blessing in disguise. It was no wonder that when the round bowl was first brought up, Yang Kai felt a kind of spiritual connection with the sealed object inside it. When Lu Yen still had low sentience, Yang Kai had refined its body, so naturally, there was a telepathic connection between the two, and this connection would never be severed. Just as Yang Kai stood up, Lu Yen on the high platform seemed to be aware of it. A pair of fiery eyes looked towards Yang Kai's B9 private room, and the clear cry from its mouth became louder and louder. It flapped its wings vigorously, trying to fly towards Yang Kai. But when Drunkard saw this, he just changed his hand seal and a chain-like barrier suddenly appeared on Lu Yan's body, directly binding its wings and making it fall heavily to the ground. Stop! Yang Kai couldn't help but roar when he saw this. But as soon as he spoke, he knew that he was being a little too reckless. Although Lu Yen originally belonged to him, it was now captured and thrown into the auction house as an item to be auctioned. He was in no position to ask Drunkard to show mercy to Lu Yen. If he acted too obviously, someone might notice something. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said lightly, "Vice City Lord, Master, please be careful. This one is very interested in this artifact spirit, so please don't hurt it." Drunkard had a good temper. Hearing this, he glanced in the direction of Yang Kai and grinned meaningfully, "Don't worry, this old master has a sense of propriety and will never really hurt it." And, as you can see, the artifact spirit being auctioned this time is a fire attribute artifact spirit. It is not an ordinary artifact spirit, it has already gained sentience, and its sentience is not low. If you can absorb it or integrate it into your own artifact, it will definitely be of great use. On the high platform, Drunkard did his best to promote Lu Yen, describing all kinds of extraordinary aspects about it, which aroused the interest of countless people. Inside the private room, Yang Kai sat back in his chair with a gloomy look on his face. In the current situation, if he wanted to snatch Lu Yen back, he could only do so through an auction. Or, if he had the strength of the Emperor realm, he could ignore the thousands of origin kings and several dozen Dao Source realm cultivators present and snatch Lu Yen away. The latter method was impossible to implement. Although Yang Kai had now reached the Third Order Origin King realm and had several Emperor artifacts on him, if he really wanted to fight here, it would be tantamount to courting death. But if he wanted to use an auction, he simply did not have enough source crystals on hand. At the very least, it was absolutely not enough to bid for Lu Yen. For a moment, he was burning with anxiety. Kong Si Ran seemed to have noticed something and after a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice, "Alchemist Yang, do you and that artifact spirit have some kind of relationship?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since shopkeeper Kong has noticed, I won't hide it. Its name is Lu Yen, and it is my artifact spirit." It is Alchemist Yang's artifact spirit? Although Kong Si Ran had expected this, he was still taken aback when he heard Yang Kai say so. "It is not just an artifact spirit, it is also a friend to me." "A friend?" Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in amazement, his head a mass of confusion. There was actually someone in this world who regarded an artifact spirit as a friend? It was simply unimaginable to him. Chapter 2033. Although he was stunned, Kong Si Ran did not ask any more questions and instead asked, "So it seems that Alchemist Yang wants to participate in the auction?" But I don't have many source crystals on hand," Yang Kai frowned. Yang Kai frowned bitterly. He was already secretly wondering what he should take out as collateral. Perhaps, he could take out a piece of heavy earth. He didn't need a lot, just a longan-sized lump of heavy earth should be enough to pay for this auction. But once the heavy earth appeared, it might cause a lot of trouble. Since this artifact spirit has such a relationship with Alchemist Yang can rest assured and bid for it. This old master will pay for the missing source crystals first. Alchemist Yang can pay me back when you have more in the future, Kong Si Ran said generously. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned, "But shopkeeper Kong, don't you want to bid for the final Dao source fruit?" Kong Si Ran smiled and waved his hand. This old master originally had some ideas about that Dao source fruit, but now it seems that with the few source crystals this old master has, his chances are slim. I also didn't expect so many Dao source realm cultivators to come to this auction. Their financial resources are not something this old master can compare with. Since Alchemist Yang is in a hurry, this old master might as well help you. As for that Dao source fruit, aren't we going to explore that secluded home next? Perhaps there will be a Dao source pill inside. How many source crystals does shopkeeper Kong have? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Kong Si Ran raised his hand and said, "I don't have any more, but I hope they can help Alchemist Yang." "Good, then many thanks, Brother Kong. I will remember this kindness." "I will remember it," Yang Kai nodded seriously. Kong Si Ran's generosity touched Yang Kai's heart, and he secretly decided that if Kong Si Ran was not fated to obtain the Dao source fruit this time and did not obtain a Dao source pill in the following exploration of the secluded home, Yang Kai would give Kong Si Ran a Dao source pill when he refined one in the future to repay this favor. After spending some time with Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai felt that this person was really good and someone worth making friends with. With Kong Si Ran's assurance, Yang Kai felt more confident. After all, the previous Dao source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace only sold for 6 million source crystals, so Lu Yan's value shouldn't be higher than the black jade furnace. Even if it was an artifact spirit that had gained sentience, it was only at the level of a third-order origin king. For some true masters, its use was limited. However, some exceptions could not be ruled out. Just as Yang Kai was pondering, on the high platform, Drunkard wiped his mouth and continued, "I don't know what kind of opportunity this artifact spirit had, but not only does it possess rich and pure fire attribute energy, but it can also manipulate thunder attribute energy. You must not underestimate it. If an ordinary third-order origin king were to face it, they would likely die. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was definitely no match for him. Only a Dao source realm cultivator can subdue it, so even if it's a friend who doesn't cultivate a fire attribute secret art, it will still be of great use to you. Its existence is equivalent to giving you a powerful helper." Hearing Drunkard praise Lu Yan like this, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned black. He cursed in his heart, wishing he could rush up to the stage and sew Drunkard's mouth shut. The more he praised Lu Yan, the more enthusiastic the bidders would be. This was not good news for Yang Kai. In addition, this artifact spirit, it has another form. Drunkard showed a meaningful smile as he swept his gaze around. Immediately after, he formed a series of seals with his hands and tightened the chain-like barrier around Lu Yan. Lu Yan cried out in pain and, in front of everyone's eyes, transformed into a beautiful woman in fiery red robes with a graceful figure that could arouse the imagination of anyone who saw her. See, it can actually transform into a human form. What kind of opportunity did this artifact spirit have to be so magical? My goodness, her body seems to have solidified. It's somewhat beyond the scope of an artifact spirit. I wonder how it feels to touch. When the many cultivators below saw Lu Yen take on her human form, they couldn't remain calm and shouted one after another. Lu Yen stood on the high platform with an extremely cold expression on her face, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. This unapproachable indifference only added a layer of beauty to her, and as her phoenix eyes swept across the crowd, many male cultivators began to howl like wolves. Especially at this moment, Lu Yen was bound by the chain-like seal, which made her voluptuous figure even more curvaceous. Some people with ulterior motives were already dazzled. Yang Kai patted his forehead and sighed heavily. Kang Si Ran, who was taking a sip of tea next to him, couldn't help but spit it out at this moment. He hurriedly wiped his mouth and looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Brother Yang, this old master understands what you mean by friends just now. Brother Kang, it's not what you think. Yang Kai defended himself weakly. I understand, we're all men, Kang Si Ran chuckled meaningfully. Kai Yang rolled his eyes and simply didn't say anything. Everyone, as you can see, this artifact spirit is not only a very capable helper, but it's also pleasing to the eye in giving you face. To be honest, her beauty is something this old master has never seen before in his life. Unfortunately, this old master is already old, otherwise, this old master would definitely compete for her. Drunkard grinned meaningfully. All right, enough nonsense, this fire attribute artifact spirit has a base price of 1 million source crystals. Each increase must be no less than 50,000. Everyone, please. Lu Yan's starting price was the same as that of the Dao source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace, which made Yang Kai frown as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Drunkard's voice fell, the sound of bidding rang out one after another. The base price of 1 million source crystals broke through to 2 million in just 10 breaths. 3 million. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from one of the private rooms in the A block, causing everyone to be stunned. The cultivator who was about to bid suddenly fell silent. A single increase of 1 million was something that had happened in the previous auction, and the voice seemed to have come from the same private room. It's that senior. Someone recognized the owner of the voice as the Dao Source Realm Master who won the Black Jade Furnace and couldn't help calling out. Wow, this senior is really rich. He just spent 6 million for the Black Jade Furnace, and now he's bidding for this artifact spirit. What do you know? If we can obtain both of them, they will complement each other perfectly. If we can integrate the artifact spirit into the Black Jade Cauldron, it may be able to advance to Dao Source grade high rank, or even reach the level of an Emperor artifact. So that's how it is. It seems this senior is determined to win this fire attribute artifact spirit? Heh, that depends on this senior's financial resources. There are a lot of people here who are interested in this artifact spirit. When this voice called out 3 million, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He naturally recognized the owner of the voice. The other party was interested in Lu Yen because he had just won the Black Jade Furnace. Just as the other cultivator had said, he should want to integrate Lu Yen into the alchemy furnace to improve its quality. The other party was rich and overbearing. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people who were about to bid fell silent, causing the auction to go silent for a long time, with no one bidding. Seeing this, Yang Kai had no choice but to make a move and shouted, 4 million. Lu Yen was the only one he could not give up on. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he would not hesitate. After Yang Kai's voice came out, Lu Yen, who had been standing on the high platform and looking around coldly, couldn't help but tremble slightly. She glanced towards room B9 before quickly turning her eyes away, but the corners of her mouth still curled slightly. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai would not allow her to fall into the hands of others. Another fierce man has come. this is going to be interesting. I wonder who will win in the end. That will depend on who has more source crystals. Yang Kai raised the price from 3 million to 4 million in a single breath. Just like the previous person, he also increased the price by 1 million, but his boldness was not inferior to the other parties. Inside the A-block private room, a thin man who seemed to be in his 40s could not help but frown as he sent his divine sense towards room B9. Although these private rooms had barriers that isolated ordinary divine sense from probing them, because they had been set up temporarily, they were naturally not too powerful. The thin man's divine sense immediately broke through the barriers and directly pressed down on Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran. Kang Si Ran immediately let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale and he suddenly felt suffocated. Yang Kai's body also shrank, but after circulating his divine sense, he was safe and sound. Second-order Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai's heart sank as he was able to infer the other party's true realm from the strength of his divine sense. Brother Han. On the high platform, as the host of the auction, Drunkard naturally could not allow the strong to bully the weak. Seeing this situation, he immediately shouted, "Please stop." He called out the thin man's surname, obviously already knowing the other party's identity. Hearing this, the thin man surnamed Han sneered. This Han didn't do anything, he was just looking at them. Your Excellency Vice City Lord doesn't need to be nervous. Drunkard frowned and said lightly, "That's good. Brother Han is an honored guest, so he naturally knows the rules of the auction." "You don't need to remind me," the thin man surnamed Han coldly snorted, seemingly quite displeased. Drunkard nodded lightly and said, "Then let the auction continue. This friend in room B9 has already bid 4 million. Does Brother Han want to increase the price?" After Drunkard asked this question, before the thin man surnamed Han could speak, a loud laugh suddenly rang out from the private room next to his. "This young lord bids for 5 million. The laughter was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes at all, making everyone who heard it feel disgusted. Even Drunkard, who was standing on the high platform, furrowed his brow. The thin man surnamed Han's face became even more serious as he leisurely swept the private room next to him with his divine sense. Chapter 2034. The man surnamed Han was a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator and was on par with City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, so even though he was warned by Drunkard just now, he still didn't care too much. This time, he naturally wanted to use the same trick again to pressure the bidder in the private room next to him and force him to back down. The divine sense of a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator burst out with a loud bang, directly breaking through the barriers of the room and rushing inside. But what the man surnamed Han didn't expect was that before he could do anything, a divine sense not inferior to his surged out from the private room and blasted towards him. The man surnamed Han narrowed his eyes and couldn't retract his divine sense in time, so he could only grit his teeth and face the other party head-on. An invisible collision occurred in the hall, and the divine sense suddenly collapsed. The man surnamed Han let out a muffled groan as he was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. At the same time, a cold snort came from the private room next to him. In this clash of spiritual energy, the result was a tie. There's also a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. The man surnamed Han's face sank as he finally understood why the bidder was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the protection of a master. It seemed that the other party's origin was not simple. For a moment, the man surnamed Han's face turned gloomy. This young lord has already bid for 5 million. Is there any higher bid? This artifact spirit is this young lord's. The bidder didn't care about the contest between the two Tao Source Realm masters at all and continued to shout arrogantly. In the private room, a middle-aged man frowned slightly. He whispered, "Young Palace Master. For 5 million for a fire attribute artifact spirit is not a good deal. You don't cultivate a fire attribute secret art, and you don't have a fire attribute artifact. What's the point of buying it? If Palace Master knows about this, I'm afraid. What do you know? Opposite the middle-aged man was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. The young man holding a gold-painted fan curled his lips and said, "This young lord indeed doesn't cultivate a fire attribute secret art, nor do I have a fire attribute artifact, but, don't you think this artifact spirit is very beautiful? In addition, this young lord is more curious about whether she feels like a real person. If so, heh. This young master is willing to spend any amount of source crystals." The middle-aged man frowned when he heard this, but he couldn't say anything. He could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He knew that his young master was fond of women, especially cold and elegant mature women, so the image of the artifact spirit was naturally very suitable for his young master's taste. 5 million. In private room B9. Yang Kai expressionlessly shouted out a new price. Bastard! As soon as Yang Kai made his bid, that young man dressed like a young master suddenly stood up, completely disregarding the situation, and sternly shouted, "You dare to snatch the things this young master has taken a fancy to? Do you want to go against my flying Saint Palace? This young master offers 1 million. As soon as he said that, many of the cultivator present immediately understood his identity. The bidder was none other than Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuancheng. Yang Kai also wore a look of understanding. No wonder this person's voice sounded familiar, it turned out to be Ning Yuancheng. Yang Kai had dealt with him more than once. The first time was when he helped Mo Xiaoqi, and the second time was inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but just now, he had been so focused on Lu Yen that Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him. Yang Kai hadn't been able to recognize his voice. It seemed that the one who had collided with the divine sense of this young man surnamed Han in Ning Yuancheng's private room should be the Dao Source Realm Master who had been guarding him, Louis Ji. Flying Saint Palace? If your old man Ning Bo Yang was here, this Han might have given him some face and given up this artifact spirit, but as for you, you're not qualified. 2 million. In the private room next to him, the man surnamed Han sneered and said, "Who are you?" Ning Yuancheng's face became gloomy as he shouted. The man surnamed Han laughed and said, "Go back and ask your father, he will tell you who I am." Hateful, how dare you look down on this young lord? Ning Yuancheng's face went pale with anger. Young palace master, this is someone else's territory after all. This man surnamed Han is not to be trifled with, how about, we just forget about it? Lu Yizhi persuaded. Forget about it? How? This young lord can't swallow this insult, daring to look down on this young lord. Good, let's see who brought more source crystals. Daring to compete with this young lord in terms of wealth, they're simply courting death. Ning Yuancheng looked like he was about to go crazy as he shouted, 5 million. 6 million. The man surnamed Han increased the price unhurriedly. 6 million. 1 million. In this auction, other than the first few bids that Yang Kai made, he had no right to intervene at all. When the price soared to 6 million, Yang Kai knew that he had no hope. Kong Si Ran only had 5 million source crystals, while he only had a few 100,000 source crystals on him, adding up to less than 6 million, unless he really took out a piece of heavy earth as collateral. However, heavy earth was too precious, so he didn't dare show it to others so as to avoid getting into trouble, so after realizing that he had no hope of competing, Yang Kai didn't make another bid. Kong Si Ran glanced at him and couldn't help sighing before comforting, "Brother Yang, just let nature take its course." Yang Kai gently nodded and didn't say anything. At this point in the auction, anyone could see that this time's bidding was a bid out of spite. If the man surnamed Han was bidding for Lu Yen for the Black Jade Furnace, then Ning Yuancheng's bid was really because he didn't want to lose face. Although the man surnamed Han had amazing financial resources, he had just spent a few million source crystals to buy the black jade furnace, so he probably didn't have many left. When the price rose to 7 million, the man surnamed Han's voice became gloomy. In the end, when Ning Yuancheng shouted a high price of 7.5 million, the man surnamed Han finally fell silent. Trying to compete with this young lord? Why don't you take a piss and take a look at yourself? This young lord has never failed to get what he wants. Ning Yuancheng loudly ridiculed. Young lord, where it's possible to make mistakes, you should be lenient, Luigi whispered from the side. What's there to be afraid of? This guy doesn't put this young lord in his eyes. Does he want this young lord to kneel down and lick his boots? In his dreams. Ning Yuancheng unfurled his golden fan and gently fanned himself, his face filled with pride and joy. Lu Yizhi sighed and didn't say anything more. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master bids 7.5 million, is there no higher bid? Then 7.5 million going once, going twice, going thrice, the fire attribute artifact spirit will belong to young palace master. Please bring Chi source crystals backstage for the transaction. Drunkard's face wrinkled with a smile. For him, the higher the price of the auction he was hosting, the more profit he could make from it. After he finished speaking, Drunkard's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, the auction is now coming to an end. As for what the final auction item is, I presume all of you already know. And this old man won't go into too much detail. Present the auction item. As soon as he finished speaking, a maidservant immediately walked up with a jade plate. The final auction item was naturally the Dao source fruit that Heavenly Marshal Holy Land had placed in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. For a time, it attracted the attention of countless people. Many cultivators had never seen what a Dao source fruit looked like in their entire lives, so even if they knew they had no chance of winning it, they still wanted to enjoy the sight of it. In the future, they would naturally have another topic to talk about. Many of the guests in this auction had come for this Dao source fruit. In the previous auctions, many of the Dao source realm masters in the A-block private room had not participated, not even when the black jade furnace appeared or when Lu Yen bid. They had come here to participate in the auction for only one purpose, the Dao source fruit. A single Dao source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of pills, and if one was lucky, 5 or 6 pills could be produced, which could create 5 or 6 Dao source realm masters. This was a great temptation for any great force. And this last auction was destined to be an intense competition between the major clans and sections. Yang Kai's mind was no longer in the auction house. The Dao source fruit might be attractive to others, but he could turn a blind eye to it. After all, he already had a Dao source fruit and did not have the financial resources to participate in this auction. He silently sensed the location of Lu Yen. Although the connection between him and Lu Yen was minimal because of the seal on the round bowl, Yang Kai was still able to sense him after he calmed down. Since he could not compete for Lu Yen openly with his powerful financial resources at the auction, he could only steal from the shadows. Fortunately, Lu Yen was eventually won by Ning Yuancheng, so Yang Kai had no qualms about stealing from him. He had some grudges with Ning Yuancheng. At the entrance to the second layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Ning Yuancheng had taken the initiative to attack him with a group of Flying Saint Palace disciples. Yang Kai did not put the other members of Flying Saint Palace in his eyes, but the second-order Dao source realm Lu Yizhi was a little tricky for Yang Kai. A second-order Dao source realm master was not someone he could compete with right now, but fortunately, he had the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf. These two blood beasts had the strength of a second-order Dao source realm master and a first-order Dao source realm master respectively, so there should be no problem for them to restrain Lu Yizhi. As long as he could restrain Lu Yizhi, with Yang Kai's means, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to snatch Ning Yuancheng from him? Yang Kai thought so, but there would definitely be some variables if he really wanted to implement it, so he had to plan carefully. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the auction house was already in full swing because of the Dao source fruit. Even Kong Si Ran joined in the bidding, but with his financial resources, he only had 2 chances to bid. As soon as he called out a bid, it was replaced by a higher price. The price of the Dao source fruit soared to a point that made Kong Si Ran despair. When someone shouted a high price of 8 million, Kong Si Ran slumped into his chair and sighed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to this. From what he could sense, Lu Yan's aura had already reached the private room of Flying Saint Palace. Obviously, he had completed the transaction with the city lord's mansion. However, Ning Yuanqing did not rush to leave and instead stayed to watch the fierce battle for the Dao source fruit. Chapter 2035. The bidding for the Dao source fruit could be described as extremely fierce. At the beginning, there were still Origin King Realm Cultivator bidding, but in the later stages, Origin Kings couldn't even get a word in. Those who were qualified to bid were all Dao Source Realm Masters. While they were bidding, they were also competing openly and covertly. Strands of divine sense were intertwined in the air above the auction house, and from time to time, faint groans could be heard coming from a certain private room. Obviously, someone had suffered a loss in this divine sense confrontation. Drunkard, who was presiding over the auction, seemed to have expected this and didn't care about it at all. As for the city lord's mansion, no one stepped forward either, allowing the masters to fight amongst themselves. As high prices were shouted one after another, the atmosphere in the auction hall became extremely intense, leaving the cultivator sitting in the hall dumbfounded. Yang Kai also gained some insight, realizing just how rich the heritage of these masters who had the backing of their families and sects was. This auction lasted for more than an hour before the Dao source fruit was finally won by a Dao source realm master in an A-block private room for a high price of 11 million. 11 million, even in the entire star boundary, was an amount that even second-class and third-class sects might not be able to easily take out, but if they could produce a few Dao Source Realm Masters and increase the overall strength of their sect, it would be a good deal. At this point, the auction was completely over. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran left together, and the other cultivator also left the auction hall with excited faces, chatting about what they had seen and heard in this auction. "Brother Yang, let me go back and prepare for a few days. Let's set off for that place. I hope that place won't disappoint me." After walking to a secluded place, Kong Si Ran whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai naturally knew what the place he was talking about was, so he nodded and said, "Good, then I'll wait for Brother Kang's news." "I'll take my leave first." Kong Si Ran cupped his fists and turned to leave. After he left, Yang Kai also turned and walked in a certain direction. After a while, he entered a street and casually found a tavern. He ordered some wine and dishes and sat by the window. He ate and drank. The reason why he did not return to his cave mansion immediately was naturally because he wanted to track down Lu Yan. It was not good for him to make a move in Maplewood City, so he could only wait for the Flying Saint Palace group to leave Maplewood City. The Flying Saint Palace was considered a considerable force in the Southern Territory, so they came to a small place like Maplewood City. Naturally, it was because of the Luan Feng's appearance last time. Then, after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened and the news of the auction spread, the Flying Saint Palace's group naturally delayed their journey and didn't leave Maplewood City. However, Yang Kai reckoned that they would not stay for long. Therefore, he was quietly waiting for the right opportunity. Yang Kai didn't expect this either. This wait lasted for 2 days. During this time, the group from Flying Saint Palace stayed in an inn and didn't leave once. Yang Kai could vaguely sense Lu Yan's aura, so he was not worried about losing him or being discovered by the second-order Dao Source Realm Master, Lu Yizhi. Yang Kai secretly guessed that the reason why the people from Flying Saint Palace stayed in Maplewood City was because Ning Yuancheng wanted to subdue Lu Yen. Yang Kai's guess was correct. At this moment, in a room of the inn, Ning Yuancheng stared angrily at the round bowl in his hand and formed a series of seals. Immediately, the figure of a strange fiery red bird appeared from the bowl. As for Lu Yizhi, he had been guarding Ning Yuancheng all this time, seemingly never leaving. Bastard! Ning Yuancheng didn't know what was wrong with him, but at this moment, he was shouting angrily at Lu Yen, "Hurry up and show your human form. Don't think that this young lord doesn't know you're not stupid. I'm sure you can understand this young lord's words." Lu Yen, who had been placed under many restrictions, just flapped his wings and floated quietly in the air, not making any noise. Just as Ning Yuancheng was not paying attention, it suddenly opened its beak, and a fiery red ball of lightning and fire with purple arcs shot towards Ning Yuancheng. This kind of thing seemed to have happened many times, so Ning Yuancheng was not surprised and didn't even try to dodge. On the contrary, Lu Yizhi, who had been guarding him, waved his hand, and under the surge of principal strength, the thunder and fire suddenly disappeared without a trace. Heh, your temper isn't small. Good, this young lord likes people like you. Since you refuse to show your human form, don't blame this young lord for being ruthless. Deacon Lu, get ready, we're going back to the Saint Palace. Lu Yizhi, who was standing next to him, heard this and was overjoyed. Young palace master, are we going back? Yes. I've been trying for 2 days now, but I still can't calm this slut down. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let's return to the Saint Palace first. When the time comes, I'll ask my father, master, to take action. Do you think this guy won't submit? Ning Yuancheng coldly snorted and changed the seal in his hand again, causing the barrier from the bowl to suck Lu Yen back. Half an hour later, the group of people from Flying Saint Palace left their rooms, casually disguised themselves, and walked towards the city gate. In the same inn, in a side room, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Are they finally leaving? If the people from Flying Saint Palace hadn't left yet, Yang Kai would have had a headache. After all, he had promised Kong Si Ran that he would explore the secluded home in a few days. If there was a conflict in time, it would be troublesome. Although this wasn't a big deal and he only needed to explain it to Kong Si Ran, it was still a breach of trust. At this moment, the people from Flying Saint Palace were heading towards the city gate. Obviously, they were leaving Maplewood City, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. He didn't follow them immediately and instead waited for a while before walking out of his room and heading towards the same city gate. Half a day later, on a plane 1,000,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City, Yang Kai was quickly chasing forward. Because of his connection with Lu Yen, he could clearly know the location of the group from Flying Saint Palace and wasn't worried about losing them. However, he didn't have a suitable flight-type artifact on hand, so he couldn't catch up with them for a while, which made him a little anxious. Just as he was struggling to move forward, Yang Kai suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. This sudden situation caused his face to change and he came to an abrupt halt. This divine sense didn't contain any murderous intent, but it was extremely cold, and after sweeping over Yang Kai, it withdrew. Yang Kai stood in place with a gloomy look on his face. After a while, he whispered, "Someone is still tracking the people from Flying Saint Palace? This feeling, it's that man surnamed Han." Back at the auction, that man surnamed Han had used his divine sense to suppress Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai, so after interacting with him at this moment, Yang Kai immediately knew the other party's identity. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that in addition to himself, there would be someone else chasing after the people from Flying Saint Palace. If it weren't for the other party's confidence in his strength and not putting an origin king in his eyes, Yang Kai might not have been able to detect it. Once Yang Kai attacked the people from Flying Saint Palace, this man surnamed Han might have taken advantage of him. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this man surnamed Han had acted superfluously, otherwise, things would have become really troublesome. The other party probably wanted to use his divine sense to intimidate Yang Kai so he would retreat and not get involved in this muddy water. If it were any other origin king, they would have turned around and fled at this moment, but Yang Kai had a reason to continue chasing. After a short pause, Yang Kai continued to chase, but at this moment, his mood was no longer as anxious as before. In any case, it was obvious that this man surnamed Han wanted to make things difficult for the people from Flying Saint Palace, so Yang Kai didn't need to rush to take action. It would be better to wait until both sides suffered losses before acting. The reason this man surnamed Han chased after the people from Flying Saint Palace was obviously because of Lu Yen. At the auction, his financial resources were not as good as Ning Yuancheng's, so he could only snatch it halfway. This idea happened to coincide with Yang Kai's. With this man surnamed Han acting as the vanguard, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became cheerful, and while chasing, he began thinking about how to act stealthily. It would be best if neither side could discover him. However, after thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't come up with a good plan, making him quite depressed. He could only make up his mind to act when the time came. On the Flying Saint Palace ship ahead, the disciples were busy maintaining the ship's speed, so naturally, none of them were aware of the two people hiding their auras behind them. Half a day later, when the sky was about to turn dark, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a flash of light and the sound of explosions could be heard vaguely as strong world energy fluctuations were transmitted over. That guy has made a move. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly used his Nihility secret technique to quietly and quickly approach this place. His Nihility secret technique, in addition to having a miraculous effect in avoiding fatal blows, could also conceal one's vitality and aura. This secret technique, which originated from the Tao of space, was even more powerful than the concealment techniques of ordinary sects. Unless there was a cultivator whose strength was higher than Yang Kai's by an entire great realm, it was generally impossible for others to detect his existence. After flying forward for half an hour, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination. Under the moonlight, a beautiful ship was suspended mid-air, and on the deck of the ship, there were some vague figures looking in a certain direction. One of these figures was the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuancheng. As for the others, they were naturally disciples of Flying Saint Palace. In the sky about 1,000 meters away from the ship, two figures were entangled in a fierce battle. Yang Kai looked carefully and found that these two figures were Lu Yizhi and the man surnamed Han. They should have been fighting for a long time, and under the premise that their cultivation was the same, what they competed in was naturally perseverance and adaptability. Judging from the situation, both of them were doing very well. Obviously, they had experienced many battles, and judging from this situation, it seemed that they would be able to continue fighting. Chapter 2036. After observing for a while, Yang Kai turned his eyes to Flying Saint Palace's ship artifact. At this moment, Ning Yuancheng was standing on the deck with a leisurely expression on his face, as if he was not worried about Lu Yizhi's defeat at all. Waving the folding fan in his hand, he would occasionally point to the ship with the people around him. The Flying Saint Palace disciples naturally nodded in agreement. Around the ship, there was also a layer of green fluorescent light screen, which enveloped the entire ship within. This was obviously the ship's protective barrier. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Now that two second-order Tao Source Realm Masters were fighting in the distance, it was naturally a good opportunity for him to take action, but the ship's barrier was so strong that Yang Kai wasn't confident he could break it with a single blow. Wanting to break through without anyone noticing was simply impossible. Yang Kai estimated that as long as he approached the ship, his whereabouts would be exposed. After considering it for a long time, Yang Kai finally decided to bide his time and wait for an opportunity. Thinking so, he turned his attention back to the battle between the two Dao Source Realm Masters. After such a long time, Flying Saint Palace's Lu Yizhi and the man surnamed Han were still evenly matched, neither one of them inferior to the other. However, Yang Kai vaguely felt that something was wrong. If this man surnamed Han didn't have any confidence in himself and rashly attacked Flying Saint Palace's people, that would be too reckless. Not only would he fail in the end, but he would also offend Flying Saint Palace. Anyone with a bit of brain wouldn't do such a thing. Since this man surnamed Han chose to attack here, he must have something he could rely on. Considering all this, Yang Kai was startled. Suddenly, he felt a little relieved that he hadn't acted recklessly just now. "Who are you, Your Excellency? Why don't you report your name? What's the point of acting so sneakily?" High up in the sky, Lu Yizhi held a Dao Source Grade Saber artifact in his hand as he retreated after exchanging a blow with the man surnamed Han. Not far away. The man surnamed Han also floated far away due to the huge force. He leisurely turned the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Lu Yizhi. He sneered and said, "You can't recognize who I am. It's your lack of experience that makes you want to blame others. Truly laughable." Lu Yizhi furrowed his brows and shouted, "I know that Your Excellency is surnamed Han, but how many people in the world are surnamed Han? I don't care where you come from. If you retreat now, this Lu won't do anything to you, but if you continue to entangle yourself, then you will become an enemy of my Flying Saint Palace and this Lu will no longer show mercy." Flying Saint Palace. The man surnamed Han sneered when he heard this. How scary. Why? Do you think a mere Flying Saint Palace is enough to make me fear you? Not to mention the Flying Saint Palace, so what if it was the Star Soul Palace? It's not like the Star Soul Palace has wanted my life for a long time, but I'm still alive and well. Huh? Lu Yizhi was shocked as he stared at the man surnamed Han in shock, startled by his words. In the entire Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace was the true overlord. Within the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace commanded the world and no one dared to disobey. But from the words of this man surnamed Han, it seemed that this guy had some kind of grudge with Star Soul Palace. Furthermore, he had been living a carefree life all this while, and had been living quite comfortably. You are. Lu Yizhi suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard more than a dozen years ago. With a look of surprise, he pointed at the man surnamed Han and said, "I know who you are, so you are the one who was expelled from Star Soul Palace, Han Leng." More than a dozen years ago, a disciple of Star Soul Palace who was an elder of the Emperor Realm had made a big mistake. According to the rules of Star Soul Palace, he should have been sentenced to death, but somehow he got the news in advance and killed several of his brothers who were holding him captive, escaped from Star Soul Palace, and disappeared without a trace. At that time, this matter caused a great uproar and many disciples of Star Soul Palace went out to search for news and traces of this traitor, wanting to capture him and bring him back to Star Soul Palace to punish him, but unfortunately, no one succeeded and the traitor found an opportunity to kill many of them. This matter had always been a stain on Star Soul Palace's reputation, and the people of other sects did not dare to talk about it openly, only talking about it in private. Over the past dozen years, Star Soul Palace had never relaxed their pursuit of this traitor, but unfortunately, they had not been able to catch him. Later, there was a rumor that the traitor was the illegitimate son of that elder from the Emperor Realm and that it was that elder who had personally released him. Of course, no one knew whether this news was true or false. Lu Yizhi, as a high-level member of Flying Saint Palace, was naturally exposed to such secrets and knew that the traitor's name was Han Leng. Originally, Lu Yizhi did not know the true identity of this man surnamed Han, but after the other party said such a thing, he immediately understood. "You really are that traitor of Star Soul Palace, Han Leng. So what if I am? Opposite him, Hanling admitted it without hesitation, a mischievous smile hanging on his face as he chuckled, "It's too late to recognize me now." When Luigi heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously shouted, "Not good." Saying so, he turned around and was about to fly towards the ship, his expression becoming panicked, as if he was about to encounter something terrible. However, right at this moment, Hanling's expression turned solemn as he formed hand seals. As the hand seals changed, the bright moon in the sky shone brightly. It was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to see what was happening in front of them. A pure white beam of light suddenly shot down from the bright moon and directly poured into Hanling's body. In the next moment, with Hanling's body as the center, rays of moonlight radiated in all directions. In just 3 breaths of time, an area of several dozen kilometers was instantly enveloped by an inexplicable force, as if it was isolated from the rest of the world by this force. Within this radius of several dozen kilometers, looking up, one could only see a sky full of silver moons. These moons were of different shapes, some were full moons, some were crescent moons, and some were crescent moons, but there was not a single star to be seen. At this moment, it was as if this place had become another world. The heavenly lunar cycle array. Luigi's face suddenly became extremely pale as he recognized the reason for this change. Heh heh heh. Hanling's body had already disappeared, and at this moment, only his voice could be heard radiating in all directions, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Good, since you can recognize this spirit array, you can die in peace. When did you arrange this? Luigi asked with an ashen face. Knowing that you are from Flying Saint Palace, I naturally know your whereabouts. What's so great about arranging this spirit array in advance? You can only blame that young palace master of yours for being too arrogant, thinking that no one from Flying Saint Palace would dare to provoke him? Hanling's voice continued. Not far away, on the ship, Ning Yuancheng's face was also extremely ugly. Although he seemed to be extremely safe on the ship, he was currently surrounded by the heavenly lunar cycle array. And judging from Luigi's expression, Ning Yuancheng could guess that this spirit array was somewhat unusual. Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly turned to the Flying Saint Palace disciples on the ship and shouted, "Quickly go out and support Deacon Lu, this young lord will be here to meet you." On the ship, in addition to him, there were more than a dozen Origin King realm cultivators, most of whom were second or third order Origin Kings. Together, they were not a weak force. When these people heard this, they didn't hesitate to use their movement skills to fly up from the ship and meet Luigi. "Don't come out!" Luigi shouted subconsciously, but it was already too late. The moment these people flew out, the countless silver moons in the sky flickered and shot out beams of clear moonlight. The moonlight seemed very peaceful and did not cause any harm. However, many of the Flying Saint Palace disciples had rich combat experience, so before they understood the power of this spirit array, they naturally would not allow these beams of moonlight to hit them, so they quickly dodged. However, one of the second-order Origin King cultivators was unable to dodge in time and was hit by a beam of moonlight. Silently, the left half of this second-order Origin King cultivator's body melted. Yang Kai's protective Saint Qi did not play any role at all. Seemingly noticing something strange, this cultivator turned his head in a daze and the scene he saw almost scared him out of his wits. A scream immediately rang out as this cultivator fell head first to the ground. Before he hit the ground, he had already lost all signs of life. Such a strange scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air as a chill ran down their spines. Luigi sighed heavily. Although he had some complaints about Ning Yuancheng in his heart, he did not say anything and instead changed his tone. "Since you've come out, come with me to break this spirit array. The heavenly lunar cycle grand array is indeed amazing, but the person who arranged it isn't very skilled, so we can only work together to open a bloody path." These Origin Kings were all panicking when they saw the tragic death of their companion, but after being comforted by Luigi, they immediately calmed down and gathered around him with a shaken expression. Han Ling's sneer came from all directions, not revealing his figure at all. Under his control, the countless silver moons flickered again and shot out beams of moonlight towards the group from Flying Saint Palace. "Stop!" Luigi shouted and took the lead in slashing out with the long saber in his hand. Saber chi burst forth and formed a several dozen meter-long beam of light that shot forward. The others didn't dare to neglect and quickly displayed their secret techniques and summoned their artifacts. In an instant, multicolored lights flashed and collided with the silver beams of light. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment before the silver beams of light broke through the joint forces of the Flying Saint Palace cultivators and pressed forward. Luigi's eyes narrowed as he suddenly shouted, "Scatter!" Those who reacted quickly heard this and immediately dodged to the side, while those who reacted slightly slower were lucky enough to escape with Luigi's warning. But as a result, the people of Flying Saint Palace, who had just gathered together, were immediately beaten to a pulp. Before they could regroup, the power of the heavenly lunar cycle grand array was stimulated again and countless beams of moonlight shot out. This time, the cultivator from Flying Saint Palace was not so lucky. They had just stabilized themselves and did not even have time to catch their breath, so three of them had no time to dodge the moonlight attacks and were hit directly. Chapter 2037. Just like the tragic death of the Flying Saint Palace disciple before, the moonlight released by the heavenly lunar cycle array was extremely lethal and seemed to have a strong corrosive and penetrating power. The cultivator hit by the moonlight screamed as they watched their bodies melt away, their auras vanishing in a very short time. The Saint Chi protecting their bodies was completely useless, and even half of the defensive artifacts of the cultivator was corroded. "Deacon Lu, save me." One of the cultivators did not die immediately. A large hole had been pierced through his abdomen by the moonlight, and one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs squirming inside as he struggled to fly towards Luigi while shouting for help. Near the wound on his abdomen, the corrosive power was like maggots that couldn't be dispelled, quickly corroding the other intact flesh and blood. By the time he flew in front of Luigi, the wound on his abdomen had already become a size larger than before, and even his white bones were exposed. Luigi's eyes flashed a ruthless light as he waited for this cultivator to come closer before punching him in the head. With a bang, this cultivator's head burst open like a smashed watermelon. The surrounding Flying Saint Palace disciples who were still alive fell silent, each of them staring at Luigi with fear in their eyes. "He won't live." Luigi shouted angrily, "Instead of letting him suffer, it's better to give him a quick death." "Ha ha ha." Han Ling laughed loudly, "Are all people from Flying Saint Palace so cruel? This Han has learned something new today." Luigi was ridiculed by Han Ling and suddenly became angry out of shame. He shouted, "Surnamed Han. If you have the ability, show yourself and fight this Lu again. What kind of ability is borrowing the power of this spirit array? Ridiculous, ridiculous. If this Han doesn't have the ability to borrow the power of this spirit array, then you think you have the ability to bully others with numbers?" Han Ling said disdainfully. Luigi saw that his provocation was ineffective and could only turn his head to the surviving Flying Saint Palace disciples and shout, "What are you still standing around for? If you want to live, attack this spirit array with all your strength." Hearing this, no one dared to show any neglect. He hurriedly unleashed his most powerful attack, aimlessly attacking in all directions. Although Luigi's cruelty had frightened them, they knew that he was right. If they wanted to live after being enveloped by the heavenly lunar cycle array, they could only continue to attack. A bunch of clowns. After Han Ling sneered, his figure suddenly appeared somewhere in the air. He changed his gesture and launched countless moonlight beams from the silver moon again. And these moonlight were all gathered in one place. Very quickly, they converged into a huge beam of moonlight, emitting an oppressive aura that made everyone tremble in fear. Go! Han Leng waved his hand, and the huge moonlight shot towards a disciple of the Flying Saint Palace. It was simply impossible to guard against. That disciple didn't even have time to dodge. He was immediately enveloped by the moonlight and disappeared from the world. Lu Yizhi, on the other hand, seemed to have been waiting for this moment. The moment Han Leng's figure appeared, he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto his long saber. The long saber trembled slightly before disappearing, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Han Leng. Under Lu Yizhi's nervous gaze, Han Leng's figure was cut in half. Split from the middle. Lu Yizhi's face lit up with joy, but soon he found that something was wrong. Although Han Leng's body had been cut in half, strangely, there was no blood flowing out, and with a twist, it disappeared. What Lu Yizhi had cut was none other than Han Leng's phantom. Han Leng had hidden himself again. Lu Yizhi frowned, feeling troubled. In terms of cultivation, he was on par with Han Leng, and his combat strength was also equally matched. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to gain such an obvious advantage, but with the assistance of the heavenly lunar cycle array, Lu Yizhi couldn't find any trace of Han Leng, so he could only passively take a beating. The gigantic moonlight didn't disappear just like that. Instead, it bounced back and forth within a radius of 300 meters, incinerating the disciples of Flying Saint Palace. In just a dozen breaths of time, only 2 Origin King Realm Cultivator remained. The two looked at each other and saw the intent to escape in each other's eyes, knowing that if they didn't escape now, they would die. Thus, the two of them flew toward the ship in a flash. The moonlight flickered and enveloped one of them, and before he could even scream, he disappeared from this world. The last person managed to escape to the front of the ship and shouted, "Young Palace Master, please allow this subordinate to go in." On the deck of the ship, Ning Yuancheng stood there in a panic, turning a deaf ear to the disciples' shouts and instead shouting angrily, "Get out of my way, don't attract that thing here. Young Palace Master, you." The disciple looked at Ning Yuancheng in despair, but before he could finish speaking, the moonlight behind him directly punched a hole in his chest. Hong Long, a loud noise rang out. The remnant power of the moonlight hit the ship's protective shield and immediately caused a sizzling sound, as if something was being corroded, causing the ship's protective shield to flicker wildly. Ning Yuancheng couldn't help taking a few steps back and falling on his butt. Fortunately, the grade of this ship wasn't low, seemingly at least Dao source grade, and its defensive power was quite good, so the remnant power of the moonlight was unable to break through its protective shield. "So that's how it is, I finally caught you." The moment the power of the moonlight disappeared, Lu Yizhi suddenly appeared in front of the ship and slashed out with the long saber in his hand, sending out a burst of saber light. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the ship. It was the pale-faced Han Leng, a gash in his robes that should have been caused by Lu Yizhi. The two confronted each other in front of the ship, Han Leng's face gloomy while Lu Yizhi's expression was equally dignified. "It looks like you found some clues." Han Leng's face was slightly pale, seemingly having consumed too much of his strength to maintain the operation of the spirit array. "Indeed." Lu Yizhi held his saber horizontally in front of him. This Lu has long heard of the heavenly lunar cycle array, but after seeing it today, he realized it was just a supplementary spirit array. "Did you think this Lu couldn't see through you hiding in the moonlight?" Han Leng let out a long laugh. "Deacon Lu's eyes are really sharp. This Han has tried his best to hide his whereabouts, but he was still discovered by you. Since I've found a flaw, this place will be your burial ground." Lu Yizhi pointed his saber and said coldly. Han Leng curled his lips and said, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Saying so, he formed another seal and the countless silver moons trembled again. You want to use the same trick again? Lu Yizhi roared and slashed the saber in his hand fiercely in all directions. Saber lights shot out, and the power of laws spread out wantonly, stabilizing the trembling silver moon. Lu Yizhi proudly said, "Heavenly lunar cycle array is nothing more than this." Is that so? A strange look appeared on Han Leng's face as his whole body suddenly burst into a dazzling light, as if he had turned into a full moon. What? Lu Yizhi was shocked and instinctively felt a dangerous aura. Hurriedly summoning a shield-like artifact in front of him, the shield quickly grew to the size of a table and shielded Lu Yizhi behind it. At this moment, Han Leng also seemed to have finished his preparations. With a loud sword cry, the dazzling light suddenly turned into a shocking sword wave that shot towards Lu Yizhi like an arrow from a bow. Not only that, but as if under Han Leng's control, the originally stabilized silver moons around him also began to emit moonlight that poured into the sword wave. The sword wave suddenly grew in size and in just a breath of time, became a behemoth several hundred meters in length. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, not only causing Ning Yuancheng, who was sitting on the ship, to go pale, but Lu Yizhi, who was protected by his artifact behind him, also felt a sense of crisis as an aura of death washed over him. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated Han Leng and the Heavenly Lunar Cycle Grand Array. The Heavenly Lunar Cycle Grand Array was Star Soul Palace's spirit array, and as the overlord of the Southern Territory, the spirit array it had mastered was naturally extraordinary. Although Lu Yizhi could see through some of its secrets, there was no way he could see everything clearly. The result of underestimating this spirit array was the summons of the Death God. "Young Palace Master, run!" Lu Yizhi clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to shout. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out his blood essence. The artifact in front of him blossomed with light and its defensive strength seemed to have become stronger while the long saber in his hand buzzed incessantly. Even Lu Yizhi was faintly unable to grasp the violent power of this attack. Self-destruct? Amidst the shocking sword wave, Han Leng's exclamation rang out, a faint trace of fear in his voice. In this world, not all artifacts could self-destruct. Only some special artifacts had this ability, and once their owner self-destructed, it would produce a huge destructive force. However, if they really did so, not only would the artifact be destroyed, but the owner would also suffer varying degrees of damage. The long saber artifact in Lu Yizhi's hand was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact, so the power of its self-destruction was definitely not low. Even Han Leng did not dare to take it lightly. Don't even think about it. Han Leng's face turned solemn as he pushed the sword wave even harder, hiding himself within it, wanting to take Lu Yizhi's life before the artifact self-destructed. A brilliant light flashed and a shocking sound rang out. The world energy in the surrounding area suddenly fluctuated, and even the world principles in this area were disrupted for a moment. Suddenly, a black hole appeared where Lu Yizhi was standing. The power of the artifact's self-destruction was actually able to shatter space, which showed how terrifying it was. An endless suction force came from the black hole, swallowing everything around it before it was suddenly retracted. Under the effect of the world principles, it was restored. In the sky, many silver moons dimmed, as if Han Leng's final blow had drained the power of the Heavenly Lunar Cycle Grand Array. Han Leng's figure was also revealed at the side. At this moment, his face was extremely ferocious and his body was covered in blood. His left arm was twisted at a strange angle, making him look terrible. Chapter 2038. The final clash between the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters had obviously caused Han Leng some serious injuries. After he stabilized his body, he actually spat out a mouthful of purple-black blood, and his extremely sharp aura suddenly weakened significantly. Lu Yizhi, on the other hand, had already disappeared. Even within 1,000 meters of this place, there was not the slightest trace of his aura. Only the artifact he had summoned before had fallen from the sky in tatters, its surface dim and spiritless. This shield-like defensive artifact had obviously been destroyed. With even this kind of artifact destroyed, Lu Yizhi's fate could be imagined. Damn it! Han Leng's face was gloomy as he grit his teeth and spat out another mouthful of blood, his breathing finally becoming smoother. It wasn't until this moment that Ning Yuancheng, who had been hiding in the ship and watching the battle, finally reacted. Scrambling to his feet in a panic, he formed a series of seals with his trembling hands, causing the exquisite ship to turn around and quickly escape from this place. Even Lu Yizhi had died at Han Leng's hands, so how could Ning Yuancheng have the courage to remain? At this moment, he only wanted to escape as far as possible. But how could Han Leng allow him to do so? As soon as the ship moved, Han Leng coldly snorted and struggled to stand up, his figure flickering as he disappeared again. Immediately afterwards, the many silver moons that had dimmed suddenly lit up and the spirit array hummed as it once again condensed a terrifying beam of moonlight and bombarded the ship. Han Leng obviously wanted to kill them all, otherwise, if today's events were to spread, Flying Saint Palace would never let him off. The moonlight beam shot out like a bolt of lightning and hit the ship's protective shield. The tremendous force caused the decent-sized ship to sway from side to side. Ning Yuancheng, who was standing on the deck, was caught off guard and fell to the ground. *ci lala, a harsh sound rang out as the powerful corrosive power contained in the moonlight beam continued to wear down the ship's protective shield. At this moment, Han Leng's figure was revealed. He was actually hiding in the moonlight beam, the long sword in his hand blooming with a dazzling light that coordinated with the power of the spirit array. He wanted to break the ship's defense in one fell swoop. Han. Senior Han, why do you have to kill me? Let me go, please let me go, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Although Ning Yuancheng was a third-order origin king, when he saw Han Leng's ferocious attack, he actually lost his composure and began begging for mercy, not even bothering to resist. Han Leng did not say a word, but his eyes became colder and more ruthless. Ning Yuancheng was scared out of his wits. He begged for mercy even harder. Crack, the clear and melodious sound was like the tolling of a death knell. As it entered Ning Yuancheng's ears, his face paled. His eyes focused, and what he saw caused his soul to fly out of his body. Shockingly, a crack had appeared on the protective shield of the ship. He was about to be unable to hold on any longer. Kacha, the crack grew bigger and bigger, and more cracks appeared around it. Soon, the cracks intersected like a spider web, and it seemed like it would not be able to hold on any longer. In the end, with Han Leng's roar, the protective shield of the ship finally shattered. At the same time, the many silver moons that enveloped this small world began to tremble. It also disappeared. The heavenly lunar cycle array, after exhausting its last bit of energy, automatically broke apart. The moonlight beam dissipated, and Han Leng, wrapped in sword light, shot towards Ning Yuancheng with a fierce momentum, the long sword in his hand reappearing not too far behind Ning Yuancheng. Ning Yuancheng, in a life-threatening situation, seemed to instinctively assume a defensive posture, but that was all. After a short while, a dark red spot appeared on Ning Yuancheng's forehead and he fell backwards, hitting the deck of the ship with a loud thud. After losing control of this ship, the Flying Saint Palace artifact also fell from the sky and finally landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Not far away, Yang Kai, who had hidden himself and watched this battle from beginning to end, narrowed his eyes indifferently as he searched for Han Leng's figure. This guy had single-handedly destroyed so many of Flying Saint Palace's cultivators, and although he had borrowed the power of the spirit array, his own strength was definitely not to be underestimated. However, after experiencing such a great battle, he must be extremely tired and might not even be able to display half of his usual strength. Yang Kai felt that if he were to take action now, he basically had a 90% chance of succeeding. This was a classic case of a sandpiper and clam fighting for the benefit of the fishermen. However, the only thing Yang Kai was worried about was that Han Leng might be hiding some kind of trump card or exploding an artifact like Luigi. If that were the case, even if Yang Kai didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were fluctuating, Han Leng's figure appeared from the ship in front of him. He seemed to have searched Ning Yuan Cheng's body and was now holding a space ring in his hand. A moment later, with a flash of light, a round alms bowl appeared in his palm. Gently weighing it in his hand, Han Leng showed a satisfied smile and put the bowl back into the space ring. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the purpose of this trip was indeed the same as his own. They were both here for Lu Yen, and Lu Yen was sealed inside this alms bowl. After doing all this, Han Leng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he suddenly raised his eyes and stared sharply in Yang Kai's direction, coldly saying, "Little brat, you've been watching for so long, have you enjoyed it?" Yang Kai frowned but didn't immediately reveal himself. Seeing this, Han Leng sneered and continued, "What's wrong? Do you need this Han to personally invite you out?" As he spoke, the long sword in his hand began to glow faintly. Yang Kai finally showed a look of surprise on his face, knowing that the other party wasn't deliberately mystifying him and really knew about his existence. Yang Kai didn't bother hiding any longer and simply dispersed his nihility secret technique, revealing himself. Han Leng raised his brow and praised, "What a brilliant concealment method, interesting." Yang Kai looked at him and grinned, "Senior Han is too kind. No matter how brilliant my concealment method is, it was still seen through by you. However, I don't quite understand, how did Senior Han see through it? It seems that you are very confident in your concealment secret technique." Han Leng looked Yang Kai up and down. It seemed that because Yang Kai was only a third-order origin king, he wasn't nervous at all and instead said casually, "With my ability, there is no way for me to see through it, but, if you were surrounded by the heavenly lunar cycle grand array, the situation would be different." Yang Kai suddenly understood and nodded, "So that's how it is." Han Leng looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said lightly, "What's wrong? Boy, are you hiding here because you want to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada?" Yang Kai chuckled and said without hesitation, "I have such an idea, but if Senior Han can give me that round bowl, I can leave immediately." "You want that fire attribute artifact spirit?" Han Leng's expression sank as he seemed to think of something and nodded, "So you also bid at the auction?" But unfortunately, my financial resources are not as good as yours, so I can only think of another way." "You think you can steal something from this Han? Do you know how to write the word death?" Han Leng smiled contemptuously. "Since I dared to come here, I naturally have something to rely on. Senior Han has just fought a great battle and consumed a great deal of energy, so it would not be a wise decision to make me your enemy at this time." Listening to Yang Kai's leisurely talk, the corners of Han Leng's eyes could not help twitching slightly. What qualifications did a mere third-order origin king have to be so presumptuous in front of him? But as the other party said, since he dared to come here, he must have something to rely on, something that could make him not fear him. Considering all this, Han Leng's heart could not help sinking. Right now, he did not want to fight again. Although the injuries he had suffered before were not fatal, they were not light either. Most importantly, he did not have much source qi left in his body. Good, it's been a long time since someone dared to act so presumptuously in front of this Han. Boy, I'll remember you, I hope you can live long enough. Han Leng looked at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly sneering and saying something without rhyme or reason. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Senior Han, you'd best not think about escaping immediately. Unfortunately, I am very good at escaping and tracking, so I'm afraid, you won't be able to escape." Saying so, Yang Kai's space principles fluctuated and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared on the other side of Hanleng, as if he had been standing there all along. Even though Hanleng was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be startled at this moment, asking in shock, "What kind of movement skill is that?" Even Hanleng could not compare to such a strange and inexplicable movement skill. It seemed that he was not lying when he said he was very good at escaping and tracking. If this boy used this movement skill to constantly attack and harass him, Hanleng was afraid he would be exhausted. Hanleng's expression suddenly became gloomy. Yang Kai opened his mouth and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly widened and he stared at Hanleng's back in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He immediately shouted, "Be careful behind you." Hanleng could not help but sneer, "You dare play such petty tricks in front of this Han." He thought that Yang Kai was deliberately trying to divert his attention so he could launch a sneak attack. This kind of trick was so childish that even children would not be fooled, so how could a battle-hardened cultivator like him fall for it? If he really believed Yang Kai's words and looked behind him, Hanleng was certain that he would be attacked by Yang Kai in the next moment. But as soon as he said this, he felt that something was wrong. There really seemed to be some kind of strange movement behind him. Hanleng's heart trembled as he hurriedly urged his source qi to protect himself. At the same time, he tapped his foot and was about to float forward. But no matter how fast he moved, it was already too late. Behind him, an extremely sharp, blue spike trembled slightly before stabbing forward. The spike was so fast that even space itself seemed to explode, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.